Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 4 of KeSPA Cup. We are almost halfway through. By the end of today, it will be 50% of the way done. Our group stage finished and 4 teams eliminated. 2 already have gone, B&K, unfortunately, and Kwangdong Freaks, and now 2 more are going to leave us. At the moment, on 0 victories are Nongshim and T1. We'll see whether they can have a turnaround moving into today's games in Group B. Once again, big thank you to SK Telecom, Cizizik, is that how you pronounce
Gen.G,
it?
Cast, Logitech, and Powerful X.
Good old Powerful X. Love a good bit of Powerful X. Thank you very much to them for all allowing the KeSPA Cup to be back once again. And for the most days that we've ever had KeSPA Cup is what it feels like to me. It's absolutely fantastic. We are overflowing with KeSPA Cup action, and it only continues here. Once again, we're back in Group B.
Yeah.
So this is theoretically the group of death, which is why we've got like T1 on 0 wins. It's kind of crazy. Of course, it's not the T1 roster that won back-to-back worlds, but it is, you know, we had Ona and Gumayushi both playing in the first match where they lost, unfortunately, to Team Vietnam, who were looking pretty good.
Yeah, I do think that T1 could bounce back. I mean, that's the hope if you're a T1 fan. We saw Kwangdong nearly recover and get out of the group yesterday, but there were some mistakes made in that final game.
Yeah.
They couldn't quite bring us to that big tiebreaker where we could have potentially seen them get out. Didn't happen. But I'm looking forward to seeing what D+ is going to bring to the table today. Gen.G and Hanwha, obviously big powerhouse teams here. Yeah. Even without their full rosters, looking incredibly strong. The level of play in this group has frankly looked a lot stronger than Group A. And then Team Vietnam has brought some really cool strategic depth to this group as well. Like, we really didn't have high hopes for them coming into this tournament, but they actually have showcased a lot of really cool strategies.
Yeah, it feels like Team Vietnam came in very prepared for what they wanted to do on this patch, which is very, very cool to see. We've actually seen some patch shakeouts as well. But I do want to remind everyone that this is online, right, for the first few days, but we do have the semifinals and finals that will be happening offline. It's going to be very exciting over the weekend, where we will be crowning our KeSPA Cup champion. It's going to be at the V Space. It's been a while since Wolf and I have been there. Looking forward to going back as well. And a reminder, prize pool is not small. It's kind of crazy. 40 grand approximately for the champion here, and then the runner-up getting half that. And even if you make top 4, still walking away with 10 grand. So not feeling too bad at all. And then a cheeky $2,000 for whoever picks up the MVP.
Pretty significant money here on the line, split across the players. So not only that, but of course, baby consideration for Asia Games in the future.
Exactly right. There is a lot stacked up for this one. So very much looking forward to how this one is going to go. And you need to get there, right? If you're going to make it to that top 4. So you don't really find yourself walking away with too much if you leave here today. So Nongshim, T1, the two that are very, very close to falling down. As we have a look at the standings here, this was Group A. This is where we had to say goodbye to BNK and Quantum Freaks. But Bro, in first place. I think we're going to be talking about this all year, Wolf.
I think we really are. Bro looking really good. Some really nice gameplay from them, and having the most dominant wins meant that because of game time, they ended up in first place. That's the real big differentiator between all 4 of our top 4 teams was average game time, and the head-to-heads, of course, that came with them. So it's very unlikely we have tiebreakers because of that game time differentiator. So even if we end up having tied scores as we did here, that is going to be the big deciding factor. So keep that in mind as you move into Group B. Group B, we still have 7 games left to play. As you can see here, every team plays 5 because there are 6 teams. So Gen.G is the only undefeated team, and the only undefeated team still across both groups. And if they win their last 2 matches today, they could go 5-0.
They could. It's going to be very, very interesting to see whether this version of Gen.G is still just as strong as what we saw in the regular season of this year, right, in the LCK. Because, of course, you know, a little bit disappointing finish to the year, but Gen.G was so incredibly dominant throughout this whole year, and that was not with this roster, right? Like, the bottom lane has fully changed. Lahens has moved on. In fact, we're going to be seeing him on Nongshim here today. But Duro looking pretty good. And About has been very, very impressive. Trophy did play one of the games. I don't know whether he's going to be playing here today. But honestly, it didn't really look like Gen.G needed him all that much because Canyon and Kane seemed to just be running the show.
And Chemish was pretty good too.
Yeah, he was.
So I do think that, you know, Gen.G can decide what they want to do based on how Chovy's feeling, if he feels like he's necessary, or if he just wants to get some games in here, get some more tournament experience here in KeSPA Cup. That's really ultimately up to him. Obviously, already military exempt. But yeah, I think today we will likely see Gen.G get out of this group. G Plus and Hanwha Life are the ones that are the closest otherwise to going. But it's the bottom 3 where things get a little bit more interesting, right? Team Vietnam, Nongshim, and then T1. They need to win both of their games to get into that 2-3 tiebreaker zone. And also because their game times are pretty long so far. I don't know if it actually I assume that calculates only wins, so we'll see. But winning the fastest way possible is really going to be what T1 also wants to keep in mind because, you know, for them to tie 2-3, that means that Nongshim, of course, also would have to end up losing that extra game, and then you're looking at like, okay, how fast do these games go? Otherwise, you just, you know, even if you tie, that's not enough. So speed of gameplay, something I didn't really think about until like last night when we were ending the group, but it actually does matter.
It does, and Gen.G currently sitting on about a 31-minute average win time. I only know that because they've only won, and I have the time stats for just game duration. So we'll just have to see how that one does shake up. It is likely that Gen.G are just already qualified, though. To be perfectly honest, it's going to be very, very difficult. Of course, T1 cannot catch that win score. Nongshim theoretically can, with 3 games yet to play. Let's have a look at where these teams are going to be slotting in. As you can see, first one up against Bro, as you can see here. And then Chinese Taipei against the second of this group, KT and DRX, respectively, after that as well. And then we will see that big advantage for being higher in your group immediately afterwards.
That's right. So should be pretty exciting. I mean, Bro versus Gen.G, if that ends up coming to pass. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. Bro has sometimes been the Kingslayers as an organization, and that may continue to be true here in KeSPA Cup. But yeah, this is the format for the Swiss Interstage, and all of those top 4 teams that will be slotting in top to bottom here will be decided today.
Yep, and as you can see there, match 4 winner will just immediately get through. So as soon as you win that first match, you are just done. Otherwise, you just get to, play for a while until you are knocked out. So let's have a look at our very first matchup, Nongshim versus Vietnam. Before we get into this, as there are no real changes. In fact, there are no changes at all as far as the rosters for both of these teams compared to day number 2. There was some confusion in the chat when we said that the finals will be offline. That does not mean that they will be off the internet. That in fact means that we will have an actual studio where the players will be here playing on PCs and we'll be on an offline tournament realm, and we'll still be broadcasting to you guys. Do not worry. It's just that the players will be there alongside us.
It's offline, so you guys better get to Korea, otherwise you won't get to watch.
Book your flights, boys and girls. It is time to get to Korea, otherwise you'll miss out on KeSPA Cup, and that would be the worst thing. Imagine having a KeSPA Cup and then not watching it and trying to still have a Christmas. It's just impossible.
Land of Legends.
That's exactly right. So I just wanted to clear that one up just because there were a few question marks in the chat. Nongshim versus Vietnam, I think this is going to be a big one for Nongshim. They have to basically win everything if they do want to really solidify their ability to qualify for the next round.
Yeah, this is a really big one for them. They have this matchup, of course, and then a tough one against Hanwha Life eSports later on, so it doesn't really get easier.
No.
It doesn't get better. So this one is the one that I think you have a better chance of winning, but you really want to win both, obviously, ideally to maximize your chances. We'll take a look at the players in a moment here and see what they're looking like, what the vibes are like in the team house. And like I said, Team Vietnam has had the most unique lane assignment strategies that we've seen. Some pretty wild level 1s, the Scion coming out. So if there's any team you're kind of hoping like, oh yeah, I wonder if we're going to see anything non-standard today because the meta has been pretty solid for this tournament, this is the team to watch.
Exactly. Let's have a look at the schedule, though, for today as well. We can bring that one up onto your screen. As you can see here, starting off with Nongshim versus Vietnam, then Hanwha Life versus Gen.G. This is going to be a huge one in our second game of the day. We really are not warming up to our bangers. Then Vietnam taking on DK. DK has been a really interesting team to watch because this is the LCK roster that you're going to see in 2025. And we do get to kind of dissect how they're going to do. T1 then will take the stage against Nongshim. A very important one. Both of these teams sitting on 0 wins at this point in time. Nongshim could be picking up their first against Vietnam, unless Vietnam continues their tear here in the KeSPA Cup. And then T1's final match up against DK, Vietnam versus Hanwha Life eSports, also going to be an interesting one, as Gen.G versus Nongshim will be very, very tough for Nongshim holding on to their chances here in the KeSPA Cup.
I will say, I think if you're a T1 fan, the unfortunate news is your last 2 matches are really tough against 2 full LCK rosters. I do think their strength of schedule was kind of backloaded, actually, in this one. So they had some of their relatively easier opponents early on.
I think it was front-loaded and back-loaded, though, Wolf. Yeah. It's just a tough group.
It really is. But, like, I don't know. I think we're looking at, if I had to officially predict, I'd probably say T1 does go winless in this group stage, which is really unfortunate. But I wouldn't have said that before we went into the first day of Group B back on Sunday. But I'm hoping that expectations can once again be subverted, because we have had a lot of really strong predictions going into both of these groups be just completely turned on their head by crazy gameplay and best of ones.
Yep, and KT when it comes to the previous group. That team just doesn't make very much sense at all. We'll be seeing them in the Swiss stage at the same time. So Nongshim, King and Sylvie, Fisher, Jiwoo, and Lehens. This is the LCK roster that we're expecting. Definitely a lot of potential for this squad, but they haven't really been able to get off the ground in their first couple of matches. It's been a difficult start, you could say. And strength of schedule also, I think, very real for this team, being able to now go up against Vietnam and maybe grab themselves a win, start the momentum off strong moving into this day 2, where they do have to basically win everything if they want to stay in control of their own fate.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. To control your own fate, winning everything is the best way out of this group. They have a tough lineup of opponents today, and everyone's looking like they're still waking up a little bit here.
Yeah, definitely a few sleepy eyes. I can understand it. It's been already quite an arduous journey as we've had so many games. How many is it? Like 23 games already?
Yeah, I think that's accurate.
Getting into, it'll be 30 games by the end of today here in the KeSPA Cup. So that is very, very cool. Here is your Team Vietnam squad. And you might recognize Taki if you've been watching international competition with the VCS. Outside of that, these guys are not necessarily the mainstay names. However, they are going to be burned into my mind from now on. They've played some really interesting League of Legends and has been quite impressive. A few different teams are kind of coming together for this one. Some synergies already built up, but otherwise not too much to speak of.
Yeah.
Still, they've been very coordinated.
And, I mean, there's been a lot of hype around this roster after their win over T1. A lot of people got more interested in this team. The one thing I will say that I learned about this squad on Sunday was that they're just extremely flexible. Like, RS is the mid laner, but he might spend most of the game in the bottom lane or in the top lane.
Yep.
The same to be true of Pudden, of course, who will go mid on Varus and actually lane that out for like the entirety of the laning phase in the mid lane, and then go top and then spend some time bottom later. They don't necessarily follow the traditional archetype of like, okay, the laning phase is over, 80 carries go mid. Like he'll go anywhere. He'll go wherever the map asks for, and their macro has been really good as a result because they're very good at reacting to like, we have teleports on these players. We know this wave state, this lane state on the top side needs a Varus up there for a minute. We can actually have that favorable matchup. Then we can transition that into a Herald fight, for example. They're very quick at actually identifying these types of things. It's their team fighting, though, and some of those scrappy fights where things can get a little bit messy and not as clean. So
yeah.
It's like their micro mechanics are a little bit weaker than a lot of our LCK teams, because that's the opposite of challenges. Like all hands, no macro. They're like all macro. Hands maybe need a little bit of work.
Yeah, and it's a little bit like we want to throw as many curveballs at you in order to make the game feel just confusing. It's not lane swaps with Vietnam. It seems to just be lane optional for this squad. So throwing you off your game and trying to mix things up, get themselves into a solid start is the aim of the game for this squad. We'll see whether it is going to work out up against Nongshim as well. This is a team that has Lehens, certainly well acquainted with Chaos. Kingen up there towards the top side actually had a pretty good day outside of the rest of the team kind of falling apart. I think Kingen was still relatively strong. But as you can see here, this is our online prediction. Nongshim being the clear favorites, even though Vietnam were able to take down T1 on their first day of play. It's still a very Nongshim-dominated prediction.
Yeah, I don't know where I really want to put my pred. I think I would go Nongshim, but I'm not very confident about that,
Yeah, I was going to say, like, if I was to vote Nongshim, I would say that I would be 54% confident.
Yeah, maybe 60 for me at maximum.
However, if I was putting my vote in, I would still say Nongshim. So I guess, maybe everyone has that, 55-45 idea when it comes to the outcome of this. And if that's the case, then if everyone did it, it'd still be 100 on the prediction. So there we go. Let's have a look at our pick and ban for game number 1 of the day. The first of 7 games that we have for you here at the KeSPA Cup for day 3. Already, Renata going to be banned away. Fun fact, she has the lowest win rate of anything that's been played more than 3 times in the support role for this tournament. And the 2 on the other side are the 2 most banned champions that we have seen so far. Vietnam doing their homework here. Nongshim banning away the Corki as well. And we'll see what the final ban is for Nongshim as we get ready for our first pick.
Varus, I think, could take a spot in that final ban here on red side. I think Varus is right now, to me, the strongest AD carry on this patch, in this tournament at least. I like the Azir ban. It's been a very, very strong pick in terms of side lane power, team fight power, peel. And especially peeling for these scaling AD carries has been so important.
Yep.
They'll ban the Mbessa, which is also a very wise choice. And Fisher looking to just lock this Yone in, insta-lock.
Yeah, that's
we see
actually...
Sion again.
It would be very weird if Pun was going to grab that one first off. I think maybe just putting the fear of Sion into Nongshim before they take something else. That would be my assessment. But he is not really flicking through. It doesn't look like he's trolling us, but it is going to be the Renekton hovered now. We'll see whether it is going to be like some Mbessa priority, as the Ashe is going to be locked in, definitely very high up on the tier list.
I really like Ashe for Team Vietnam because it just allows for such a strong level 1 and dictating the pace of where the lane assignments are going to be outside of the 5-point starts. You can kind of break that with Ashe. You can go exactly where you want. You can sometimes even get a summoner spell out of the enemy top laner with those slows. And dictating the early pace seems really strong for them. Plus, I mean, Ashe is just, arguably the second strongest AD carry. Some might say the strongest. I'd say second strongest right now in this tournament. Viego going to come through, but I think the Sejuani seems pretty obvious here.
Yeah, I mean, why don't you just go Yone, Sejuani, and Rumble? It's not going to be the Rumble, as Jiwoo is opting into the Ziggs. This guy does like his awesome dudes towards the bottom side of the map. And this also opens things up completely for both Fisher and Kingen. Of course, Kingen could be playing the Yone towards the top side. He's no stranger to that. It's not necessarily his best champion or anything, but it does mean Nongshim have so much flexibility moving into the second half of the draft for them. That is a Seraphine, though, so already answering this Ziggs lane very quickly with a whole bunch of power.
Probably see a Leona ban here and a Blitzcrank ban. I think those are the two smart ones if you're really still hard thinking that this is going to be a Ziggs bottom lane.
It's also Lehens. I think you just ban Blitzcrank no matter what.
Exactly. And this does give, like you said, Nongshim the opportunity to maybe even have Fisher play the Ziggs and then they do something completely different. Sion is going to get taken away. Like, imagine, like, Nongshim actually just lock Varus here and go, oh, oopsie, I guess you're outranged, and play a Varus lane and keep that Ziggs in mid. Of course, we'll have to wait and see what Team Vietnam is putting Aris on in this game. We don't have either of their soul lanes locked up just yet. Sion taken away. I think this is just a smart Leona ban. However...
Ooh. Jack's going to be taken away. This is an assumption from Vietnam that Yone is indeed going into the mid lane, and a smart one, I would say. Just wanting to get rid of Kingen's Jax option, deny the Sejuani Jax angle, and I don't mind that one whatsoever. I just feel like Ambessa is being gunned for here by Vietnam, as Pun would be able to pick that one up. Of course, the answering Renekton could be there, which we've seen picked into it over and over again, but honestly, as the game gets later and later, Ambessa just seems to be able to ignore the Crocodile completely, so doesn't feel like a great answer as there is the Ahri picked up. So Ahri Viego, a lot of resets here for Vietnam. We've seen this archetype work very, very well for a lot of our teams.
Yeah, this is a lot of pick between Ashe, Arrow, Charm, the Seraphine to be able to continue to lock that down with the Encore like following through. And then we'll see what that support pick, or sorry, what the top pick is going to be. They'll save that for counter once they see exactly what Nongshim is doing here. Because Nongshim's flexibility does kind of end here, because obviously, you have to showcase your full lineup before that final pick does come through. Instead of going for the Leona, Lienz is going to opt for Nautilus here. And I still assume this is going to be that Ziggs in the bottom lane here. We'll see what that top pick is going to be. It will be blind.
Yep. Or, like, maybe you could pick something a little bit ambiguous as well. Like a Sylas theoretically could go into top lane if they do last pick a Gnar. We've seen Cassante in the mid lane before, but this is pretty much a confirmation that Kingen is utilizing that one on the top side. And actually, the way Nongshim's composition has now sort of finished off looks kind of nice.
Ooh, I like this, actually.
I mean, Mundo is almost unkillable for Nongshim's composition. We'll see what Taki is eventually going to settle on, as Nasus is another one of those picks that was, like, if you don't have an AD carry, this is hard to kill, but it's going to be an Udyr in the end. Pun is an eclectic player. Has already played the Scion here this tournament, has got a Jax game, so he's at least gone a bit standard there.
I mean, Udyr is pretty good into Cassante. In some of the early trades you can take, if you play it well, it actually is very oppressive. We've seen this so much. Like when Cassante first came out, we saw a lot of Udyr back then. We saw Udyr into Rumble, we saw Udyr into Jax, we saw Udyr into Cassante. Was a very popular top pick, but it's kind of outdated now, and it isn't very strong in team fights. But what it can do in some of these early skirmishes is set up an arrow. Like, he runs in, sets up the bear slap stun, arrow comes through, charm goes through, Viego goes in. Like, it is very strong. Also good at clearing vision. If you get control of the map, you can clear those wards very quickly. It's very fast. So I don't hate it. The other thing about Nongshim's composition that is a bit of a risk is that they only really have big damage on this Ziggs. There isn't a whole lot of range damage. I mean, there frankly just isn't any range damage in this composition otherwise. So everything is on Jiwoo, either bursting people down instantly if he's going for the big damage build, which I think he likely will, or just kind of trickling away at them with Leandries.
Yeah, I think the Leandros will probably be in the build regardless, but we'll see where the rest of it is going to go. Hopefully no Seraphs, because I think they need as much damage on this guy as they possibly can. Nongshim's composition we've seen many times before, though. I think you do answer a lot of the ranged questions with a Ziggs, and we'll just see how these engages are going to work out. But Vietnam have a lot of damage, and if they are able to get that pick, which this composition is really set up for, it's very, very difficult to stop them, but it's also difficult to stop the dubstep. Let's do it.
Hey! Hey! Hey!
Hey!
I love this. This is great.
Yeah, I welcome a bit of a change to the do-do-do-dos. So
Yeah.
I'm psyched. I'm psyched about the hate. As Sylvie's standing on a ward. Not necessarily fully
I don't
optimal.
think he's aware of it.
I want to go back to the Udyr just a little bit, because we did see it a bit in the LCK this year, but it was only ever good if Keen was playing it. And does that mean that Keen's good, or does that mean that Gen.G were too good? You know, like there's a few
Yeah, there were
things.
a few players that had some okay performances. Like Perfect had a game or two where I was like, oh yeah, that's solid. This is the level 1 power of the Ashe I was talking about, just to bring it back to the live game for a second, just being able to set up exactly what lane assignment they want. Group tier is 4, though, and on the bottom side of the map makes it pretty obvious what is going down. Big Comet.
That was very nice.
So I actually think the more I've looked at these compositions here, and it is not going to be Grasp Ari, it's going to be Electrocute. That's the only weird or unusual thing out of these runes. The more I look at these drafts, I feel like Team Vietnam's draft is just better, though. I feel like they have a really strong AD carry. They have really strong peel with this Udyr, with the Ahri as well, to the front line of Nongshim. And I just wonder if there's enough damage in this Nongshim composition, if they don't snowball this game early, to actually win out later team fights, like front to back. And if Putin is in a position where he's sitting on 2-3 items in some of these mid-game dragon fights, or late-game dragon fights as well, leading into Soul and stuff like that, if Nongshim will be able to really get on top of him if he positions well by having to then go through the Ahri, go through the Seraphine, go through the Seraphine roots, the Seraphine ult, etc. As Putney, he's just going mid.
Yep.
I said it was obvious, like, oh yeah, they're on the bottom side of the map. Well, it's obvious if you're a Vietnamese player, like, yeah, we're going mid, by the way.
I like this as well, as Fisher is taking so much damage. You can see Taki tanks up a turret shot. Doesn't seem to worry about that one, as Fisher is trying to chug back to 200 health, which is a very small number. Arrests here up in this top side, harassing down Kingen, who does have a bit of control of this wave. You can see now Drakthar dealing with his Brambleback, but you can see Sylvie doesn't actually spot him out, as he does manage to get the little smite out before Drakthar spots that there is a piggy in his jungle, a very nimble one, able to squeeze through logs, as you could see there.
Draktar's like, yeah, you can smite that, but the little ones are pretty high value. Thank you very much for speeding up my clear.
This is where things get a little bit worrisome, as, yeah, Lehens is going to light him on fire, and that is just First Blood going to Jiwoo without very much recourse. And Udyr doesn't do very well when you're just standing at level 2 underneath a turret.
Yeah.
You just kind of die.
You know, this is an element of this draft that we didn't really talk about. I was thinking about, like, okay, what does Ziggs do in a team fight? What does his damage mean? And how do they get ahead? But it's actually incredibly strong versus Vietnam's playstyle, where they like to do these weird lane swaps. Ziggs is like, yeah, you could leave a Varus down there, and it will get maybe a plate. But this is Ziggs, by the way, instantly a plate off of the pick. And if he is able to set up a second one here, then this turret just starts to go super low, and he's got Satchel. And if he can start moving around the map and picking up all that gold, it does kind of feel like a hard counter to Team Vietnam's, like, stick a Udyr down there and try to win mid lane strategy.
Not to mention the fact that, like, the more Nongshim are accelerated in the early game, the better their 1-3-1 looks. And with a Ziggs, your 1-3-1 is incredibly difficult to penetrate, right? Because the idea, as far as fighting a 1-3-1, is, okay, Lehens, you are probably just dead. He's going to have to flash to get himself out of the way. Great knock-up, but the arrows are still streaming forward. Drakthar may have overextended, but does have the repossession. He does get a little bit of a stun down, as Sylvie is relatively low, but it's a 1-for-1 in the end, and Lehens never change, my friend.
Never change. It's a kill for a Viego versus a kill for a Yone, so this actually feels pretty good for Nongshim. As, unless...
Okay, Jiwoo going to be able to knock away the Ashe. That's going to help him out for now, as the high note almost hitting. that Jiwoo is going to be able to avoid it. And so now the Zig's position in mid lane just to try and alleviate some of the pressure.
Yeah, going to help clear that wave. He fell a little bit far behind in CS. A little bit of an extra edge, obviously, in mid lane for the Ashe in that regard. As Lehens, yeah, that's not really what you want to see if you're an Nongshim fan, but they actually have the backup for him.
Yesterday we saw that like the anchor could have been wider. I feel like I wouldn't have expected that anchor to hit the wall.
Yeah.
At that point in time. So a little bit unfortunate there for Lehens. Really wanted to try and thread the needle and pick up Puddin on that one, but even if he did, I think the result would have been the same, so we'll just have to see.
Yeah, I do agree with you. A little bit wild there from Lehens, but
I'm looking for the upside, and I didn't quite see it. Although, I mean, a 1-for-1 trade and you kill the jungler does give you a little bit more time out on the map if you are Sylvie, and so you're kind of okay with that one. Starkey moving back over, Drakthar, I think, walking over Vision here as they do get the ping down. All right, Kingen finding the Q onto arrest. Fair bit of damage here with that Sheen already built up. Kingen actually battle Cassante here in this early game. Doesn't land that Q, but still grabs the shield, wins out on the trade very comfortably.
Unfortunately, with just mana, crystal, and inventory here for arrest and a dark seal that isn't stacked, you know, the back favors the Cassante if he does end up getting to hit you with said Sheen, and in a melee range allows him to do just that. So over here on these grubs, we don't have the full rotation over. Pun is on his way, but with the priority here for Kingen, this is going to be really difficult for Team Vietnam to fight, especially you miss that stun.
Yep. Satchel, Jiwoo, you need to be careful, okay? You listen to Ox, he says you don't just throw that out willy-nilly, but now with the Hextech Minefield, it's going to be difficult for Vietnam to make their way in. Drakthar just going to be walking on those water balloons. Sylvie taking the first one of these grubs as Fisher going to get pushed away. Another hook going to connect here from Lehens. This one much better as there's another Satchel, and the AoE is massive. Fisher is going to join the fight. Doesn't find the ulti, but they still get 2 kills as the top side is getting eliminated here, and the LCK team really coming out on top in this first skirmish.
Yeah, I think Team Vietnam is looking at this situation saying we're not set up. You know, Pun is slowly making his way over, does eventually get there. The zoning here from Jiwoo is great. Look at the bombs there on the ground, making it difficult to enter here as arrest. Waits for them to expire before he goes in. Everybody's way too late here, and also a perfect flank angle for Fisher. And I think Team Vietnam knew this was not an optimistic fight angle to take, but they are already grouped, so they weren't going to be able to make a cross map, and they were like, I really want Ziggs to have as little grubs as possible in this game because it's so incredibly strong for how quickly he could take turrets and plates off the map. So they just ended up hard committing there, but it was a really, I mean, anyone could see that was not going to be an ideal scenario to fight in. They tried it anyways, and it didn't work. And this is kind of the Team Vietnam weakness so far here in KeSPA Cup has been good macro reads. When it comes down to forced fights, though, they just aren't really able to hit the mark. And this time it was just a decision-making error, I think, more than anything else. I don't think they could have, like, out-hands that fight. Nongshim just kind of was already sitting at checkmate on the objective.
And now it's like, it's even worse, right, Wolf? Because an Udyr doesn't get better. Udyr's job is to be good early. Yes. And now Pun is not good early and just will not be good for the remainder of the game. So he's like a walking control ward for the rest of this one. For all intents and purposes, like when you are being doubled in CS by a Cassante who's aging like a fine wine alongside you, who's unfortunately aging like milk. Great sidestep there on the charm for Fisher, although Arrest still able to get a decent amount of Foxfire damage down. Fisher missing a couple of abilities there, but still going to be a good trade. Yeah, this is bad news. So Drakthar going to move up, spotted on this ward that is just going to dissipate.
That's so lucky for Fisher.
Yeah.
that ward actually expired like right after it saw him, and he's going to play patiently. They know about the ward now, obviously seeing the expiration, but not going to be a disaster or anything like that. I kind of feel like Udyr basically becomes a secondary support in these types of games because he still does have that stun button. He can still kind of clear vision when he picks up a trinket later, the red sweeper. He'll be able to do some stuff like that. But yeah, like you say, never really going to be a side lane threat. I mean, that might be all he is if like no one's around, like he can hit a turret and do a little bit of damage to it, but that's kind of the end of the story. So Nongshim get 3 grubs. They get first Drake here, and that's because Drakthar wanted to make that top side play and unfortunately was spotted, so he's unsuccessful there. No one's on the bottom side except this glorified ward, Udyr. So he's also going to be giving potential plate gold over to this Fed King. I don't even want to say Fed Kingen, but Kingen who's like...
you can say Fed Kingen. You can definitely. I think you can definitely say that.
I mean, it's like he's 0-0 and 2, but he's quite large. And if you compare him to the Udyr, yeah, we could definitely say like he's well fed. He ate gourmet.
Yeah. And I think a Cassante sitting at 0-0-0 with a really good CS number, that's fed, in my opinion. Like, that's still too much power for this champion that is relatively overloaded, even after, repeated changes and nerfs. He's still feeling very, very scary, especially on this patch. I feel like we've had the re-rise of the Azir and the Cassante as we look to move into preseason, where everything is just going to be completely irrelevant. But in our microclasm of KeSPA Cup, those two really seem to have come back to the forefront, which really suits Kingen, because I think as far as vibes are concerned, this is a really good game, and he's like the OG vibes player, right?
Sure.
Like, if he's feeling it, it's a very different story to the Kingen that we can see throughout the other games in the year.
Being fed, first item that's completed on the Rift is the Luden's Companion here for Jiwoo. So he skipped the tier, right? And that's going to give him the ability to build this very quickly. He has a kill, 3 assists, picked up some plate gold earlier. So right now, Jiwoo is like the strongest person and the highest impact individual player in terms of gold efficiency and items. And, when you're this far ahead on Ziggs this early, it means every single Q you hit is so relevant, so much faster than had you built a tier, than had you been looking for the Seraphs. Like we saw Seraphs, Leandries, that's not what you want. This is exactly where you want to be. And the questions I had about, like, will this Ziggs be enough damage in team fights later on if we were in an even game state is kind of answered, because we're not in an even game state. We're in an extremely Nongshim's favored game state.
And also, like, there is no true tank, right? I know Udyr builds or likes to build tank items. Oh, the Encore. Going to get flashed there by Jiwoo. I actually think he could have done the walk strategy. Just a little bit left and he would have been okay, but not leaving it up to chance there is Jiwoo just going to use the Summoner spell to make sure that engage doesn't work. So now Arrow and Encore on cooldown.
And two of the big threats of potentially getting picked here while you have two members on Grubs are gone, as Taki's in trouble.
Taki's just dead. He just explodes. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down, and now Drakthar is going to be burning, but does get the flash out. See whether he is going to be okay as he is behind enemy lines. Kingen still looking for him as Sylvie and Fish are moving back towards his top side. 6 Grubs in hand. 1-3-1 composition with the Ziggs and 6 Grubs. Welcome to pain, Vietnam. That's just not a whole lot of fun dealing with this, sort of everything that they'd want, as now the all-out coming through here from Kingen. Looking to find it, but Pun is going to be able to run real fast. Presses Ghost, and everything's fine.
I'll watch this one more time. Here in the mid lane.
Okay, so Arrow
gets blocked by Lehens, who then buffers it perfectly and avoids the Encore.
That is actually
like Lehens is a god.
Insanity.
Like, nobody died in that moment, but we still replayed it because we had to show everyone how good Lehens is in Nihilus. And then going in here it just doesn't make sense because, like, yeah, there's 2 members of Nongshim on Grubs right now. Like, the jungle and mid are both doing them, but you actually just used all of your lockdown and CC, and you're so far away from the Ashe. Like, Pudden was still clearing the mid wave. That one just didn't make any sense, unfortunately. And Team Vietnam, when they won against T1, they were in so much control, right? They had the perfect strategy. They
had a great draft as well around what they were trying to do. This feels like they were thinking about what to put top lane, and then it was like, I guess Udyr.
That's the one part of the draft.
That's not it.
Yeah, that's the one part of the draft that really didn't hit for me. The rest of the draft, I feel like you've got really nice pick opportunities.
We have seen drafts like this work.
And, like, they almost got the pick there, but Lehens is a god, right? And, Jiwoo still had flash. So maybe he just flashed and it doesn't matter. But those are the types of things that this comp can do, but they didn't do in that last scenario. And every time they fish and miss, Nongshim gets stronger and stronger. And look at this. I mean, Fisher's just taking out plate gold topside. They're sitting on 6 Grubs for a Yone, a Ziggs. And it just gets worse and worse from here.
Yeah, I mean, even Kingen is going to be a split push threat on this Cassante. Already does have his Frozen Fist built up, so there's a little bit of, Sheen proc damage onto those turrets as well. And with 6 Grubs, who cares what kind of items you have? You're still going to be able to tear through them. So as long as Kingen has control, he's going to be very scary. Q going to land once again. As, Kingen is just able to do whatever the heck he wants. Pun is going to just lose this war over and over again. Currently 50 CS down, as we can see. And Vietnam, like, where are the answers? Where is the way back in? I just cannot see it. I can't see the door.
The only way back in is to consistently land arrow charm, encore, that type of thing against people who are out of position or overextended. So maybe you're hoping we get the Lehend special, bad version, bad ending for Lehends. And maybe you kill Nahus a few times, suddenly Ash has a few kills, then you confront a back team fight. Because as it is now, Nongshim, look at how much vision they're clearing here. Look at how much deep warding they can set up. They see all of your approaches, so all your picks become known. Like, your attempted picks will be seen so far away. It's so easy for Nongshim to react. Even Jiwoo here, this far up, is relatively safe.
No flash, so Puddin was thinking about a potential arrow opportunity. I think our observers were also bearing that one in mind. As Dragon is up and available, there is no Chemtech Soul to start the day. Out of our obscene amount of Chemtech Souls that we've had, Anchor going to go wide. As Rift Herald here started up, Mega Inferno Bomb going wide, but they still get the flash out because that depth charge needs to be respected. Another arrow going to connect. A 3-man encore this time. That's so much more powerful. But now Kingen getting into the backline. Fisher there alongside him. They've taken down the Hens, but is that going to be enough? That's the question. Great little knock up here from Fisher, but Puddin is still alive. And now Kingen trying to dash away. This is the resets we were talking about. And as soon as we start saying the eulogy, Vietnam just win a team fight.
This is why I like Vietnam's draft more, actually. Like, watching this type of fight where they have the Ashe slows offering so much peel. Udyr, even this far behind, is pretty sticky. Like, it's really difficult to get away from him. He's got that stun. He's got that burn damage he's been putting on top of him. But look, he's sitting on the steel caps, some armor, and, like, a tier and a crystal. Like, he doesn't even have an item. He's like, completely irrelevant in terms of, like, gold. But he's still able to actually make things happen here. So Lehend's also, like I said, this is, potentially bad ending. Goes in, uses his ultimate here, and it gets nothing, and then they're caught by the extension of this encore. Look at Pun. He's just like, I'm in here. I got Lehend's. Oh, I'm on top of Kingen. I'm on top of Fisher. Like, he's just adding so much extra burn damage here. And look at the backline. Puddin goes low, but he actually could slow, and Kingen can't continue to chase, and he's caught by a charm. It's so hard to get away from this Vietnamese composition, and it's also not easy to actually stop those chasing members because you just don't have the DPS to burn them down. Like, especially at this stage before Leandries is done for Jiu and he's just sitting on burst damage, he just isn't going to be able to do it on his own while they're chasing down those slow, tanky members. So, like, this is the hope for Vietnam. They're going to need a few more fights like that, but you could see how this composition does play very well into Nongshim's when Nongshim actually overextends or gets caught in those types of situations. If it was an even game set, I feel like it would be pretty good for them too. But from behind, they can still win if Nongshim kind of botched those.
Yeah, and Nongshim definitely did botch it in a very large way. So hopefully they can get themselves together if we're going to see a more competitive team fight, let's just say. As Pun running around, does have that ghost popped already. Will be Nongshim picking up the dragon. Ocean doesn't really make us too excited about how cool this dragon's going to be. Still, Nongshim with the 6 scrubs, going to be able to take down this turret with the help of the... Okay, Ooh. That is a great flash. The Encore going to connect onto 2. Fisher in so much trouble. We're going to try and ult his way out, but it's not going to work.
What a play from Taki!
This guy is real good.
And I think the way they sold that, too, they were like, oh, yeah, no, we're done. The arrow hit, but there's no follow-up. And then Taki's just coming in there. He's got the extension. He has the flash ult. And that's a charge into the mid-turret, and RS is going in.
Yep, finds the charm there onto Sylvie as he does flash away. Mega Inferno Bomb this time is going to get a little bit of damage, but you can see they focus down the turret, and they manage to take that one out. Lehend's, I don't know whether he really wants it, but Kingen is making his way in. Druktha almost goes down, but is going to survive yet again, and now Kingen is in the thick of it. And once again, they limp away. The target selection here from Nongshim just isn't it. And then Sylvie going to face check as Drakthar has got his health back again.
You can't trickle in one by one with these melees into this much peel. It's Udyr, it's Seraphine. I mean, it's just a disaster here. This Mega Bomb not going to really do anything either, only hitting Drakthar. If he aimed it further back, could have done a lot more. Watch Kingen in this fight as well after Lehend's goes down. Like, Jiu can't do anything. He's 6. He's like, I queued. That's it. I'm not an 80 carry. And Kingen is just charmed, slowed, burned to death as Drakthar is looking for more. He's like, I'm on Raptors, man. Kingen's dead. You guys don't even need my help. And it's just so hard for these melees to get in and actually get on top of Puddin. As Puddin gets stronger and stronger, this becomes a bigger and bigger issue here. RS is also going to have Leandries relatively soon, which is going to give him some more burn damage onto these frontline tanks in these extended fights. And he's kind of a peel bot in this now. Like, he's like, I charm, I set up some extra damage. I'm just trying to keep some distance between those frontliners and my Ashe. And, each and every time Nongshim get caught like this, the chances of comeback here for Vietnam get a little bit more real. I still feel like Nongshim's in a pretty good spot in this game. They have a lot of control. They're 2 Drakes up. They still have those 6 grubs for this Ziggs that will just blow up those inners if he gets just a second alone with them. But if they lose every fight and every scrappy engage they probably shouldn't be forcing, then Vietnam have a way back in for sure. And I'm starting to get a little bit more optimistic here, little by little.
Yeah, I mean, the game is even, and it has no right to be. Like, Nongshim, it's like back-to-back throws. They needed 2 in order to make this game even, and success. You've thrown twice, and now the game is well and truly anyone's to take. As King now looking for a bit of a flank angle. Already, like, you can see that there is 1 turret to 3 as well. Standing gold on this map, well and truly there. So Vietnam, they take 1 more turret, and they actually have a gold lead.
Uh-oh, don't do it again, Nongshim. Don't overextend.
Sylvie is looking for Drakthar. They do manage to get the knock up there. Taking him down first is a big deal. Is now put him down to 50%. That Mega Inferno Bomb, much more powerful. But it is not going to be all that consequential, as we can see Pun moving towards his top side. Able to clear out these waves very quickly.
I mean, like I said, he kind of side lanes if he's given a million years. You put this guy over there, he clears fairly quickly.
He side lanes as long as nobody on Nongshim is side laning.
Exactly. But if Nongshim just kind of group like this and fail to grab the inner, then he does actually end up getting some extra time alone there. He can get away from Kingin. What I'd like to see Nongshim do in this situation, instead of going for a party bush with this composition and looking for a pick, is actually just bomb the minion wave and just hard push the turret. Like, if you're going to group like that, just kill the turret. You don't need to kill the champions. There's not that much wave clear here, especially when Udyr's off on a side like that for the side of Team Vietnam. If Taki's not there either, like, you can sometimes just shove in and get some of those empowered autos off for Jiwoo and really start to take those turrets off the map. Instead of trying to fish for picks. So fish for those when you're faster on the dragon. Like in 1 minute's time when you're set up in those brushes and there's no vision for Team Vietnam like you have set up here, that's when you make that kind of call.
Well, right now we've got a decent amount of items being put together here for Sylvie as well. He's managed to get the Zeeks as well as his Hollow Radiance, which is kind of interesting. Don't see that as a first big item purchased all that often. As now Drakthar. This guy has been so pivotal for this Vietnamese roster. Is Viego was really good last time around as well, even though they weren't able to pick up the victory. And we'll just have to see whether he is going to be the problem continuing throughout this game. Because if they just kill Viego before the fight starts, then Vietnam's power level goes so far down. They rely on these resets a lot. As Sylvie going to pick up the arrow here. Drakthar is going to find him. Smites go in, as there's the Heartbreaker. The Encore is there. I mean, Sylvie's pretty tanky, but the rest of the team, there's no follow-up. Fisher finally comes in. But yeah, what are you going to do? It's going to be Kingin splitting towards the top side of the map. The Dragon is going to spawn as Vietnam going to stop the stacking here of Nongshim. Pun trying to make his way in. A teleport is available, and Kingin is going to make his way through. No smite up here for the Nongshim roster, and so Drakthar, he can walk over whenever he would like. Fisher able to go back to his soul, so he's going to be okay for now. Taki getting poked out over and over again. That's going to be the Drake secured. Can they win the fight, though? That is the question. It's Kingin just taking way too much damage, but will we be able to get out the 3-man ulti? And then the 3-man knockup from Fisher. He's saving it for Nongshim. Oh my goodness, what a monster, that's all they needed.
He literally just saved the game. I actually think if they lose that fight, if he doesn't set that up, the game is over. He actually just saved the game. Because you look at this fight, it is so favored to Team Vietnam. RS has made his way down here. Dragon goes over. Kingin is getting slowed. He can't close the gap here. There's just way too much peel for Pudden. And then this play here, the triple, and then the Q3 to hit Pudden and takes him out when he rebinds Soul, literally saves the game. He actually just did it. Like, that might be the biggest individual play we've seen this entire tournament. Great job, Fisher. And now they're going to turn this into a Baron.
Yeah, that was 100% game-winning. But Drakthar, he is trying to answer it. The arrow going to connect onto the jungler. Great knock-up here from Fisher to make sure they know exactly where this jungler is. Pun, I don't know about that one, as he's going to get stunned up, smacked into the wall, and taken down. Now Arrest taking so much damage as well as Nongshim back onto the Baron. Kingin just trying to play bouncer. Fisher now going to join him. That charm was phenomenal as Fisher is going to fall. They do get the Q knock-up as now Kingin was just trying to buy space. The rest of the team, honestly, they back off the Baron, and that was a disaster.
When we got into this game and Nongshim had their lead and the Udyr was getting trashed on, I started to feel like I was a clown because I said I really liked Team Vietnamese, the Team Vietnam draft way more. Because I was like, look, I mean, there's just no consistent damage here. Everyone's too melee into this Ashe. There's so much peel. And then like my original theory has just kind of been proven true in a lot of these extended fights. Like it's going to be Baron going over here. Sylvie can't get anywhere near. Lehens isn't going to be able to do anything here. And Team Vietnam are back in the driver's seat after what seemed like a safe Baron take was actually punished by Team Vietnam. I actually thought Nongshim kind of had it. But again, the damage output, the consistent long-term damage output isn't really there. And then there's a fast rotation over. The teleport comes through. And Pun sacrifices himself here in order to get the rest of the team over. Then Takis shows up. And, like, going over the wall here as Nongshim is something you kind of have to do.
I mean, no, you don't. You absolutely don't. Like, and I thought your conclusion was going to be that actually the drafts are irrelevant. Because if you're just going to mess it up this hard,
I think if
it doesn't matter what champions you're playing.
If you go over the wall, though, you have to drop Baron aggro and push them away. Like, you have to go, if you're going to go in and push them off like that, you got to drop the Baron aggro and be like, okay, we're going to win this fight together.
Like all in or
but
don't.
they kind of like held Baron aggro by putting their melees into the biggest peel composition we've ever seen and just sent their melees out to die. And then they're like, well, we're still getting Baron. Like, it's like, I get it. Go in with Kingen and Fisher, but do it coordinated. Do it together. Don't just kind of split them off. Because otherwise, if you just hold Baron there, then Team Vietnam close in on you, and you might lose all your members, even if you do secure the Baron. So you probably should have just backed away or all-in better on pushing through, but they weren't set up to do so. I don't know, it was very sloppy the way they transitioned there, but a very quick rotation from Team Vietnam, and it's the Udyr who shows up first with the teleport with, like, no items, no gold. And he's like, all right, I'm just going to buy some time. My team's coming. Yeah. And it's, like, not even about it could have been almost any champion, to be honest, in this situation, but he's still making it work despite the situation, so it's crazy.
I think it's, like, I don't know. Nongshim, yes, this is a new roster, right? And they're still trying to figure it out, get themselves together, find that coordination, and we shouldn't be too hard on them. But I mean, these are some pretty hefty mistakes.
Yeah.
That they are making here. I mean, it just feels like they almost get lazy. Like when they get these advantages and they're not respecting Vietnam as much as they should after, like, it's 3 times where they've been held accountable by this squad.
It's a 3-0-6-6 who was accelerated early. He's about to have death cap on 3 items, but he's just not able to actually really make a huge impact here because he's not set up, because they're taking these fights in such a risky and sloppy and uncoordinated way. And you watch, like, Fisher save the game, because earlier I think if Vietnam wins that fight, this game is probably unplayable for Nongshim. He saved the game, but he didn't win the game for them, but he brought them back in, and then they go to a sloppy Baron, and, like, his efforts are in vain, you know?
Yeah, I mean, then he throws his life away.
Yeah, goes over the wall alone with Kingen.
It sort of, like, all bounces back the other direction. And so now we're back to even, basically. It's 1,000 gold. Doesn't mean all that much as the arrow is going to connect onto Lehens. I don't think Lehens is going to be too worried about that. Able to utilize the dredge line as now Nongshim looking to try and back away. It is 1 cooldown that they've managed to get as Fisher here towards his top side. That's why they don't want to go for an engage, is they have this Yone here, able to get this bit of extra money from this inner turret and keep the pressure on. That's what they need to do. Smoke and mirrors is exactly how this composition is supposed to function.
I feel like 1-3-1 is the name of the game here for Nongshim. The fact that they have a 2-dragon lead here buys them some time. Like, if Vietnam win this dragon fight or just take this dragon, you're feeling okay about it. But if you mess up the fight, Nongshim...
Oh, Fisher, he's in a little bit of an awkward spot, actually having to use that Fate Sealed in order to get himself out of there. That's an ultimate that he won't be able to use to save the game again.
Yeah, he doesn't have teleport either, and he's backing right now. I mean, I think this is the right call to just give this dragon.
Infinity Edge was available.
If you lose this dragon fight, losing the dragon, not a big deal. You lose the fight, though, you're likely to just give too much control over to Team Vietnam. Because once Udyr starts putting that deep vision in and clearing out all your wards, and then you can't walk into a comp that has insane pick with the Ashe Arrow, Seraphine, Ahri, etc. You're just never going to get it back. So walking away and saying, you know what, we actually have 2 dragons, they can have 2. Let's just play around. Potential split push win condition, play around our grubs. All we need to do is win a fight on our terms, and then Ziggs just marches down the mid lane, and it's kind of done so, right? Like, but if you throw that fight there without your Yone having ult, without him having his IE, that's not how you're going to win the game. So finally some restraint here from Nongshim. I think starting to realize their potential mortality in this game.
Like realizing, oh, wait, maybe we have to play our composition the way it's supposed to work.
Yeah.
Instead of just putting our face into the enemies.
It's not a team fight comp that just out team fights Vietnam when they don't have setup. Like, if Vietnam is way better setup than you, you just can't hard force it. It just doesn't work that way.
Yep. So Sylvie going to be at least spotting out, seeing what's going on here around this side of the map. As the dust settles, nothing in it. Two dragons apiece. The 6 grub's going to be important here for Nongshim, but you can see 4 turrets to 3, and the gold neck and neck. Just entirely even. One of the biggest things is the fact that Fisher has managed to complete that Infinity Edge, so 3-item spike now done for the Yone, and that ultimate is just ticking back up now. So a theoretical teamfight possibility is going to be there with that item spike, but I just think they should hold him in a side lane and continue just playing the map, letting Jiwoo clear out waves over and over again in mid, get King in to hold in bottom side, and then put the pressure on around this Yone.
That's exactly what I want to see. Like, I want to see Fisher continue to try to trade like this aggressively, go in, try to get on top of this inhibitor turret.
Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
See, like, he wins that, and then you have this hard-pushing Ziggs setup, the 3-man in the mid lane, and Cassante holds his own against Pun. Like, this is how this should be played. Don't hard-force team fights. Just use your wave clear and your big Ziggs damage, your big grub damage on these structures. Fight the structures, not the champions. Don't team fight. Don't 5v5. And when they come to chase you down, just walk away.
Yep, and as soon as you pull the Ahri away, then this team composition becomes way, way less scary. When you remove one of those resets, as the arrow is going to come in once again. Big stun is going to connect. Great encore actually lands onto Jiwoo into that backline. The Glacial Prison buying so much space now as Fisher waiting for his time, biding. As you can see, Nongshim, they're happy just to back away from this one. A much different look here in this fight. A lot more respect given over to Vietnam, but even the volley's starting to hurt here as Nongshim just trying to hold on to this mid wave as best they can. A teleport flank angle available for Fisher as he is going back to base now. A possible angle for Vietnam to go for something once again.
TP.
And now that teleport is coming through, so Fisher picking up an extra item, now coming back in, looking for this fight angle. There is vision. Knock up, not going to land. The ulti goes wide as well. He's going to have to go back to his soul, and that is so much danger now mitigated by Vietnam. They can press forward now as Kingin looking to try and escape, but he's not going to be able to do so. And now the resets come through. There's the charm. And Nongshim just caught team fighting once again.
Yeah, I just don't think they can ever beat this team in a 5v5 unless Pudden gets caught. Nice try, Fisher, but he missed. He didn't hit it. It's a good flash from Pudden, and that's it. That's the team fight. That's the Baron. And I think, Atlas, that is the game. I don't see any way back in this for Nongshim now, because now they have to fight. They didn't have to fight some of these fights they decided to fight, but now they will have to fight to get their way back into the game. And watch this Fisher angle. Like, everything in this fight doesn't matter except Fisher. Watch Fisher. He's top right. He's coming in. Pun takes half of his health bar damage. Flashes the ult. Fight's over. It's over. Watch Pun just sit in 5 people and not give a damn about anything. He's like, okay, you can't kill me. You're getting slowed. We have a front line. Viego's in the front line. Pun's got slows. No one's getting away. Literally, you're not getting out of here. You can never escape from this Team Vietnam composition. Teleport in to secure that nobody goes home unless they're in a body bag. And that's GG, I think, in this one.
I don't think they're going to be able to make their way back. In Nongshim, too many overextensions, too many cocky fights. And it's a bit sad because I felt like they had this one in the bag. I felt like they were playing the early game very well. And then,
You just can't. I think this comp is horrible at team fighting into what Team Vietnam have.
Yeah.
Which is why they probably shouldn't be trying to continue hard for. I feel like we're like beating the dead horse on this one, but it's a real big disappointment for what the potential of this draft was with the lead that they had.
Yeah, well, Kingin in a bit of trouble here, mitigates some of the CC, is now Pun. He's starting to become a problem. The all-out does come on through. They do try and put some focus onto this Udyr. He will go down, as now it might be Vietnam's turn to go a little bit overexcited, a little bit more enthusiastic than they probably should.
Well, Nongshim, remember, there's no Baron there. Like,
yeah.
Okay, you guys can go take Dragon. We'll take. Wait, no, you guys already have Baron. So even 4v5 here, they're just not confident they can actually get on top of Pudden, who, by the way, is sitting on 3 items. Is about to have his next. The IE is going to be big damage for him. You can see Kingin is chain CC'd here. Then they go a little bit deep on this one. It's a really nice turnaround and a really great all-out here from Kingin. And then Sylvie actually gets the Arctic Assault to actually lock him down. The bomb there from Gio also both adds damage in, but zones everyone else away. That was a beautiful bomb from him. And they end up getting the kill, but again, all their cooldowns down then, and they can't stop the Dragon. So Team Vietnam, with this composition that's not that tanky, triple Ocean Dragon, not actually really relevant, to be honest, for them. I don't feel like it really helps them all too much.
Yeah, I mean, Jiwoo does have like a little bit of poke, but yeah, you're exactly right. There is, it's a lot of beefcakes here on Nongshim's side, so if they're going to fight, it's generally to the death.
Like if Team Vietnam had 3 Chemtech dragons with like the shields from the Seraphina and the Moonstone Renewer and stuff,
yeah,
I'd be like, oh,
sick.
that's massive. Like they have the redemption as well, but it really doesn't matter that they get this dragon. I think Nongshim are aware of it. Nongshim have also really slowed down this Baron. I mean, it hasn't really accomplished all too much here. So, I mean, there's some big wins in slowing this game down.
So the Rebel Baron power play, if it was sponsored by Rebel, I need to stop saying that, is 150 gold, which is nothing. And so we were thinking that maybe Vietnam would be able to win, but now because they had that little pick in the mid lane, it kind of meant that nothing really works. Plus, like, sieging in... Oh, no, Fisher. He's going to get hit. Immediately does QSS that.
I just think, like
Fisher, he's so important to this composition. If he's doing nothing, it's doomed.
He's the only one who can kill Ashe. Like, you know, basically it's Jiwoo bombs Ashe, and then Fisher kills Ashe. Like, if Pudden lives, and they have this Udyr frontline, like, I don't think they can ever win a team fight, so...
Ooh, nice little cue back there as once again Pudden going to get thrown around like a ragdoll. They will be able to pick him up. The encore is decent, though, as we can see. Glacial Prison going to stop Taki from doing anything else is now Arrest just dancing around this team fight, dashing back his king and trying to keep himself alive. Oh, the hook is going to connect there onto Drakthar. Such an important target as Fisher gets onto Pudden. And once again, it's just a single pick, and Nongshim will get away.
They get away, but like they get the kill onto Udyr, but like Team Vietnam's like, that's exactly our plan. When the teleport comes through from Arrest and he starts putting in all that extra Liandry's damage, he's just sending his abilities through Nongshim, and then, you know, Jiwoo can add some extra damage in with his Qs, but the damage output just isn't consistent, I wouldn't say. And he never did end up building that Liandry's, by the way, which I don't normally like when you go Companion plus Liandry's, but I think it's pretty necessary into the draft here of Team Vietnam. But he's hoping he's going to burst down Pudden. But
yeah, I think once Void stuff happens, I think you're kind of okay with it. Void stuff, Rabadons, you're going to get through whatever you want to get through. But you're right, I think with some burn, it would also give them some ability to do damage to Baron. As speaking of damage, Lan's going to take a fair bit of it here, as the charm means that he just explodes. Just can't be there without any teammates.
I'm starting to just really feel like regardless of like, I just like cover all the items, I cover the goal. I'm like, this Nongshim just can't do it, man. They just can't do it.
I mean, I don't even know. I don't know whether Vietnam can do it either, though, Wolf. Like, this is the problem, is that, like, I was expecting after that Baron that this would be, you know, a problematic scenario, but it's sort of just evened out once again. Maybe we need an Elder before this one is ever going to reach any sort of conclusion. And so maybe Nongshim gets the next dragon, then we fight for the next one after that. We might have some sort of answer for you guys in about 15 minutes.
I think the Elder is like exactly what Nongshim needs to actually finish off Pudden. And they can kill, obviously, Pun a little bit faster if they have that execute there. Maybe he's not able to escape with a sliver of health or buy so much time while everyone else is actually eating that burn damage from the Elder when Jiwoo drops his bomb, for example. Like, I do think that could be like the extra little oomph that Nongshim needs to actually win these fights. Because just traditionally in these front-to-back fights, like, there is not really an element of front-to-back. It's kill, Ashe, or lose fight. And killing Udyr, they've done it 6 times. It has resulted in usually a loss in the fight, or best case scenario, like they walk away with like 1/3 of their health bars, and they're like, well, we got the Udyr.
It's truly Scion-style gaming, isn't it? It's just throw your life away, hope to buy enough time for there to be some resets for Drakthar and Arrest in these fights.
It's been successful overall.
Yeah, it's kind of working. Baron has respawned, as there's a lot of Vietnamese vision around this area, so they will be able to freely find their way in. Nongshim doing their best to clear it out. They have just started this one off immediately. Hawkshot giving the vision over there, as the arrow just barely going to miss Jiwoo with that sidestep was gorgeous. But still a whole lot in the tank here, as Pudden still throwing in that Hawkshot, keeping that vision available. Baron down to 50%. It's now Pudden getting in amongst it. Drakthar staying out of vision. So very important that the Viego stays alive here for the Baron and for the team fight. Is now Arrest dashing over the wall. Lahen's taking so much. The 3-man encore, but the Glacial Prison is going to be there in answer. They get on top of Pun, as there is no real space being bought here, as the ultimate not going to find too much there from Fisher, as Pun is actually surviving for so incredibly long. But where? Well, like, what are they actually getting for it? That's the answer. The Baron goes over to Nongshim, and this time they actually win a team fight.
Yeah. And I think a lot of this really just about the fact that everyone's starting to get a little bit tankier here. 3 items on this Cassante. And
Why is
GA
Lehen still alive, Wolf?
Yeah, I mean, that's another question that I don't really fully have the answer to, because it looked like he was definitely going to go down there. But I think part of it being that Glacial Prison that came through from Sylvie to block the fall up there from Drakthar. They are going to be able to take this dragon. The other thing, I think why Nongshim decided to, okay, this might be a little bit crazy, Team Vietnam. It's just an Ocean Dragon.
Oh, man. I think, like, Jiwoo dies.
Yeah, he does.
100% if that had have landed. He's got that Void Staff now completed, though, and he's doing so much. Like, even, look at that. The short fuse doing so much. Permafrost comes in. The Flash Sylvie is not allowing this guy to escape.
Well,
is that just game?
Yeah, why did they fight over the Ocean Dragon when they were down members and didn't have a group? I don't understand. What I was going to say is, like, for Nongshim, I think the reason why they went to the Baron initially there and tried to hard force it was they were like, oh, Vietnam just won't take this dragon because they don't want the Elder to spawn right now. And so we need to actually be proactive, and they were. Ziggs with nearly full build, sitting on an Oblivion Orb and 6 grubs, and his passive and his satchel charge means he can just basically go 100-0 on a turret.
Yeah.
He's not going to try to push the issue here with his team towards the inhibitor turrets because respawns are coming through. But that one inhibitor is going to be quite helpful as we move into the 7th dragon here in 4 minutes' time.
This gold lead, it's not been above 5K, but it's just been back and forth throughout this whole game. As you can see here, it's a 3,000 gold advantage for Fisher, but it's also a 3,500 gold advantage for Drakthar in the jungle. The bottom lane, dead even, basically, and 2 tanks on the top side of the map. I mean, Kingen was ahead before, and so I guess a bit of that is lingering.
The only items that really matter for me here are, like, GA, QSS.
Yep,
that's
a big one.
IE is done for Pudden's been done for a little while now. Those are the real items that actually make a difference in this game. Otherwise, it's just about like how these kits collide with each other. You know, like one more item completed for Pun.
Look at Lehenz's inventory, by the way.
Yeah, QSS, by the way.
Yeah, no, he might need that because he's getting targeted.
But like if Thornmail finishes for Pun, it like doesn't really change this game that much. It's really just about like how these fights get set up and whether or not they can kill Pun fast enough.
Oh, Sylvie just doesn't really take damage anymore, as we can see. And Vietnam, they have to be careful of the poke, especially the siege, as Jiwoo just needs to walk up and get that short fuse proc, and this turret is basically just dead. So they're trying to keep him away from it as best they can.
I mean,
Ziggs starting to move forward. I mean, this is just, yeah, it's just done. As Fisher pushing a wave in towards the mid lane. And this is what this composition is supposed to do. It's supposed to just play keep away so that Vietnam can't find the angle to actually get an engage. And that is finally working out here now that the money is starting to pile in.
Imagine if they had done this earlier. You know, things could have looked very different in the mid game, but we're finally there.
Yep. I feel like this game has gone 20 minutes longer than it should have, but it is still Nongshim that are able to get that push in. 2 inhibitors have now hit the ground. And Nongshim not wanting to go too far through because this could just be Vietnam marching back up after answering, you know, the Nongshim push if they overextend.
They have to
move. And then just winning the game.
They have to move together, too, because, like, if anybody gets caught by an arrow on the way out, like Kingen, scary moment there, then you just don't get away. Like, you're slowed, you're charmed again, you're rooted. Like, it's so difficult to actually escape. So they made a coordinated effort to group as 5, take out that second inhibitor, then back away together. Now they can look for that 7th dragon so that maybe we can finally get that Elder to spawn so they can finally end the game.
Yeah, I can't believe it actually happened.
But if they
did get the 6.
If they mess this up somehow, which is going to be incredibly hard to do, by the way. I mean, Nongshim has had some impressive throws
is that
and
a
fights.
Challenge, Wolf?
Because they have had some impressive ones, but if you consider... and the fact that Arya did this much damage is really just a testament to how high value Leandri's is in this game.
True.
If you consider the double super minion waves coming through, the fact that it's going to be so difficult for Team Vietnam to actually get to this dragon. And this dragon isn't the important one, by the way. So they could actually kind of just use this dragon as inhibitor respawn time. That's probably what I'd do here. Those are the things that you could think about right now, because the Elder's the big one, but getting to that Elder first is going to be started, and they're actually trying to fight this. Drakthar's on a flank.
Yeah,
I'd say just
sneaking around.
Just let it go. Let that Ocean Soul go.
Maybe they're looking for a teamfight angle on their terms, you know, trying to find that pick, get something to happen as Fisher. A little bit of trouble here. Gets slowed down momentarily.
Have we learned? I remember a fight 20 minutes ago at this position.
Yeah, it's like, who has learned the most is really the question here. Is Fisher
not
now with
me.
a GA and a QSS? He's feeling a little bit more safe. And yeah, I haven't learned anything either, Wolf. Like, I feel like this is still a 50-50. And like, whoever wins this next fight, do they even win the game? I mean, they should. It's 45 minutes in.
If Nongshim do, they definitely win. If Vietnam do, I'm not sure. Depends on how hard they win it.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, the Dragon's up in 5 seconds' time. Is that even going to be a thing that's worth talking about? I'm not entirely sure. As now Pun going to make his way in. Arrow going to be soaked here by King, and he's able to soak a lot, in fact, as he's so incredibly tanky. The permafrost not actually even going to be used on Pun because they realize that he's not exactly a target they really care about. It's, oh my god, the Mega Inferno Bomb is so big. That is going to be a Quadra Ocean Drake, Ocean Soul picked up here for Vietnam, but are they going to be able to win the fight? That's the question as Arrest dancing away from King and actually able to pick it up with just the end of the Orb of Deception, but it's now Fisher's turn to be a monster as Drakthar burning down. There's a satchel kill from Jiwoo. And I think that even though they're able to take down Kingin, Nongshim are just going to win the game because that's a teleport in from Fisher on top of these Nexus turrets. And there are inhibitors going down left, right, and center. That teleport was really weird. Don't quite know what was going on there as Pun's going to make it back to his turret. But I think it's probably just to watch them fall down.
Yeah, there's 2 super minions here in this top wave stacked up, and there's a Ziggs here. I don't think they defend this one.
Oh god, what a weird game.
Get me out.
Yeah, I don't feel good. I don't feel bad. I feel confused, but I don't know whether I liked it. The Nexus is going to go down. Nongshim is going to pick up their first win here of the KeSPA Cup. And if you watch the first...
like, I'm out!
Yeah, no, fair enough too. And Sylvie, grin on his face. Fisher still feeling okay, as you can see. He had the greatest moment of the game and probably the worst moment of the game as well. It is beautiful. The dichotomy of Fisher really demonstrated on every front. And Kingin is just bemused.
I feel like there are almost no winners in that first game.
Was it us?
It's not.
Oh, no?
Well, maybe it is for you. It's up to your own interpretation.
Maybe it's the people looking at the Ziggs damage number right now. Maybe they're the real winners.
I actually thought for sure around like 12, 13 minutes, I'm like, there is no way Nongshim lose this game. And then around like 25 minutes, I was like, there is no way Team Vietnam loses this game. Yeah, no,
me too. I was 100% sure twice. And then the other team won. It's really weird.
I just don't... there are a lot of decisions that were made this game that I really don't fully... I can't get behind. Like, fighting for that Ocean Soul. I get it. Ocean Soul is valuable, especially when you have these insanely tanky frontline champions that will just continue to attack people and then get that heal. Breaking through that as the Ashe will be a little bit tougher, but you just never had an angle there. I don't think you had an angle. You had to wait for those inhibitors to respawn to then be able to actually fight for Elder. I don't know.
It was just...
I said this group was the higher level group, but I think maybe some of the emotions that the players were going through in this one, a match that's very important for both of them, meant that the brain wasn't ticking as quickly as it normally is. I don't know. I'm ready for game 2.
I am too, and game 2 should theoretically be a little bit different. Humble Life eSports versus Gen.G, a rematch of the LCK Summer Final. That was an absolute banger. We do have a lot of those players participating here in this match as well. So this one should be a little bit different. Let's just say different. You never know. Maybe they'll just have a whole lot of fun. It's time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, we'll hopefully have recovered from what we just witnessed, and we've got game number 2 right around the corner. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the KeSPA Cup, sponsored by SK Telecom, CAS, Logitech, Sigigic, which I still cannot pronounce, and Powerful X. I'm going to let you just do that one. I'll pause on that one, and we'll get into it. So, welcome back. It is time for game number 2. We're going to try our very best to put that first game behind us. I don't think anyone needs to reminisce on it. No one needs to think about it again, and it will not bother us anymore. It cannot hurt us, in other words. However, it can help Nongshim, because now they have a victory.
That's right. So Nongshim and Team Vietnam are both sitting at 1 and 2, still towards the bottom half of the standings, but really huge for Nongshim. They need as many wins as possible today. If they can win all of their games today, then it puts them at a really good chance actually of getting out of the group. I mean, almost guarantees, frankly, that they'll get out of the group. But winning this one against Vietnam, arguably their weakest opponent of the day, is definitely a big deal because they almost lost that game. Similarly to T1, who did, in fact, lose their game after having some control over Vietnam in the mid-game. So we'll see what happens as the rest of the group does unfold. Our next matchup, of course, being that big one between our LCK finalists.
Exactly. This is a big one. Of course, Humble Life eSports taking on Gen.G. Gen.G, at the moment, undefeated. Humble Life eSports only suffering 1 loss so far this tournament, actually looking very, very strong. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this one's going to go.
This would be the time to play Chovy, I would say. You know, Zeka's on the other side.
Ooh.
Maybe this is where you need to pull out the big guns.
Maybe we can check out some rosters pretty soon and have some confirmation as to exactly who's going to be playing here today, because I'm not actually sure. It's going to be a surprise to me too, but it's going to be Chemish. It's not going to be Chovy. Only Vietnam has the honor of facing off against Chovy in this tournament thus far. But it's the same Humble Life eSports roster that we saw last time around. Rooster, Grizzly, Zeka, Viper, Delight. And Rooster and Grizzly are good players as well. So that's why this team is so scary. But Gen.G, Chemish and About, I think, have been far more impressive than I was expecting, to be honest. And, you know, Keen Canyon Duro, Keen and Canyon especially, very, very powerful. That top jungle combo has been really difficult for other teams to deal with.
I wonder what the predictions are going to look like here because, you know, there's no Chovy.
Gen.G 83%.
I think Gen.G is a more popular team here in Korea and obviously have had a lot more success over the last 3 years. But at the same time, you know, it's no Chovy. It's Humble Life who did win the LCK. And even though it's not their full roster, we'll see what it looks like. I think it might be closer to like 60-40 Gen.G.
We'll see. We'll see. You're right. I think that Humble Life eSports definitely getting lots and lots of more fans ever since their victory in the LCK in summer. But also, I just feel like the org has been putting a lot more effort into, you know, making sure that their players getting out there as much as possible. A lot of the content getting a whole lot better. So that is certainly good. Big smile on Delight's face. That is great to see. I feel like Viper and Delight have just been fully vibing throughout this tournament so far. I think really treating it the way that it should be, right? Where it's about getting that practice, getting that stage experience in a tournament setting, and being able to just stay sharp moving towards the 2025 season.
Viper may want to tilt his camera down slightly. If for those of you who don't know, which is probably very few of you, Viper's actually quite tall. You know, he's not a short guy. But for some reason, we're basically only able to see at best like his nose. But at most of the time, it's like his bangs only when he's looking at the screen.
I don't think any of the players really care about the location of their camera, except for Delight, because he's like kind of perfectly centered. Like Delight's camera, nailing it. Rooster, top left. It's a little bit too.
Grizzly's
it's
decent.
Cutting off his forehead. Grizzly's kind of fine.
It's a little bit low. Like his forehead's a little high.
If you're at film school, like this is pretty good for like a relatively close-up shot. You know, you're supposed to cut off a bit of the top of the head, I guess. But like Zeka's only got one shoulder, according to what's going on here, and Viper is like slowly falling off the screen. So I think full marks goes to Delight, then Grizzly pretty close second.
Maybe this should be our little new mini game. To see like how good the camera frames are for every player. I'm gonna bet Gen.G have some good frames. Let's see.
Ooh, let's see how this one goes.
Oh, it's definitely better. That's for sure.
I think Keen is winning thus far. Duro, I feel like he has like a better camera, or is that just because
I think he's in a different
the monster
location.
light is like kind of cool?
Yeah, I think he's in a different location from the rest of the players.
No,
I think
that's not true, because you can see Coach Kim standing behind Canyon. There's that monster sign that we can see, and so the monster sign is then seen in Duro's camera. Can we then connect as Chemish? You can see the other side of Coach Kim is there.
Yeah,
Coach
Kim
walking about behind about, and you can see him also in Keen's view. So they're all in the same room.
Duro, yeah, because you can see the lighting a lot better on Duro's camera. I think he might be on like a streamer PC that Gen.G have set up for someone to, one of their streamers to come in-house and stream off of, maybe. Because that definitely does look...
It looks like he's like off the other end of the room.
Yeah, and
right?
he was when they played 2 days ago as well on a different cam. So he's still at the same setup as he was before. But yeah, the lighting and the colors come out a little bit better on his. Coach Kim made some appearances across multiple players, like you said.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So we can confirm they're all in the same room. I'm glad that we managed to snoop that out. I don't know how important that is because they're all going to be on voice comms together and they should be focusing on their screen. So whether they're in the same room or not is largely irrelevant. However, now we know. That is the main thing.
Yes.
As we're preparing to get into pick and ban. So if this was before the first day, there it is, 74, so I was 10% off. A little bit of a shame, but man, I was being kind of facetious. I kind of thought that actually it should be a little bit more even than this.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be like 60-40, but I was 14 off. Still, though, Hanwha getting a decent amount of votes here. I do think this could go either way, especially because Chovy isn't playing. Yep. And Rooster Grizzly is looking very strong so far. It's not like a weak point. Not to say that like About and Chemish looked like weak points either. Here for Gen.G, they actually looked really, really good. So this might be the best game of the day, to be honest with you guys. So I'm looking
looks
forward
the most
to
competitive on paper, 100%.
Yeah.
So we'll just have to see how it is going to shake up. Because, yeah, like the only reason I'm putting Gen.G ahead is just because of what we saw on day 2, right? But if you had have just told me that these are the players that are going to be playing who's going to win, I'd probably say Home Life eSports. Just given the fact that Grizzly is a known quantity. We know that this guy is good. Rooster as well has been pretty good. Is Home Life eSports going to get rid of the Nidalee? You like to see that. Canyon not allowed to play that one. And honestly, Canyon has been very, very good this tournament. And Bess are going to be leaving at the same time.
I think it's been banned against him 2 of the 3 games leading up to this. So now like 3 out of 4.
Yep.
And he didn't play it in the game it was left open because their comp didn't call for it.
Zeka,
yeah, Zeka getting Yone. This is the thing I was wondering about. Like one of the big angles here for Hanwha Life winning this game potentially would be the matchup that Zeka gets over Chemish, because if it ends up being a pick that he's not that strong at or doesn't necessarily win lane, he doesn't necessarily get to be like, I'm Zeka, you're Chemish. So that's a big boon for us. But it's looking like with what we're seeing here, that may come to pass. The Varus is the highest tier 80 carry left available. We'll get locked in here. We'll see if it comes with a jungle pick or if it's going to be something like the Cassante to come through.
I was actually thinking that they'd be locking away Cassante Sejuani, but it might just be Varus Sejuani. Prioritizing About's pick does make a lot of sense here as Chemish. Thinking about heading towards Ahri. We saw this matchup in our previous game. Didn't work out too badly for the Ahri.
No, it was kind of weird, though, because there were like lane swaps, and the Ahri was like laning against a Cassante for most of the early phase. But yeah, in the later team fights, it definitely looked pretty good for Ahri. This would be an interesting change up here. It would be very Viper to just suddenly play Kog'Maw.
No, it should be Teemo. Let's be honest. Just play Teemo, Viper. You've done it before.
I think it's going to be Sejuani.
It should be. And they can just do the Sejuani Cassante now.
They can also, potentially lock like Ziggs here and do a similar type of draft where you've got, double 80 soul lanes and then the Ziggs. If you locked in like Jax here and you're like, oh yeah, sick permafrost value, then they ban the Ziggs and you don't get to play it. Then you have a big AP problem. So I don't think they'll be able to lock Jax here or anything like that. But we'll see what they decide to do. Zeka could also just play Sylas here.
Yeah, if you'd like to. Just give Roost to the Yone towards that top side, avoid the matchup. But, I mean, I just feel like this is so face-up and so strong that you just may as well do it. Does give you a lot of... it does look a lot like Nongshim, so if they mess up in the mid-game, maybe we lose our minds, tear out our hair and all that sort of stuff. But Keen actually thinking of heading towards the Gnar as the counter matchup. I would have loved to see Viego here for Canyon. Just, like, lock it in, get that Ahri-Viego combo working out for you, and then just allow Keen to... play something weird.
Well,
but instead it's just going to be the Maokai locked in, theoretically a flex between Duro and Canyon.
Maokai Varus often does empower the lethality Varus a lot, but you're still playing into Cassante in this game, so I'm not sure if About will opt into that variation. I think a Ziggs ban is almost necessary here for Gen.G, just because of the damage profile. Jin also a strong ban in this situation because he's got an insane front line to allow him to do at range a lot of work and set up his teammates.
But then you can't ban KeSPA and Ziggs. So Life eSports do get one of those large amounts of AP damage towards the bottom lane. So I think a bit of a mistake. Like, if a Jin gets locked in, are you really that scared?
They're banning Poppy because they're like, we're playing Ziggs Leona. And then Gen.G's like, no, I banned Ziggs. You're not playing Ziggs Leona.
Maybe they don't mind about Viper playing Ziggs. It kind of
I think they should mind a little bit.
I mind. You know, I feel like Hanwha shouldn't have that.
Because unlike okay, there it is.
There we go.
Unlike Nongshim, Hanwha will play to the win con a lot better with this lineup than we did see from Nongshim in the previous game. Nautilus banned now as well.
All right. So Nautilus, certainly something that Duro has been good at, but there's a lot of picks that he can default to now.
So I think you want to play something here in this bottom lane that's not... I was going to say something that's not weak to KeSPA. So maybe not an Ezreal in this case, or...
Oh, that's just Kindred.
Okay.
All right, Canyon. So Canyon's just going to be having a good time, I guess.
This is weird.
Yeah, because that means that Maokai support is actually confirmed.
Or...
Maokai top.
Could be Maokai top. Because I was thinking about potentially Varus top as well in this situation. KeSPA is going to be the likely pick. Kog'Maw, AP Kog'Maw could kind of be a thing too, but...
I mean, Kog'Maw is just hybrid anyway, just because you press W and it does a lot of magic damage.
That's true.
So I think it'll be fine. And they're going to lock it in. So there we go. Viper with the first Kog'Maw of the tournament. Definitely a fun one. See whether it's going to... It's not a Cathian Rain because that is the Q. It's a Cathian Surprise that's the passive for Kog'Maw. Another one of the Acathian champions.
Looking like it's going to be Maokai top in this situation.
I don't like Braum.
I'm okay with it in this situation with all the melees they're up against and
That's
how much
true,
value
I
you
guess.
can get.
Yeah, counter engage is good. But there's no actual engage, right?
And he's not really getting too much out of his door in this game. So it's a bit of a strange choice here from the side of Gen.G and Duro. I also am not the biggest fan of running Kindred into Hanwha Life's comp, where the front line of Hanwha is already so strong, and then they'll also just stand on the ultimate and not care because they weren't going to die anyways, and like those get on. They'll allow them potentially close the gap even better. And it's hard. I mean, on the other hand, we talked about this, 2 days ago when we saw Kindred last time? I don't think it was yesterday. If it was, it feels like it was 2 days ago. But either way, the Kindred breaking through the tanks with that extra 80 damage, allowing to break that Cassante as he comes forward, can work. I just think Hanwha Life is a really strong team. Like, the caliber of players we have here makes it a little bit tougher to pull it off. And I don't think he's going to get the same mark RNG and getting 4 marks early like we saw as well.
Yeah, it may not necessarily be the same situation. Although that Kindred didn't even win. So, yeah, I trust Canyon to be able to figure it out a little bit better. And I also really like Kindred into Yone specifically, just because he does have to go back to that Unbound Soul at some point. And so it means that if he's going in for a pickoff, it's not going to work because you have Lamb's Respite available. It allows you to keep About and Chemish alive, and himself, of course, as he is going to offer a lot of damage back. It also gives you that form of, like, auto attack damage, as I'll have to just hold that thought. Dubstep time.
Yeah. Hey.
All right. Hope you guys got some haze in.
About, well, I guess we're 35 seconds in. It's not like it's going to happen. I was going to say, how do you feel about Keen laning into Kog'Maw Leona in the bottom lane and Varus going top? But not going to happen.
Not yet.
I don't think it's going to happen at all. Yeah. I thought maybe they'd try to use the Braum at level 1, do some trickery. But instead, it's just going to be him taking a little bit of damage and then backing. And
Canyon playing TFT Kindred. That skin always just reminds me of TFT. Does have a lot of synergy with the skin that Chemish took. So Skinergy, definitely A+ for now, at least colorway-wise. As we like to see that. Ward goes down. Information of the ward also goes down.
Technically standard lanes, but for this tournament, non-standard. 2v2 bottom lane. Kindred PTA. Electrocute again here for Ahri for Chemish, even though we've seen a lot more Grasp recently. Halo Blades for about, kind of leaning towards potentially going for that lethality, which can be tough into Cassante, but you have a Kindred as well, so I like it a lot more once you consider the jungle pick. Zeka is...
Yeah, Chemish actually keeping up this harass very nicely. And these Foxfires amongst it. Taking that one first just to make sure that he has as much pressure as possible. I like it. Good start.
Yeah, it's really easy to proc Electrocute with it at level 1 if you have it, and he will have it again in a moment.
All right. Now, Viper is one of the players that certainly does like to go back to things like the Kog'Maw. He's very, very good at weird picks.
It's like him and Def, you know?
Yep. Play it. That's a flash forward from Duro. Viper going to be able to cleanse immediately, but there is the passive. It is going to go down. And About and Duro really going aggressive. Yeah, that Hail Blades is working extremely well in this early game.
2 flashes to make this play possible for half of the health bar, but I do think it's worth it in this case if they can continue to push that advantage. Like I said, Electrocute is going to proc on cooldown here for Chemish. He's going to get one more time on the Zeka, so feeling really good about the amount of health he's been able to take away, but Zeka's still matching that farm.
This is kind of nutty, though, because you mentioned 2 flashes for none.
Yeah, and Viper can just heal through with his pot.
Yeah, so actually kind of a horrendous trade.
If they continue to maintain pressure, I feel like it's okay, but they just weren't able to do anything after that because Viper just pretty long range and will just sit back and space correctly. So now they can't flash on him to do it a second time because they don't have flashes.
Yeah. But now you've got Grizzly moving in. Viper can get into position. That's a great Zenith Blade through both of them, but the stun does come down, and now Grizzly gets in there, and now Duro is... Yeah, that was never going to work out. About and Duro just dead already. 2-0 here to start things off for Humble Life Esports. Really nicely played.
And Grizzly knows they don't have flash, so he's just able to come straight down there. And because they did that health trade, they're super far up in the lane because they're trying to actually crash these waves and try to deny CS, but Viper's just not missing a beat. And look at the position of the Kindred coming down. Canyon just way too far away to actually impact this. I don't think they expected to see it coming at this timing. Expected that Grizzly would do Krugs first, so they had a little bit of extra time to continue that pressure. But instead, with double flash down, it's double death. And Kog'Maw picks up a kill. Grizzly picks up a kill.
Oh, it is.
And it's AP Kog'Maw.
Yeah, it's straight up just AP Kog'Maw.
That's kind of what I thought we might see here.
It's fun that he's actually decided to go into it. Because, of course, if you just play on-hit Kog'Maw, it is a lot of magic damage regardless.
Yeah.
So you can go for that. But this feels like a little bit more flavor of the month. Is a lot of fun that Viper is going for a lot more. And this means that the Braum actually feels better, weirdly enough.
Yeah, that's true.
The Void Ooze can be mitigated, and that does so much damage, especially in the mid-game.
I suppose that's a potential reason why they picked the Braum into this, in fact.
Yeah, maybe.
Just because they knew they needed AP damage, and they were maybe thinking that that was going to be kind of a guarantee. I wasn't. I kind of thought more like you were, that because the abilities do have AP inherently built into them, that would be part of the reason and the main reason.
Yep.
Either way, this early game here, pretty good for Hanwha Life at this stage. Even though Ari was pushing Zeka out of lane, he's fine, you know, and not able to get a kill there. They were pushing the bottom advantage with those flashes, with the health trade, but now it's completely gone the other way.
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, you see the door actually just stops that Void Ooze completely, and that's a lot of Kog'Maw's wave clear. So that allows this wave to be shoved up, and now Humble Life Esports have to spend a lot more time clearing it out. So very, very cute stuff. Wow,
Keen down a level
lane.
here.
Yeah, now we can see that the top lane, not a whole lot's happening outside of Keen missing some minions.
They did end up getting a small CS advantage down here on the bottom side, and are trying to continue to further that. But, you know, like you said, blocking the Ooze, trying to deny some of those minions, but there's only so much you could do in that regard. But at least there's that going for About and Duro, despite the deaths early on.
Oh, Grizzly, he gets spotted by Canyon here, who just dances over and tells Wolf to go and hit him. Wolf, how could you?
Sorry.
As the Void Grubs have now spawned. Looks like Gen.G might be able to get into a good position around here, not able to leverage, not having to worry about the bottom lane and the power that they have there.
This is a little bit risky here for Grizzly to be playing around this. He doesn't have vision on Chemish. He's not that tanky just yet.
okay. Rooster was the one moving down. Remember, he did have a slight experience lead, but level 6 has been hit here for Keen. 2 Void Grubs picked up now as Grizzly looking to pick this one up. And it looks like Gen.G just happy to give this away. Securing themselves 2 was going to be enough. It's going to get them in good standing for making sure that they can get at least to the 4 to try and grab some of those Void Mites at the second spawn.
It didn't have any vision on Viper for a minute there, and I think that's part of why they were like, let's just leave. He's been missing for a minute. He might be dropping waves to come over here and try to turn this fight. Now Hanwha Life trying to really push this advantage further as Gen.G kite away.
Yeah, Dura moving up. You can see Keen going to make his way down as well. There's the Nature's Grasp wanting to hold them in position. Zeka having to ult away, but that means that the rest of his teammates are left to the Wolves. And the Wolves in this case are called Gen.G. Canyon going to be able to grab the first kill for his team. And that's onto the Sejuani too. I'm pretty sure that means a mark here for the Kindred at the same time.
Yeah, this is such a bizarre call here for Hanwha Life. Because the big threat that they had to deal with moments before was that Maokai who could have rooted the Sejuani in place. And then Gen.G back away, and then Hanwha was like, we're going to go super deep. And then it's like a 4-man, basically, minus Zeka getting out with his ultimate. But would have been a 4-man ultimate there from Keen, you know, at like 7 minutes into the game. That's insane high value. And ended up trading back a kill. Very little gain.
3 marks now as well.
Yeah.
That Rift Scuttler having one on there. Gen.G able to get that control. So this was the answer.
So I guess, you know what, we were like, I don't think he's going to get that lucky with getting marks early. He is. He's Canyon.
Yep.
He makes his own luck.
Able to orchestrate it, I guess. And we'll see whether he's able to get his 4th quickly enough. Does now currently have Zeka tracked. Not going to be the easiest target to take down, but certainly would be a good one for Gen.G. As Canyon now just on his Wolves. We'll be clearing things up before he does head back home again. We'll see what first item he does go for. We see a lot of first item Kraken Slayers, but I think that Trinity Force has become a lot more popular as well. Dance of Arrows does proc those Sheen hits pretty comfortably.
Yeah, it really does. I think Trinity Force is just a little bit more well-rounded than Kraken Slayer, especially in a meta like this where there's so much disruption. You don't necessarily get to have your Kraken Slayer proc multiple times in a fight. So I think both are definitely viable, but we just won't know yet. Got a Crystal, so just getting some health for now. As the next fight here is hard to say when it's going to break out because it's Chemtech Dragon here first. A little bit of control.
Second in a row, no Chemtech Soldo Wolf.
That's right. We're up to 11 out of 25. The percentage going down as Duro may be dead.
Yeah, Delight's going to find him. That is a flash stand beside me. Great charm going to hit there by Kemish as Grizzly comes forward. Great ulti from Zeka there at the same time. Meanwhile, on this top side, should be a trade as Rooster going down low. That is going to be the Dance of Arrows to help lock that one down, and it's another kill. Is that 4? Yeah, it is. So he actually just switched it over to try and kill Rooster. As, yeah, HLE, they do manage to get a kill themselves, but 4 marks on Kindred, and it's Canyon. Oh, God.
Yeah, I kind of feel like this ends up being better for Gen.G overall here. Yeah, he's just going to lock down that mark, swapping at the last second. Well played.
That was when the mark swap gets locked in right before you get the kill. That feels amazing.
It is an ideal scenario. Now this Kindred is really far ahead, and it's in exchange for, Duro dies, so that's a big win for Hanwha. They get the Dragon. But let's see how well this Kindred can fight, for example, on this upcoming Herald. You know, when we get into second Grubs and the second Dragon, the fact that the 4 marks are there and this Kindred is super accelerated can be a huge problem here for Gen.G, especially when you look at the itemization for Rooster, where he's built complete MR itemization for now, which isn't going to be very helpful into the Kindred damage when we get to some of these skirmishes.
I don't think Hanwha Life eSports are allowed to fight if Canyon's there for like the next 5 minutes.
I mean, he has Triforce at 10:30.
10-minute Triforce is a pretty good clip for that one.
Plus extra range.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit worrisome. Still, Hanwha Life eSports do have themselves a 500 gold lead. Kind of looking all right there, but now Gen.G should have the opportunity to get towards 4 or 5 grubs, as no one wants to fight this Kindred right now. Unless they can blow him up before he does anything. Zeka starting this, though. Gen.G will have to try and push them off this. Might be able to do so. Bottom lane has already moved over. Winter's Bite does not connect as the Living Artillery spotting out Chemish.
Looking for a bit of an opportunity here with Zeka rotating over. His ult just came back online.
Yep, the 4 members of Life eSports eating a bit of poke here. As you can see, the piercing arrow is a little bit scary as now the teleport coming in, answering one as well as both top laners are going to join. The battle for the grubs is continuing as that one actually goes over to Gen.G as well. So 4-2, but now the fight is breaking out. Fantastic use of the ulti there from Zeka into the backline as they do manage to take one down. About trying to get something done here as well, as you can see, but it's Chemish that takes down Rooster. Canyon will be taken out as the Lambsdorff spike had kind of worked, but Viper with a brilliant flash gets him over the wall. The flash forward from Grizzly is about should just be dead. That's the permafrost value coming on through there, and more living artilleries come down. Viper just unkillable, hits from way too far away, and Life actually come out on top.
Zeka had a fantastic ultimate, also able to get 2 kills in this fight. As yes, Grub is secured here, but once this Maokai ultimate expires, it gets really difficult to play this one out. Look at Rooster's positioning here as well. Pulls Keen out, survives, and then Canyon's ultimate here just delays the inevitable, which is kind of what I was talking about in draft against this composition. It's really hard to actually get big Kindred value. Viper gets over the wall here as well, so he also survives. It's a lot of near kills here for Gen.G, but this is just such a huge win. Viper picking up another as well. So now you've got a fed Yone, a fed Kog'Maw, and he's sitting on his first item as well.
Oh, wow. Luden's already done.
Yeah.
That is a lot of value, not to mention the fact that Zeka on a killing spree and now has the Blade of the Ruin King. And so we were talking about this Trinity Force being really scary. Not scared of that anymore, I don't think. Life eSports, after picking up that fantastic team fight. And Zeka's Yone is just, it's just different, isn't it?
Yeah.
We watched like this entire top side of the map in our last game. And Fisher might be taking notes, watching how Zeka executes this champion in team fights. He is so, so good. I reckon he could win Worlds
I think
playing
so.
Yone.
I could see it.
Yeah. In fact, I think he did.
I was watching it, yeah.
Didn't happen this year, though.
No.
Gave it a red-hot crack, but unfortunately, BLG a little bit too
Chemish
good.
Is no flash. He does have ult. See if he can react quickly to this Glacial Prison. Nope.
Right. Oh, that's a really nice one. And the fate is indeed sealed. Down he goes. That's Chemish falling here as Rooster might be the trade. Has gone all out, as we can see. Nature's Grasp coming on through there as Keen could be in trouble. Tanking up an extra turret shot, but is going to avoid that one. And tanky enough, as you can see. Duro, Guardian Shield, going to help him tank some of these living artilleries. But as time goes on, it looks like Viper is getting scarier and scarier.
Yeah, and his tier stacking means he just has more abilities he can spam out here as well as that mana goes up and up. So
I hope he doesn't build a Seraphs.
I'd love him to just hold the tier, yeah.
Yeah, because Kog'Maw, I mean, how do you get value from your passive unless you're dying? And a shield means that it's harder to die, you know?
I thought you were just going to say, like, maybe getting some more damage items and upping your poke damage would be good. But yeah, I get you, too.
I mean,
yeah.
both.
Yeah,
Both of these
yeah.
things. I mean, a Cathian Surprise is true damage, Wolf.
Yeah, I think so.
And remember, they took Zyra's away. Like, her after-death passive. It must have been because it was OP. Am I right?
I thought Zeka did get that turret in the end. I was like, I thought you just hit that one more time.
Okay.
But yeah, it's definitely because it's OP for sure. All post-death abilities OP.
Yeah, thanks, man.
This dragon is up, and I was talking about how Kindred might be looking to really take over these next few objective fights. The last one went very poorly. We'll see if Gen.G are able to group for this one, because you could see that despite the last fight going so badly, he's still 1,000 gold up on Grizzly here. Still a big AD threat in these fights, but things are going to get really, really bad here for Gen.G if they actually start giving over all of these dragons against this pretty strong scaling Kog'Maw with the Yone that's already so large, who's looking for a second item here pretty soon. And you really need to make a stand here, and I mean, they're just simply not. They are going to give this dragon over, and I feel like for Canyon, it's not like he's going to be irrelevant later. It's not like he just drops off a cliff, but the fact that he is such a strong power point here for Gen.G, I feel like is unfortunately a little bit underutilized at the moment.
And Kindred scales beautifully. You're exactly right. But not being able to get anything really that good out of your Trinity Force spike that was completed so incredibly quickly is definitely very sad. I'd agree with you. So I'm moving over. Just going to trade some blows with Duro. Is Canyon now moving
Got
back
his
up once
aftershock,
again?
small victories.
Yeah. Grizzly going to find a Winter's Wrath onto the Braum. Is Canyon ready to dance over? They do take down the control ward, but that is all they're going to get.
I just don't think you can make a play on that Fed Yone with a, Leona there, so the turret is going to be your biggest deterrent.
Ooh, that does mean that they might be able to actually get some value here. As Keen, going to get all outed here by Rooster. Currently just standing his ground, feeling pretty tanky on the Maokai, but Rooster now having a whole bunch of extra damage. Uses the Twisted Advance, tries to get himself away. Might have to be flashing out of this one, though. As you can see, the Nature's Grasp not getting a lot of value, but the Q misses, and Keen will survive flash in hand.
They did get the turret in mid as well, just in the nick of time, before Hanwha Life eSports could come over there for a potential punish. In return, this charge will come through. We'll see if they can actually get the whole turret here.
Yeah, you got Viper able to siege very comfortably.
Yeah.
As you can see, about down very, very low. And yes, the charge comes in, but the turret stays up.
Yeah, they didn't have a big minion wave there with that, unfortunately for them. I think if they did, maybe they do take it out.
Oh, it's a Hextech Soul.
Yeah.
As I just learned, as Canyon was taking the Hex Gates, I think they had full information as to what was going on there, as Canyon wanted to get a mark, does manage to do so. That is, I think, mark number 4, as Keen might be paying for his sins. Canyon understanding that, yeah, he's going to have to get the hell out of here. Should be able to do so as Zeka getting over the wall with an ultimate. Flash out from Canyon. There is the Glacial Prison, and he is going to be taken out this time. Wasn't able to get the Lamb's Respite out in time.
Grizzly is, he's sitting at 80% KP right now. He has had so many big plays with his Glacial Prison. And this is seen, of course, Canyon comes over here trying to greed for a mark, I believe, on this Krugs. And it's like, you go over for the Krugs, and now you're in no man's land. Keen is in no way, shape, or form going to be able to help you out. So he goes down. And just look at the map. There's no friends here for Canyon. He flashes, which means that's exactly what Grizzly is waiting for. Flash and the dash forward, and Grizzly said that's a free Glacial Prison. Zeka already used his ult, but is able to lock him down there with the extended soul.
Delight. Look for the Solar Flare here. See whether they go any further in. As does hit the Zenith Blade. Viper turning up now, living artillery under Dura, taking damage after damage.
And like I said, dive into Leona setup here on this top turret is just not really feasible.
This is a really interesting game, though, because I feel like there's been a lot picked up on both sides. Hanwha Life eSports coming out of the gate really strong. Canyon is pretty powerful on this Kindred as well. Has died a couple of times, but 4 marks is very powerful. There's a lot of back and forth. And all the while, Zeka is 5-0, so maybe it's just over. I don't know.
I mean, I feel like it's not over, but I think it's going to be a while before Gen.G is so back in this game. It's going to be a little bit of a, we're going to have to see some really good team fighting around this lethality virus, maybe some poke damage coming through, a failed engage from Zeka, for example, and a defensive setup. I mean, Keen is extremely difficult to deal with right now. He's got a ton of resistances built up. The poke isn't really going to affect him as much as it is going to affect basically everyone else on this squad. So he's going to be maybe the one who sets it up. Then you see the follow-up come through. Canyon gets on top of people, and then he does big damage. He's got his cleaver done now. He's still incredibly strong, despite being extremely greedy and getting punished. Swapping the mark over.
5 marks here for Canyon. 7 is, of course, the last really big one, as you get, Giga range at that point in time. Right now, 4... that feels really good. 7, crazy. So that's where Canyon is looking. 2 more marks in order to get there, though. Of course, it's going to take a little bit of time.
Chemish?
5 marks at 20 minutes is really good.
It is really good. Chemish over here is going to get stopped on the push. I was looking to maybe threaten that turret. They clear the mid-wave. This turret is still up. It's been up for a really long time despite that Herald charging through. So they've been really good about making sure that Hanwha Life doesn't get that free gold and that big stronghold on the map, despite having the great siege you were talking about. He did finish the Seraph, so ripperoni, but still very much a high-range, high-damage AP threat. And it's not just the Braum who's been, abused by this, but will eventually be Ari, the Kindred, who's going to be taking some of that damage. As you can see here, he's just looking to find whoever he can get. If it doesn't land, though, then it doesn't do damage.
Ooh, that is a very good point.
I'm just trying to be optimistic here for Gen.G.
Delight as well, being optimistic himself, looking for a potential flank angle, trying to get some vision down where he can, as Canyon wants Viper. As Zeka and Grizzly, they want Baron. Okay. Well, that is something they can certainly do. It's going down very slowly here at 21 minutes and is going to be spotted out by Gen.G. I don't know whether this is something you want to commit to, as Grizzly already down to 50% health, but we'll see whether they do stay on this. Down to 6k as now the re-engage comes through. There's a double knock-up. The ulti from Zeka not as good as the previous ones, as he does rebind the soul. And now Charm is going to go wide. There's the Spirit Rush, getting this Ahri in there. Chemish doing a decent amount of work. No one actually falling in this battle. And they just get to walk away from the Baron and reset it. So no harm, no foul.
That was
still
really,
a much better team fight from Gen.G.
Yeah, really patiently played by Gen.G as well. Canyon didn't drop his ultimate. He was like, okay, they're so split. Let's just rely on the fact that they don't have that much damage on this Baron just yet. So they still have ult for this attempted take.
Delight just gave his position away, though. That was very unfortunate. Now he's just really dead, wanting to try and get over there, but you saw him. He was actually hex flashing to get into that brush. And so now, with the Baron not going down fast enough, even with a Cogmore, with his Bio-Arcane Barrage doing all of that percent health damage, not going to quite be enough there. So trying to layer down this poke. It's not quite working. And so Gen.G not going to be taking a Baron themselves, but they might look towards a Dragon to stop this stacking to happen from Humble Life. And also, like, a possible 4 Hextech Soul. Oh, my God.
Could be crazy. I mean, this one individually will be relatively helpful. Not going to be bad for Varus by any means. They're going to try this a third time now.
I've heard that's the charm.
And Rooster does have teleport, so he can get here in a moment's notice. Keen has his ult back up. This is a very greedy call here, though, for Hanwha Life eSports.
Yep, Saplings coming on over. There is the Nature's Grasp. As Chains of Corruption will connect there. They want to take down the jungler, and Grizzly's just dead. Before anything's really started, Rooster diving into that backline, trying to find Canyon, but Canyon just flashes away. Lamb's Respite just to set up that Phalanx. And Delight gonna get stunned up here. These concussive blows really working. Decent ulti this time for Zeka, who does get into the backline. Both AD carries wiped out by the Yone. But Chemish is still there, providing the damage. Duro, play some DDR, my friend. You need to avoid Viper. There is still so much damage here. Even the Caustic Spittle doing a lot of work.
I feel like Viper,
Keen here.
It's not like he's aiming badly, but a lot of his poke isn't landing because Gen.G are actually handling it so well. You know, just walking in ways they're not walking in straight lines, not allowing that to hit. But this is once again a very greedy call here from Hanwha Life, and they don't have enough vision or really any control or vision at all outside of the pit. So it's really easy to take out Grizzly and guarantee this Baron isn't going to go over. And then watch the Lamb's Respite. You mentioned it kind of sets up this flank here, making sure they can actually continue to chase in, absorbing the damage at range so Viper can't actually whittle them down as they approach. It's Zeka who actually carries this fight with an ult into a beautiful Q3. If he doesn't land that, then this is just a complete wash. Still pretty good here for Gen.G, who keep getting their way back in this game on every Baron attempt that Hanwha Life try.
They're just continuing to hit the Baron over and over again.
So
Canyon
the
now
fourth
down
time's
to
the charm,
half
right?
health. Yeah,
it
must be fourth time, although I heard that it was fifth time, Wolf, so it's probably not going to be this one. But the Baron down to about 50% now. Canyon moving back over. No vision available there as the control ward is down. But yeah, no, fifth time, ladies and gentlemen. That's the one that you really want to go for, as the Bramble Smash going to just disengage them forcibly from this battle.
I just don't fully understand why they're so hell-bent on getting this Baron when they don't have enough control to get it. It's not like their composition gets so massively outscaled or anything like that they just need to win the game now. But every time they try this, they give over gold, and this time they're going to give over an inner turret here in the mid lane, because when they fail, Gen.G keep trickling back into this game. I mean, now they have 1,000 gold, the lead, over Hanwha Life, and this has been a very close back-and-forth game. And Zeka is still massive in this game. He's got his QSS picked up. He's looking for that third item, i.e. he's so close to it. He's got to be respectful, though. Grizzly is not.
Yeah, down to 50%. Piercing arrow going to miss there, as you can see Chemish just holding his ground here in mid. HLE have now, like, I mean, remember, fifth time is indeed the charm. We said that.
So is the E button on Ahri.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually a very good point.
I'm just putting it
Caught
out there.
that a little late.
We're trying to like figure out, you know, like when this Baron's going to get taken. I'm like, is that some evidence to? His charms have been pretty good around these Baron attempts. The counter charm,
indeed. Well, Delight moving back up, trying to get that vision down there. As you can see, that is a lot of zombie wards in that brush. Zeka starting this one up, and maybe they just wanted to like get themselves into a position where they have Baron, they can go into these side lanes, utilize the fact that Zeka is so incredibly strong to then just fuel the amount of money that they need. As look at this, all of them going down as Keen fighting with this Yone. and nothing really eventuates, but it is a lot of money there.
It's
from
just,
Zeka.
you know, a constant attempt
God.
here, but like the whittling down is there. Zeka has to ult now.
Yeah, ulti actually gets him out of there. The Glacial Prison invested as well. That is 2 ultimates.
Now
just
Gen.G.
to let them escape. And now Canyon, yeah, he's got a lot of damage onto this Baron as well. And if they bring the Ahri and the Varus over, might actually be a Baron opportunity here for Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean, Chemish didn't teleport, so he walked over. You can now just go down and catch this wave and then could TP in to a potential Baron. But Gen.G are being so respectful. Remember, the next dragon spawns here in 1 minute's time as well, so that Hextech Dragon is very valuable. Maybe Hanwha Life, because they have no vision on this dragon at all whatsoever, no control on that side. They had some, but it's now washed away here by Chemish showing up. Maybe they're going to try to trade this dragon for Baron, and maybe that is the attempt that actually finds the success here. We'll have to wait and see, because they, again, don't have that much control over this map. They are going to hex gate towards the top side.
Yeah, I feel like side lanes just kind of haven't existed this game.
Only the bottom lane kind of has, and it's like a turn-based side lane where Rooster comes and pushes up, and he's like, I'm out. And then Chemish goes and pushes it back, and then he's like, all right, it's your turn, Rooster. You can come in and push the side lane now. They're not interacting with each other.
It's pretty nice. It means that we can just avoid focusing on it. Don't need to watch those 1v1s. And we can keep our attention here around these objective pits.
Zeka's TPing, and he is not going to be able to stop Chemish's back here, so he would get the free back off. Grabs an arm guard, I believe. It might have been that rod that he actually just got there. But either way, picks up an item here. He's going to hex gate back towards this Hextech Dragon. And again, Gen.G maintain map control here.
And I think the only big upside is the fact that QSS and Infinity Edge are now done for Zeka in this next fight. He's going to do so much damage if he can land his quintessential, iconic ultimates that really do just hit more people than other Yone ultimates in general. So we're going to potentially see it here. Living Artillery now raining down. Imagine Varus being frustrated by Poke. Isn't that poetic? It's beautiful, isn't it?
But it's not really hitting all that much right now. I'm like watching Poke come through from Duro, and Viper is trying to land this Poke, is zoning them, and they're moving away from it, but it really isn't doing all too much here for Viper. Another going to miss, another misses here. This time he hits Duro.
Yeah.
Chemish going to clear that wave, and Gen.G are ready to fight. Flank here from Rooster, though.
Yeah, this is going to be the next Dragon. Let's see whether Grizzly's going to be able to take this one out. Into the back line goes the Yone. Zeka just trying to keep himself alive. Duro is going to survive for so incredibly long. Eventually, it is going to be Viper that locks it down. But now Gen.G, they're attacking. They're moving forward as Rooster going down low. Keen still looking for more, and he'll get on top of Delight. Looking now for Viper, who's going to try and kite as best he can. But it's an Acathian surprise delivered by Gen.G that's going to win them the battle.
Yeah, the Acathian surprise isn't really going to hurt Keen too much, but it does connect with him at least. And now they're going to be able to take their eyes towards this Baron here on the top side of the map.
Who killed Zeka as well? Because that is so much money.
I mean, I think it was Ahri, but I'm not 100% sure. We'll watch it again.
If it's either Canyon or Chemish, it's really bad for HLE. That is
it really is. And I think it was one of them. But again, we'll see that in the replay after this Baron is taken, because it is, in fact, going to be taken. There is no resistance here from Hanwha Life. Still respawning on Viper. Zeka's just now back. Even with Hextech gates, you're not getting over. So look at the two flanks here. Rooster is flanking and Zeka's flanking. And Zeka actually gets slowed by a sapling. So it takes him a really long time to get in here, but he finally does actually get on top of that backline with this locket, keeping everybody so healthy, and it is the Ahri who gets the kill, so that's what I thought. Chemish did lock that one down, and then Keen just keeps everybody in place here. Grizzly chased away, can't do anything, and there's just no real way to keep Viper alive here. And Poke works in the neutral extremely well, but when you're trying to run away and people are chasing you, it's not really going to get through that health bar of the tanky dude running at you, the Maokai in this case.
Yeah, man, Chemish played that really, really well.
He did.
As I say that, nice two-man ulti to come through. The Lambs of Spite is going to be answered, but oh my goodness, everybody else is turning up as down goes Canyon. There's one of the Barons. The Glacial Prison going to connect, but Duro able to stop them in their tracks, so it's only the one pick, but man, this could be really important for delaying the push.
Yeah, the side lanes here, I mean, they can't back.
They're stopping the backs.
Chemish and Keen are pushing. Keen's going to grab this inhibitor turret. Chemish is going to threaten one. Forces Zeka to go back down there. So this actually doesn't end up being too bad here for Gen.G. In fact, Delight.
Supportal combat, but no. Delight is going to take a Winter's Bite.
Keen's
Grizzly comes over. Duro, I don't know about this, but he gets to stand beside About. And now the damage comes in. Doesn't land the hail of arrows. That's because Delight decided that he wanted to die, and he does.
HLE really over-indexing here on the top side of the map and will be punished for it. 2 kills for sure.
Oh, G-Riz.
Well, maybe not.
Was thinking about advancing Twistedly, but decides not to.
Yeah, thought for sure they catch him there, but he decides not to go in.
Just didn't quite have the damage himself. Frozen Heart is now done. A lot of utility tank items completed here for Keen.
Yeah. And, you know, it's been a while since Rooster's been able to really pick up any money. You know, he was sitting on 2 items, and it felt like he was unbreakable. But he's just kind of otherwise now, as you can see, 2,000 gold behind Keen. Keen's so much more relevant in this game, despite what it was a really strong early game for the Cassante.
Oh, damn. Look at that. Like, so Kemish has the most gold on his team.
And still behind Zeka.
But he's still behind Zeka by about 800. That is nutty. He's got 4 items complete. It's not looking like it's enough, though, at this point in time, as Keen is trying to beat that front line. Does manage to get that Bramble Smash down, taking a lot of damage. Twisted advance on top of Zeka just to buy space where they can. Kemish in so much trouble, having to get out of the way of these living artilleries. Rooster going down so incredibly low. And it's Canyon that grabs that kill in the end. This war of attrition. Living artilleries now at a much higher level, but not level 16 just yet as Viper gets tagged. There's the Lamb's Respite. That's going to keep them alive for the moment as Delight getting in amongst it. And he does eventually fall down. Gen.G just taking this slow, sieging out this inner turret, and the amount of damage from Viper just isn't high enough.
Yeah, I feel like this AP Kog'Maw, even if you look at the scoreline, 3-1 and 7, that looks like a success. But I feel like in this game, ultimately what he has been able to accomplish is very little when it comes to real 5v5 team fights. He's a really vulnerable target here, and the poke just isn't really leading to kills. Like, Kemish loses most of his health bar here, but he could just come back in, and you'll see Viper is going to find himself vulnerable to that charm. And look at the front line here for Gen.G. Like, yeah, okay, Viper's down at 1/3 health, and then Zeka's like, okay, this is my moment. I'm going to go in, everyone's getting a little bit low. I'm at 7 kills, I've got so much damage. Then Lamb's Respite just shuts down everything he wants to do.
Yeah. And this is like something that we spoke about earlier on in the game, but the Lamb's Respite really can put a dampener on the Yone. At the very beginning, it felt like, you know, they were snowballing so effectively that it didn't really matter. Some of those sick plays were still happening. We know Zeka is so good at this champion. But the answer is now looking like it actually works. As we've evened up the kill count, evened up the dragon count. The gold, though, is well and truly in Gen.G's favor. That Baron being utilized so beautifully. 2 minutes until the next one. Soul point on the table for both teams as G-Riz. Oh, God. So it's, is it 4 items? Yeah, it is. Blade of the Rune King just completed here for Canyon. It's now Duro hunting for these Winter's Bites. This Braum has actually been our best of the tournament, is what it feels like to me.
I really feel like Duro is having an incredible game.
Yeah.
He's positioned himself really well. He's absorbed a lot of pressure. He's gotten a lot of really critical slows as well to make sure his team can position correctly.
Feels like a battle Braum that's actually working very effectively. It's not an engaged Braum, but a battle Braum.
When he has this much to back him up, like if they try to collapse onto the Braum, it takes so long to kill him, and he has the locket that whoever goes in might get charmed. Oh, they wasted all their cooldowns on the Braum kind of thing. He just literally stands in their way. And it's great to see how confident he is on this pick. How much of a deterrent he's been. Oh, God.
G-Riz is able to just get out of the way of that Glacial Fissure. So that was an optimistic one. Unable to lock him down just yet, as now About really does have to play the DD. As you can see, Viper is not going to be able to deal with Canyon, though, as comfortably as Canyon is flashing forward on top of him. Does have Lamb's Respite. Not likely to die here, but still, as he dances away from these living artilleries, he realizes that Viper at level 16 is a much scarier thing.
Yeah. Runs out of mana pretty quick. We'll have to back and reset, but that was a pretty valuable trade there for Hanwha Life, especially when you consider 2 ults were used. About's got his back, and Duro is 2/3 of the way there. We are getting to the very late game here, 35.5 minutes in. This Baron is up, though, in 20 seconds, and there's just no dent in map control here for Hanwha Life. They were able to win out on the health trade exchange there, but with Hextech Gates, you get back so quickly. And now they're starting to clear vision even deeper, and it's just going to be a turn and kite back to Baron here for Gen.G so soon. Canyon's flashless, but he has his ult. He's level 16. He has 4 items on a Kindred. This Baron just disappears when they say so.
Absolutely. And they're actually deciding that the players are the ones that are going to disappear first. As you can see, Gen.G just moving forward. Zeka as well unbinds the soul. But Canyon just dancing forward every single time. It's not using it to try and move away. It is now just forward aggression. As you can see here, just walks up and shoots Grizzly. The range is so incredibly high at the same time. Drew down to half health. Delight looking for a flank angle. Doesn't find the solar flare though. As Keen dives forward, Zeka not exactly the angle that he's looking for, and the ultimate did not anything that they wanted. Gen.G, the freight train now collapsing on top of HLE. And they were already really far ahead, but this, I think, is the last metaphorical nail in the coffin here, as Canyon now with the Lamb's Respite, he's able to keep himself alive, and the poke just not feeling like it means anything when you get to go immortal. The electrocute actually to pick up the kill there onto Vipers. It's a double for Kamish, and shout-outs to him, man. Kamish playing a great game on the Ahri, and Gen.G will be able to pick up their 4th of the KeSPA Cup, remaining undefeated here in this tournament.
Every single member of this Gen.G roster had such a huge part to play in this win. There were some really poor decisions made, frankly, by Gen.G in the early game, and that's part of why there was such a struggle, right? But Canyon was the big winner in terms of getting gold, and he was able to help stabilize his team in the mid game. But it was just really great catches of the aggression, defensive play from Kemish, defensive play from Canyon, Keen as well, setting up some fantastic ultimates. Duro helping fight through the neutral to set up a bounce poke damage. That was just a beautiful game from Gen.G. What a comeback.
Yeah.
And yeah, a lot of damage done by this AP Kog'Maw, but I feel like maybe this is one of those showcases of why we don't see it in Pro too often, because everyone's so used to dealing with it, and when you get ahead, you have a lot more freedom to like kite away and back off, because you're like, well, I still have control over this objective, and you only have so much mana, and if you keep missing these, then eventually we're going to close that gap on you, right? And it's a tug-of-war game that I think a lot of weaker teams might have fallen prey to, but Gen.G was just not going to.
No, and I think the Braum was a bit of a masterstroke in the draft, as well as Kindred just answering Yone very effectively. But how are you supposed to get these finishing kills with the Living Artillery's execute damage when your opponents can't die? It just makes things really, really rough, especially when HLE, half of their comp is trying to dive in on top of you, and so the Lamb's Respite goes down to mitigate that. But while they're there, you can then turn off and kill the Kog'Maw, kill those standing in the back line, and take out those stragglers. So Gen.G just playing out their composition really effectively. Zeka having a great early game. His Yone still phenomenal, just wasn't enough to get them over the line here in this matchup against Gen.G.
When he had to be the one to finish those kills, when he had to be the guy, that's when Lamb's Respite is so, it's such a middle finger to you, really, in those moments where you're like, okay, I'm ready. This is the moment. Like, we did enough poke. Thank you, Viper. I'm going in. And then Lamb's Respite just says no, and then that's the end of that. 4-0 are Gen.G. Looked pretty dire in the early game, but they maintain control through the mid game, come out ahead on top in the late game, and now just one win away, their final match against Nongshim, one win away potentially from getting that 5-0 to be our only team in the tournament to do so.
Yeah, and Nongshim are not necessarily looking like the powerhouse of the group necessarily, although they did pick up their first victory over Vietnam in our first game that I had forgotten about. I've still forgotten the contents of it, but I know that it did happen, and that's why I'm smiling here today. Our next matchup, of course, is going to be T1 taking on D+ here. The last couple of teams to check in on here in this group. A very difficult one here for T1, but also a must-win for this team if they want to keep their chances alive here at the KeSPA Cup. With Nongshim finding a victory, it becomes even more difficult for T1 to get any sort of edge back, and they're going to need other teams to have some flubs, you could say, as this day rolls on. Still not impossible, but a difficulty. It's time for us to take a short break. When we get back, yes, T1 versus DK. We'll see you there. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the KeSPA Cup, proudly brought to you by SK Telecom, CAS, Logitech, Chizizik, and Powerful X. I nailed it, Wolf.
Yeah, you did it better this time. Yeah, you got there.
Nailed it is maybe not it, but that's because I also didn't nail exactly who was playing today. I apologize. I know we sent you to break saying that T1's going to be playing. That's my bad.
Team Vietnam!
Team Vietnam's going to be taking to the Rift once again to see whether they can repair their performance in game number 1, where things didn't go well, then it did. And then, unfortunately, it was thrown right back again. Bit of a game of tennis in the first one, and we'll see whether they can repair it into this game.
That is the hope. D+, on the other hand, I mean, looking like a strong roster overall on paper. Shu, I feel like still some growing pains. You know, it's still early days, playing in a really competitive group here, but we know what he's capable of, and I'm hoping to see some of that realized again here against one of our bottom-of-the-table teams in terms of where the standings are right now. I don't want to say like they're at the very bottom, but they are currently sitting at 1 and 2, so you know, just one win above T1 at the moment.
Yeah, let's have a look at the standings here and really get an idea for it, as we will be able to bring that one up on your screen for you. Here it is. And yep, as we just set in stone after our last game, Gen.G, 4-0. Just having a really good time. Only one more match for them, and they can look really, really good at the end of it. DK looking to try and catch up, because if Gen.G loses, then there's a chance that DK can tie with them towards the top of the standings, and that would allow them to potentially only have to play one game and then get out of Swiss immediately afterwards. Of course, it is very, very good to be at the top of the standings rather than in the middle.
That's right. Still a lot of game left to be played here in KeSPA Cup Group B, so anything can happen. Nongshim and Team Vietnam are both just one win away from joining Hanwha Life in the middle of the pack, so for example, if Team Vietnam do beat D+, they also tie with D+ at 2-2 in that same equation. So a lot to be, I feel like, optimistic about if you're a Team Vietnam or Team T1 fan. I think Team Vietnam got a ton of support and love from the international community after beating T1, because it was a really cool win we did have on Sunday.
Well, now Vietnam up against DK. If they lose, T1 fans will be very happy, because there's a chance, if T1 are able to win their next match, that there'll be a 3-way tie going into the last few matches of the day, and that could give them a slight chance. With T1 also having 2 games to play, I think that in the last matchup, DK versus T1, their life will be in their hands, more likely than not, if they can take down Nongshim. So, very cool stuff. Vietnam, though, up against DK. This is the DK roster that will be playing in the LCK next year. This should be a very difficult matchup for Vietnam. Yeah,
we have a, you know, every single matchup we have some writers who give us like their opinion and their takes on what the matchup is going to look like. And Barrel's strategic play, raising expectations for the 2025 season, because we were making jokes about it, but Barrel had some ups and downs in their wins and losses, to be fair, but sacrificing himself several times, as he is known to do, to help get that win over Hanwha Life eSports was pretty unexpected, I think, for a lot of people, and see if that momentum gets carried forward here. Definitely the underdogs, Team Vietnam, as if we're doing frame game. Pun is... He's really out there.
Yeah, it's almost like that's not his camera at this point. So I don't think he's going to be getting an A+ for this one. He's doing his very best to sit as far away from it as possible. As Drakthar, very Doive-esque in his posture here. But of course, very Doive-esque with how the performance has been going as well. Has been favoring the Viego, but has also been make or break for his team as well. So I'm hoping he sticks on that trend and they just tighten up the play a little bit to allow him to shine.
They were super close to beating Nongshim, and they had a pretty unique draft to try to do that. I'd like to see us maybe shy a little bit away from the Udyr going into the second game for them of the day, but otherwise, you know, had a really strong front line, knew they wanted to front to back, knew that they could eventually wear through the front line of Nongshim and, you know, deal with the Zigs if they lasted long enough. Seraphine was cool to see as well. And over here, first game of the day for D+ Kia.
Yep. And you can see just warming up to it, aiming looking a little bit sluggish, I guess, possibly waking up relatively recently. But otherwise, everyone looking pretty cool, calm, and collected. I think it's right to kind of put a bit of a highlight on Shiwu and Beryl as far as the first day's performances. Shiwu especially. The way that he is going to mesh with this team is going to be really important for how they're going to do in the 2025 season.
That is really quite an important point you bring up. And Shiwu and Lucid not playing together last year, of course, because Lucid, or this past year, 2024, because Lucid was called up to this roster. So not a ton of synergy between these two. Remember, Lucid was playing with Thanatos on in the Challenger squad before that in 2023. So I think a lot of people might be going, oh, yeah, they're reunited. But that's not actually how Shiwu came to be here. Just recently coming of age to play in the LCK at the right possible time, or the best possible time.
Sorry, Showmaker is really getting me. Every time. The man loves a good stare down.
Yeah.
He loves a stare down. And right now he's just really getting up to that. I'm feeling a little bit flustered. You know, it was a lot of eye contact. Severe amounts of eye contact. As we'll see whether DK can take that ferocity into the game.
92 D+.
92, I'm going to go 96.
Damn!
Oh, nailed it. That's the first time anyone's been right.
I think you got it exactly right one other time.
No, not exactly. Not exactly. It was close, but neither of us remembered what the actual number was, and so we just guessed that it was right enough. But this is pretty exactly right.
Yeah.
There we go.
Wow.
Look, I don't blame them for this because honestly, DK shouldn't lose to very many teams in this tournament at all, given the fact that they are using the full force of their roster that I think has a chance to be pretty impressive moving into the next year if things align correctly.
It's definitely looking like it's going to be in our Legend group, not in the Rise group, at least. I think that D+ definitely a very, very strong team, and there's a lot of growth that can happen. And usually we talk about spring versus summer splits. Like, okay, spring split might be rough, but summer is where this team will finally have that synergy. But it's just a year-long format now where you're kind of always growing and improving. So as long as they don't take too many hits early on in the LCK season next year, I think they definitely can flourish. There's also LCK Cup before that, which will be really fun to watch.
Yeah, getting some Fearless in there at the same time will be able to really expand some champion pools, which... Look, I think we're watching this D+ roster, and I think that they're going to have a good time when it comes to the Fearless drafts. But now, speaking of drafts, it's time to get in there. Skarner going to be the first thing banned away, an understandable ban. But on blue side, it's kind of quizzical. I imagine Aurora going to hit the deck, and we'll see where things are going to go from there.
I think that will definitely be the first ban, although...
Taki has definitely favored this champion.
He has certainly made an impression on our Group B teams with his performance on the Renata on Sunday. Ambessa will be taken away. Interesting to see Skarner on the blue side. I think Ambessa on blue side is totally fine, as we often see a lot of other prio picks in that B1 spot. Aurora dangerously open at the moment.
Yeah, always a worry. But we'll see whether that just gets banned away now. There it is, on blue side, in fact. So D+ getting themselves what feels like a free ban as they take away the Viego. I like this, just targeting Drakthar and a champion that he has looked very strong on.
See what this first pick is going to be. Could just be a Varus, to be honest. Weird as it is. They're not going to play a Yone composition here. Would not mind to see it.
Yeah. Varus, I think, is a worthwhile first pick. We were kind of laughing at B&K when they were picking up Varus first, but I think it does make some sense. And Puddin looking pretty good on this champion as well, so they are going to take that one away. Doesn't really feel like it's got a lot of oomph as a first pick. Like, there's always other things that you can pick into it, especially with this Corki up and available. Corki Ezreal, actually, when it's Showmaker aiming, maybe we're not too upset about that.
If I'm not mistaken, Aiming did play the Corki last time around, so... one of our few players who've actually picked it up in the AD carry role here this tournament, but the role I was expecting it to see it on most. It looks like they're going to grab the Cassante alongside this. Ambessa's banned. Cassante's a great front line. Cassante's just super strong at the moment, as he kind of always has been. But very safe, blindable champion, as he kind of always has been.
Yeah, continuing to be so, though. And where do we see Drakthar go? I think that a jungle lock-in would make a little bit of sense. You could even just go lock in the jungle and then take a support to allow your solo lanes to get a little bit of extra knowledge. But Maokai is ambiguous. I like this.
I think that Maokai is probably going top. I was going to say the other pick that's really strong here is just the Azir that's left open. And maybe you want to snap lock that one here as some additional peel for your Varus. Some great side lane pressure and a lot of flexibility in lane. They like to lane the Varus into the Azir with their lane swaps. So, if they leave it open and Showmaker gets his hands on it, they'll probably also feel okay with it. And Braum is going to be the lock here.
Huh. That's interesting, because I thought the ambiguity of the Maokai going into 3 different roles, in theory, would have been a cool thing to really play around with, but not wanting to actually pick their mid lane, which, in order to actually allow the 3-way flex to continue, you need to pick up mid. Just not wanting to let Showmaker get some very comfortable counter pick action there, as the Rakan leaving the Corki flex still there.
Yeah, but also saying, now that your Maokai is not a flex, we feel comfortable to play Rakan.
Okay,
but a bit of a swap. A barrel favorite.
Yeah.
Maybe a champion that he missed all of his abilities on, but still won a world championship with in 2022.
Indeed.
Flash miss a Q, win worlds.
That's how it goes. That's how it goes. In fact, it was a strategic miss, Wolf. That's how it was figured out.
Interesting to see Bard into this composition, as Zyra will be taken away here. So, considering that this might be a Corki mid, and so therefore looking for an AP jungle pick, so trying to deny some of those away. I kind of feel like the Azir is really going unnoticed in this draft, which is quite shocking, because I think it's arguably the strongest and safest mid laner right now in this tournament.
I do like the Kindred ban, just so that Vietnam don't do exactly what Gen.G just did, which looked really strong. And so they just banned that away because of that. Xin Zhao also going to be taken off the board as 4 junglers hitting the deck.
I like the Vi ban a lot more than I like the Zyra ban here.
I feel it was dangerous to leave the Vi unbanned in the first round, but they're not actually opting into it.
Does Showmaker just grab Azir here is the question. Would, of course, reveal the Corki bottom.
Ooh, Nocturne. I think it has to be Corki bottom if this Nocturne is locked in, unless they do go back towards a Ziggs or something like that.
I agree.
I would have preferred a Lilia, just because it allows you to then remain flexible. But we'll see where they do decide to go. Aiming with counterpick is a kind of odd one. But where are we going? What are we putting in the jungle for Drakthar, and what is Arrest playing?
Let's find out. I mean, we know the bottom lane. We just don't know jungle. Wukong.
Ooh, that's just a monkey locked in.
Yeah.
All right, that's cool stuff.
And finally...
Or the Akali.
The Akali, but blind.
Into Showmaker.
Yeah, that's a risky move.
Choice.
And I was going to say the insta-lock of Sylas is what you'd expect from Showmaker after all these years. He doesn't want to play Azir into what is considered a counter matchup for the Akali. So Azir's just going to go completely through this draft, it looks like.
And, I mean, Sylas having access to Cyclone, Killer Instinct, and all of these things, that is a Swain. 1 second to go.
Swain's
DK,
super good here.
Yeah, and this is the Swain team, man. Swain in a really good spot at this point in time, at the same time, but this is one of Showmaker's favorite champions. Even, like, it spilled down to their challenger roster as well, years past. And so DK have always been fans of playing this one out. Also a lot of synergy with Bard. Just because Vision of Empire is so long range and also so delayed,
it is
that the Tempered Fate can guarantee some of that damage.
It is really, that's a really good point, but it can also set up the root. It can also set up the, I mean, there's just so many things that you could do with this Swain. Also his AoE, just getting straight into the Shroud of the Akali, meaning that he just doesn't really care about that.
Yep.
Is also quite strong. Could be very powerful when Nocturne turns the lights off. And then they have a lot of good follow-up damage here. In the past, when Swain was meta, it was like Seraphine Swain stuff, where Swain was just kind of this big bruiser mage, where he was just unkillable and difficult to deal with. He can kind of play that role here into Team Vietnam, because he's relatively tanky, he's going to feel good into the Akali, but also is a great facilitator for setting up that CC and really grabbing onto the engaged champions here of Team Vietnam. Like, catching a Braum, for example, would feel amazing. Catching Wukong when he's trying to go in feels amazing. So I really like the draft that D+ put together here at the end. And we know Swain right now, there's whispers of it. You see it in solo queue. Everyone's kind of spamming this, but this is honestly LCK's most famous Swain.
Yeah, this is. Showmaker is the guy that makes it happen. And one thing that could be a problem is lack of range, but not lack of dubstep. Let's do it. Hey!
Hey!
Hey! Hey! Okay, here we are. The Haze are done, and we're onto the Rift for the third game of the day. Almost hitting halfway.
It's always a heyday here
Exactly.
at the KeSPA Cup.
Lucid picking the correct skin on Nocturne as well. Not a lot of champions have objectively correct skins. Nocturne is one of them. Spooky Ghost Nocturne is so good. There's no shenanigans in the early game. It is good to see. As we're just going to be wandering around. The Swain versus Akali matchup. Always rough to be melee when you're into a Swain.
It's Pudden, though, so it could just be Swain versus Varus.
Ah, true.
And I was wondering if that's what Team Vietnam was going to be planning for here, considering the Akali matchup into Swain is not fun. You can see that RS is already up in the top lane, and it looks like that is going to be what we in fact see.
Would you say that he didn't RSVP to the mid lane?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Haha. All right, Lucy's going to be starting on this Raptor camp. I don't know about that one, as now Drakthar doing the same thing on the other side. Lucy getting pushed away, but Beryl is going to join him. Some cosmically bound targets going to be here. As Shiwu just going to move back towards top lane and try and catch this Akali as she moves across. Beryl is going to get lit on fire. May need to flash away.
I think he's just dead.
Yeah, just flashes over to join Lucid, and he'll be fine.
I guess they just knew that Lucid was in the area. They didn't want to follow Flash for that.
Yeah, I think he just thought that he had to buy as much time for Lucid to get the camp as possible.
Yeah, he has to expend both of his summoners to survive. But since we have this wonky lane assignment, as we always do with Team Vietnam, the fact that he's down summoners doesn't really necessarily mean anything, actually. So
yeah,
it's probably going to go very unpunished. Maybe means he has less of a engage range on level 1 Bard. So, I don't think it really hurts him, actually, in this case.
Yep, not too much of a big deal. As third camp for Drakthar is going to be the other red buff. And so that's very good for the Wukong. Going to be able to triple buff the Nocturne here. As, all right, that's a lot of damage on the Puddin. Yeah,
Barrel's here, too.
Actually is, yeah, Barrel's making his way in. Of course, Taki can block some cosmically binding stuff. But this is still a little bit of a worry, as there are the cupcakes getting ready here.
Maker's going to let him bake a little bit longer.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. You got to honor carrier that way.
Yeah, we'll be able to heal up a little bit. Or you could just take a back here off of this clear, which is, I think, the more reasonable option. Over here, you could see a bit of a nice start, actually, for the side of Urus.
All right. Pun is going to get a Valkyrie out of aiming, who shows us that Valkyrie does some damage. It's very cool.
Go home, Maokai.
Haha. Wow, it's triple Conqueror.
Yeah.
That's fun.
And if you add it up, like quintuple Conqueror across both teams.
Oh, yeah, true. It's a lot of conquering going on.
I remember when
actually
Conqueror
is a
was
Conqueror.
just like literally almost everyone ran it all the time, and it's a little more niche these days.
Yeah, it's feeling like it's at least somewhat balanced as the ward does go over. Taki going to spot Beryl and Lucid, just trying to steal away another Raptor camp as this vertical jungling is well and truly continuing. Taki really being annoying, but Lucid going to be able to lock it down. Curious
how this this first grub fight is going to break out, because right now there's a lot of control actually to Team Vietnam on the map. Drakthar should be able to get away with this just fine. In fact, even avoids the Scryer.
Oh, yeah, he's walking down, though, because Pudden's making his way in.
Yeah, I like this.
That was the actual Wukong. I think they thought that was going to be Warrior Trickster. Interesting.
I like the setup here for Team Vietnam, though. They're really putting the pressure on hard early. Now, Arrest hasn't used his teleport yet. He's just constantly trying to put that dent into Shu's health bar here, maintain that top prio, so they can keep taking away some of Lucid's camps, or at least trying to force him to go elsewhere to catch up on gold. He has maintained CS parity here with Drakthar, but Drakthar is not just sitting back and headed to level 6 as Wukong often does. He's really trying to utilize his team's lane swap here into the mid lane to get that extra pressure. The Akali into the Cassante giving them that pressure. We're going to have this wave here crashing in. 50 seconds until these grubs spawn. See if Pudden just goes for a reset here. Looks like that's going to be the case. And aiming obviously doesn't running teleport, so it's going to be hard for him to actually get to the top side of the map unless he heads up basically right now after this wave is cleared. And Pun, on the other side of things, can actually just simply TP up to the top side if he wants to. Doesn't have to, necessarily, because they have a lot of control.
He also, like, if it's just aiming there, then Pun can actually teleport right in front of him. There's no way for aiming to actually interrupt no matter what. So no worries. Although 50% health is going to make things a little bit rough. That's why you got Taki coming on over as well. So and just some regular 2v2, although it's not a marksman.
It's not unleashed teleport, of course, or anything like that, so he will have to walk after he TPs, so another deterrent for going for said TP is Taki's staying down there. It's Barrel, in fact, who's rotating up first, so numbers advantage.
Chimes.
Yeah, numbers advantage here for D+ on the top side.
All right, Lucid has found Drakthar. He's actually winning out on this trade for the moment. As you can see, the Phage has been completed. Drakthar just has like all of the swords.
And also Lucid has level 5, which is pretty significant. Drakthar is almost there. He's like so close to it, but needs to hit one more wolf to do it.
All right, there's an all-out actually onto Arrest. Let's see whether Shiwu can make something happen. The answer is no. I was halfway through my sentence, and it was already over. Is okay. That's a great route to come through here from Showmaker, but not too much more going to come out of it. The flash forward as the Demon Flare is beginning. Aiming going to be able to grab first blood off the back end of that as the Shock Teemo face. The quintessential Showmaker remote coming on through here as he does get another route. And the Never Move's working out very well here for Showmaker as Pun getting into that backline as Lucid in a lot of trouble now. He is going to fall down. Arrest fighting Shiwu once again. Gets into that brush but gets punched. And that's not really what he wanted. Is aiming completely out of mana. But he should be okay here still. Showmaker going to go down. The door is given here by Taki. He's going to go down. Putin is going to live for a really long time. But Beryl has a magical journey that is not good enough, as the rocket is not going to connect, and Putin will be giving the kill to Beryl, because Beryl, I guess, deserved it. I don't know.
What a silly fight. But it's a huge win for D+. 2 kills to aiming. As notice that aiming actually walks up here because he has the wave advantage, so he actually shows up at the same time as Poon, but end up taking that teleport to mid. Everyone on the side of Team Vietnam has taken so much damage before this fight really goes off here, and then you've taken out Drakthar, so it's basically just a numbers advantage that they have that's so great, it's difficult to overcome here for Team Vietnam. And yet Pudden is like, I think we could still maybe do something here. Like, when he goes in for the flash onto Lucid, who's got his spell shield. Taki over the wall trying to help out. They end up getting the kill onto Lucid. Also, Shiu kills Arrest here, played that incredibly well and almost got out. And aiming just has so much damage. Even without his mana, he has just enough for another Gatling gun. And then this is just very silly, Barrel.
Yeah, this is where the weirdness continues. If aiming had have hit like a couple of these rockets, it probably would have been better, as there was, I think, a W-empowered Q to really take him down.
That's what did him in. But he didn't want him to be able to flash over the wall and potentially execute or escape, so he decided to go for it. But ends up giving him a kill over in the end. So 2 kills to the Varus, a kill goes over to Pun as well during this. So it's not all bad for Team Vietnam, but D+ definitely getting the better end of things. All 3 grubs are theirs.
Yeah, I think that's the big problem here, is Vietnam might be able to grab this dragon. It looks like it's not going to be something Lucid's interested in, as Shiwu doesn't have a teleport and is in the top lane. So this is going to go over. Next one going to be a Cloud Drake, as we're hoping for a Mountain to finish things off, but it'll be a Chemtech, because we haven't had a Chemtech Soul so far today. And that is well and truly our most popular one.
Yeah, it would be 1 out of 3 today if that does come through. Which is better odds than what we've been getting most of this tournament.
Yeah. We're on, like, what? Have we had 12
We're on
or 11?
11 out of 24 right now. This will be the 25th game, so it would be the 12th.
All right, aiming doing a lot of damage here to Arrest. As Fast Bomb pretty good into the Akali. Lucid comes down. Not too much more to happen here, but I think after sort of the dust settled there, and with the fact that Vietnam did put a lot of time into taking the dragon, DK have actually extended that gold lead. Yeah,
exactly. Plate going over to Shiu in the top side too, in fact, as he gets that second one there with the additional grubs helping him knock that one down. Looks like he's going to get denied this back here by a little sapling in the brush, but we'll be able to get it off anyways in just a moment here. Doesn't need a teleport to return to lane. The real question becomes, how does the Team Vietnamese squad try to break through this mid-game with this Akali? It's sitting on a 0-1 scoreline right now. You know, it's not the end of the world if you're not massively ahead, but you need to actually make something of these first 2 dragon fights or these first grub fights. Like, kind of worst case scenarios, you don't get anything by the time the heralds spawn and you're kind of just fighting at a, 0 kill zero farm lead, zero pressure situation as the Akali. It can be really difficult to start to get ahead, especially against a comp that's so difficult to break through as Akali. K'Sante starts being a problem. He's got Force of Nature already. And then you have this really tanky Swain that we've already talked so much about, why he's so good into the Akali.
Yeah. And beating Beefcakes is not really Akali's way as well, as he is Hextech Cookie in hand. I assume that's going to be Dash Cannon and not Shadow Flame. I feel like Shadow Flame won't be helping as much in a game like this, as it's only aiming, really. I guess Beryl will be kind of squishy, but if they waste time killing Beryl, they probably all die. As Teleport's going to come in, second round of Grubs to come down here as well, as DK wanting to grab 6. Perfect Grubs is a very scary thing here, as Pun he's supposed to be tanky. He's pretty far behind there towards the top side of the map, but if one combo does that, and the fact that that combo can be set up without any commitment here by DK, as Drakthar actually caught there after the Warrior Trickster. The Demon Flare should be enough to lock this one down, as they do get the ulti out of Pun. That's going to hold them at bay. But DK, I mean, that's 4 Grubs that they've picked up, and Lucid is going to finish off the next 2. So what is Vietnam supposed to do here?
I mean, now they're basically doomed. I mean, they end up using and losing 2 ultimates to survive there. Drakthar also down his flash now, which is so critical for Wukong Engage to try to get this game back into their favor. So that's not something they're going to be able to utilize here. And now you've got Showmaker, who's up a level on Poon here, and he can just try to shove this wave in. Beryl nearby has his Tempered Fate. But look at this. He just autos this turret, and it starts to burn away. It's going to be another plate at least.
He makes Nevermove look targeted. As the Cosmic Binding comes down once again, Showmaker really just pushing this guy away.
I think they could get the whole thing. Like if this,
yeah,
if they have Demolish, they have another wave, they have these Voidlings. It's just the whole turret going down. I mean, there's no one coming to answer. Like, Showmaker Beryl being respectful. Like, okay, somebody could come up here. Nobody is. And now they see Drakthar.
Yeah, Drakthar is towards the bottom side. So, yeah, they're going to commit to this. I could imagine Shiwu going to move over. Arrest and Drakthar both here. Taki going to turn up to create a numbers advantage. As there's the paranoia. Can Lucid actually get a kill? They decide they're flashing out. As the kill's picked up by Shiwu, who's gone all out. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but now he's in a 1v2 scenario. The perfect execution. Second input of that is going to come on through, but it doesn't really do anything at all as aiming comes down, and they decide, nah, let's just not fight.
They don't want to fight anymore. The Braum there with the Akali is kind of frustrating to deal with. This, I feel like D+ didn't need to hard force. Like, they're already winning on the top side, and this actually could have gone very poorly here. It's a really nice ult here from Lucid to try to salvage the play, because Shu has already kind of priced himself into it. He has to use Flash as well. Ends up being a trade, though. And I do feel like, you know, you're also pulling aiming across the map as well, so he could have been looking for a better back timing. Could have just been happy with applying pressure, pulling those resources, and then grabbing that top turret. Instead, it's still a huge win for D+ in like the grand scheme of things that they get that top turret. And they do get a kill for the K'Sante. She was on 2 kills now, so it's not the end of the world.
Nope.
But a high-risk play.
3,000 gold is their lead, ticking up just a little bit here. And 15 seconds until the second dragon of the game. I think this is one that DK can actually take some time out to either fight for or take. We'll see what they have on their minds, as DK have been a team that have been happy to give things up in order to get more map control, more money.
Well, now
to snowball.
Shiu, like, he's not the guy who can really demolish turrets very quickly. They put him on the top side because he's got teleport. They already got that turret, so it's easy to sit K'Sante up there. And then Showmaker, who doesn't have his teleport back, who's going to have a lot of control in this matchup in the bottom lane, should be able to get Prio there, is bottom side and ready to fight. They have the Nocturne ultimate coming back online here in just a few moments. So as long as they can buy enough time for that, I think they're looking to contest here. As Shiu, like I said, can TP down. Arrest cannot.
Well, Lucid going to be able to get some vision in here. Showmaker moves over. Yeah, Beryl is not going to waste any time. Aiming's alongside them as well, as Lucid can press that R button very, very soon. They've taken some control, but Pun is going to throw down the ulti. That's just going to be the drive-by, though, as Lucid's able to spell shield it. Cyclone going to connect onto 2 as now Paranoia comes in. It's another Chemtech soul, but goodness sake. But the Monkey's going down as well. Aiming going to be able to collect his 3rd kill of the game, as now Beryl going to get targeted. Vision of Empire comes down. He waits for it, but there's the blast cone. That's going to cancel it out. Thought that maybe it was going to be a little bit too...
Atlas.
Oh, God. Aiming is just Valkyrieing forward as Beryl is flashing to get a slow with his Cosmic Binding. And this one, Aiming's going to land. I think maybe, Wolf, this is over. As Showmaker flashes in, that is the longest range auto attack of a Swain ever. And, yeah, Yeah, is that all of them dead?
By the way,
some of them respawn? No.
who did have the teleport advantage and never had to use it, is going to get an inner turret, it looks like. Okay, nearly gets the inner turret during all this. He wasn't even there.
Oh.
So, yeah, there's that.
I mean, Pun was almost not there because he like threw down an ulti and not much else. So I guess
I
there's
really
that.
hope we get the replay because I want everyone to know that this fight would not have been possible without Beryl, and I want to showcase why. All right, so watch Beryl in this fight. We all know how this fight went, right? Pun's ultimate here doesn't really get a whole lot done. Beryl, though, in this moment, wait for it. Oh, man.
Oh, gorgeous.
He zoned him.
Yeah. You can't walk into that.
There's
but
nothing
also,
else to say
like,
here.
look at arrest. Like, hits Beryl, and you're like, oh, well, here's
Yeah, look at
the
this.
start.
Another clutch play from Beryl. And guess what happens to arrest after this?
He dies.
He's dead. What a carry performance from Beryl, man, every time.
Actually insane. Look at that flash. I love we get the slow-mo.
Yeah!
Oh, flash auto. Flash only hitting one person.
And this auto from
Cosmic Binding.
Showmaker. Oh, that's got to hurt.
We are all about flash autos here in D+.
Disclaimer, I am memeing, but Beryl did he did escape really cool and baited
actually.
arrest in.
I mean, he played it pretty well, even if only 50% of the buttons really meant very much.
And look, even the Koreans are talking about him. You got to give this man the respect. He's a double, two-time world champion.
Uh-huh.
I mean, just a single two-time world champion, but double championships.
What happened to D+ when Beryl left the team? As Shiwu is 1 versus 3 right now. Flash and the all-out to buy him some space. That's going to save him. Really nicely done. Tempered Fate going to land on 3 this time as the teleport's coming in. Showmaker gets set up for is not even required as aiming turns up to last hit someone and is going to be denied because Shiwu deserves these kills. Oh, God, this game's over, isn't it, Wolf?
It was, I think, about 3 or 4 minutes ago, but now it's really circling the drain, as you like to say.
But last time we said that it was over, it was Vietnam versus Nongshim, and then the game extended way too long.
Yeah, but that was kind of a different kind of over. That was like this composition actually kind of reached its break point. I don't know if Nongshim can come back anymore. This is kind of like there isn't really anything in the tank here for Team Vietnam, and there's everything in the tank of this Corki that has 5 kills. The Showmaker teleport flank here, absolutely fantastic. And it's just Team Vietnam, like, trying to find a pick, trying to go deep and get a backline access, but then they're just down on teleports. They just can't make the same rotations. D+ are running circles around them now. They're 7,000 gold behind at 18 minutes in. So I'm kind of feeling like this one we can really put the bookend on.
Yeah, I think maybe you're onto something.
I might, as a commentator, I will continue to tell you guys what's going on here, but if I were a viewer, I might change the channel.
No.
No, never would.
I would never change the channel because of what happened in Game 1. There is always a chance. And remember,
I'm just trying to curse it, you know?
Yeah, this is a Beryl team. This is DK. And so, yeah.
I forgot the other really important part of that last team fight where I told you guys to watch Beryl.
Uh-huh.
Chemtech Soul.
Yeah, and I was like, that was my play-by-play was, oh, God, it's a Chemtech Solos.
Yeah.
Now, she was going 1v3 yet again. Finds Taki yet again. As Pun's the one that actually gets pulled back. Magical Journey, and that just gets them out of there. So that's buying time for this inner turret to fall down in the mid lane. That was so weird, because a lot of things happen. Tempered Fate lands on one, but then they just take a Magical Journey and everyone's out and it's fine.
True. Aiming is so far ahead that he's like almost a third item before his Muramana's stacks are finished.
Little meeps are so cute.
357. Observers are watching. Oh, too early aiming.
Oh, no. Just press some buttons aiming. It'll be fine as okay. That's going to be a lot of damage onto Lucid. Gets knocked up by the second portion of the Cyclone and will be taken down there. As aiming can have to get out of here. 4 members chasing him down as arrest. This is perfect timing for him to be getting into the fight, but that's if they can close the gap. Oh, the Cosmic Binding, gorgeous. As now Showmaker's going to turn up. Let's see what he can actually make happen. The Never Move connects onto 3, and the Demon Flare is eating them alive. Beryl coming down. Pun is going to be taken out here as it's a double kill for this Swain. Oh, man, it was looking like Vietnam's time to shine, and yes, they managed to go 2 for 2. But, Showmaker's just looking way too powerful.
Oh,
Vision of Empire comes down. Yeah, exactly. Rylai's Crystal Scepter is completed here for Showmaker.
I don't know if he gets out. I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either, because that is a turret that's not doing its job as a happy Teemo going to be elected in for here by Showmaker. They'll take another inner turret, and it was almost like it was an even trade until it was really not an even. No, not at all.
I was just ready to meme on the fact that aiming was sitting on 357, and that's why that's why they lost. You know,
didn't have the transformation.
At the beginning, he's like, look, he still doesn't have it here. Watch him. He's like, he could hit an ability, but he's not really.
Oh, no, he Valkyried into the wall.
And then finally gets the Gatling gun turned back onto Pun, so he gets the transformation here. The stun comes through, and aiming is just actually taunting all of Team Vietnam into Showmaker's world. Yep. He's like, it's my world now. And then it's very fun to watch, what happens next, but I don't know if we're going to go the whole replay. We're going the whole replay. So Barrel's going to take a magical journey. He's going to come up here, and he's going to turn the turret off after the Rylai's slow that you pointed out.
Man, there's so many birds.
It's crazy, too. Like, he actually could have just, like, maybe waited for Showmaker to auto the turret one more time, and then it's the same story. Maybe it would have taken 2 because there's no minions here. But either way, Barrel's the GOAT, you know.
Yeah,
he turned the turret off, and he got the kill.
And then Showmaker flashed when he probably could have just walked around, and they would have still got the kill. But he wanted to make sure that he was the one to get it. I feel like there's more birds than normal with this Swain skin. Am I crazy? Is another Tempered Fate is going to miss. This time around, though, the perfect angle for Showmaker is there. Look, they're just all in the blender. It's just the Raven blender here, as Showmaker doesn't even need to press buttons. The Demonic Ascension is enough. And now Shiwu is, I think he was fighting Pun at the time, arrest maybe, I don't know, but he's not going to take very much damage. 3 of them are just dead.
Showmaker's got Edgar Allan Poe's full collaboration in his inventory now as well.
Yeah,
and that Magi's. It's a Magi's game.
It's a Magi's encyclopedia already being written.
I feel like we know it's a Showmaker Magi's game. We knew it was, but now you can see it, and it's up to 16. And D+ are kind of almost playing with their food at this point. This has been, I feel like, the most.
This is the most one-sided game we've had so far,
I feel like we had that one bro game that ended in like 25 minutes. That was arguably more one-sided, but this is like the most painful one-sided game where it's not over yet because this is not a comp that D+ can just walk down and end with, but it's just miserable for Team Vietnam. You know there's no way back in, and they're just constantly trashing you in every team fight because your comp is obviously going to struggle into the Swain. But when the Swain is this far ahead, and the Corki is insanely far ahead, like he's 3,000 gold up, it's just not playable.
But look at your GOAT, though, dude. 2.4K lead for Barrel.
I mean, maybe they can end in 2 minutes. Like, maybe. I don't think so, but they have Baron. Like, let's see. Let's see, Atlas. Maybe they could set the new record.
Yeah, they could. So 23 minutes on the clock. And they are going to do their very best to get on in here, as, of course, they have gone back for one of these resets. At least this time. Oh, okay. A little bit of a potential engage as the turret does fall down.
It's not that this comp sieges very well. It's just that it's so far ahead, they just kind of walk towards Vietnam, and that's the siege.
Yeah, that feels like it. Shiwu may have overstepped here just momentarily. The ultimate is going to fly through from Beryl. The all-out working here, kinda, as Shiwu flashes on top. The perfect execution is going to get there. This is a very low Wukong that is going to fall down, and now they've overextended. Yes, they've managed to get a kill, but this should be the end of the game, and likely the shortest game that we've had here at the KeSPA Cup. A Showmaker tanking 2 turrets for 15 years is not going to be enough to take him down, ending the game with 25 stacks into his death note. Oh man, 22-7 is the kill score. Absolute demolition by D+, and this is what we were hoping to see from our full LCK lineup, looking to make a statement before 2025.
Puts them up to 3-1, the reverse of Team Vietnam's 1 and 3. And Atlas, in terms of tie breaks and game time, it's really looking good for D+ here if there is a tie with that win under the belt. It is certainly going to push them massively far ahead of any other team we have. Their final match of the evening is against T1 at the very end. It's our last match of the group. So if they win that one and Gen.G loses to Nongshim, they could get first place. It's still possible.
Yeah, and especially with a decent amount of, like a decent win speed, like you were just talking about.
The fastest of the tournament.
Yep. And we know that Gen.G's isn't exactly that fast. If they were in Group A, they would actually be 3rd place if they were tied with those teams. Of course, they had an extra loss. Let's have a look at the result here. Yeah, that's a lot of Swain damage. And it's been a while since I've seen like a really good Swain game. I think the last time I saw it was actually Showmaker. Him and Closer were the ones that did mess around with it either last year or the year before. I can't quite remember, but it was sort of like
2023 early, I think,
tech that they were utilizing it for. And that worked out very, very nicely. But look at, like, this is a very linear graph, isn't it, Wolf?
You could also just see that the composition, running Wukong, Akali into this is really going to be tough. It was a great counter pick for Showmaker. They still were leaving that Corki technically as a flex. And then Showmaker just slams down the Swain that we know he's so good at, but we've been knowing is also very strong in this meta. But into the comp that Team Vietnam had, it was just too good of an opportunity to pass up. And then they just played a dominant game around those early fights.
Yeah, it was beautifully done. Incredibly well executed, and I feel like it's like the first time where a game has gone exactly the way we thought it would go.
Yeah.
And I wasn't expecting that feeling to happen for the first time on, like, what, day 4? Kind of ridiculous, but let's have a look at the standings here as DK solidify themselves in 2nd place. HLE and Nongshim actually moving up. As you can see, Vietnam in 5th, actually risking a little bit of elimination.
Yeah.
If this continues.
They really need to win their next match, but the next match is against Hanwha Life eSports. So that'll be in 2 games' time. It'll be the last of the group. So very, very scary place to be if you are Team Vietnam. If you win that match, though, you keep your chances alive. Of course, Nongshim, even if they win, they might still drop to 2-3 as well. And T1 sitting down there at the bottom, 0-3 with tough matches. They're playing in the next match against Nongshim. So there's still hope here for Team Vietnam, but this is a really heartbreaking loss if you were hoping to get in on your own merit and have full control in the group.
It's true, but Vietnam, they're the biggest T1 fans as far as teams in the tournament. Because if T1 wins, that's going to equalize alongside Vietnam and Nongshim, and then Vietnam has a chance to break some of those ties, depending on things that happen further down the line here in this tournament. Next up, and this time I'm going to study this, T1
this time it's real.
Are going to be taking on Nongshim. And we'll see. T1 needing to keep themselves alive. We'll see whether they can grab their first win of KeSPA Cup after this possibly longer break. Maybe lunchtime. We'll see what happens. See you after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the KeSPA Cup, where it's finally my pleasure to announce that it is indeed T1 that are going to be taking to the stage. And it's going to need to be a victory. They do not have very many more options other than win, 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 and then hope that they are going to be able to get out.
If they lose, there's no team that basically every other team has a win. So it would have to be Team Vietnam that they could tie with, who have 1 and 3. And unfortunately, they would both just be eliminated in that case, as Nongshim is the only other team that could go to 3 losses. So they have to beat them, because if they lose to Nongshim here, then Nongshim go up to 2 wins as well. So it's basically do or die. Like you're straight up eliminated if you lose this game.
Yeah, this is pretty ridiculous. The fact that Nongshim can just win here and then all of a sudden T1 are just eliminated.
No one else could get 4 losses if Nongshim win except Vietnam, and that would just put the both of them out.
Yep. And Gen.G as well, basically confirmed to be first place almost. I think DK has a chance to be able to get up there depending on how quickly they beat T1. But with a 4-0 record, Gen.G are looking pretty good. It will involve them having to lose at the same time.
To Nongshim, who, that would then put Nongshim on a 3-2 scoreline as well. So it would be very huge for Nongshim and their chances of getting out and where they'll be seeded going into the next round. Right now, it does look like very likely we will be seeing Team Vietnam and T1 eliminated, but this is where T1 can change that storyline.
Yep, that's what they have to do. So even though it's difficult, you got to make sure that you take this one. And Nongshim and the other team that will be vying for that last spot looks almost guaranteed that it's going to be HLE, DK, and Gen.G. DK and Gen.G definitely are going to be making it out of the group. That HLE, I guess, if something weird happens, no, it's going to have to be super weird. If they are going to be eliminated.
The real question is, what roster is T1 fielding?
Yeah, and we'll keep it a secret for you until right now, where we will get confirmation that none of the World Championship winning players will be playing. It'll be Smash Cloud, Poby, Vincenzo, and Heite taking to the Rift against King and Sylvie, Fisher, Jiwoo, and Lehens. No changes on the Nongshim side. This is your LCK roster.
Pretty standard stuff for Nongshim. They had a really rough win earlier today over Team Vietnam. It was not a dominant win. It looked like it was going to be, but then they made some questionable decisions. I think a little bit caught off guard by Team Vietnam's playstyle and pretty unique draft. So now against T1 here, I think they can go back to playing their against an expected Korean CL style type of game, as this is a 5 CL player roster.
Yeah, exactly. And T1, of course, this squad have had a little bit more practice together. Of course, Heite making his way into the roster very recently alongside Cloud. But otherwise, Smash and Poby have been playing together for quite some time. Vincenzo has been here for a while as well. So we'll see whether they can get something together here for day 2. And otherwise, it will mean that our last match of the day will likely just be a D+ victory lap up against T1. And we're hoping that that doesn't happen. If T1 win here, then at least the last match could be interesting, despite what happens.
Also, of course, if Gen.G lose to Nongshim, that final match could be interesting for D+, in terms of them potentially getting first place. So there's still some movement that could happen there. But this group, weirdly enough, ended up being much more solved than Group A, even though we were calling this the Group of Death. T1 hasn't been fielding Owner and Guma, and this roster has looked okay, right? But it just hasn't been the dominant force people were hoping to see when they saw that Guma and Owner were playing, and they just haven't been playing since that very first game.
Yep. Maybe they'll pop in for the last match, but it's not likely to happen, as this is your Nongshim Red Force roster. Kingin, Sylvie, Fisher, Jiwoo, and Lehens. It was an up and down match earlier on. They did play first up. If you weren't there, didn't watch it, it's totally fine. Don't go back and watch it. Just watch this instead, and maybe it will be a little bit better. Sylvie with a big ol' yawn, as we can see, and Fisher for the first time not giggling on camera. Kind of crazy.
Yeah, maybe feeling a little bit frustrated with how the day started off. Ended up getting the win anyways, but he carried them back to control and then tossed it away and then had some good fights later on anyways. Very back and forth, weird game. I'm trying to forget about it, but it's hard. It's kind of in the forefront of my mind because it's honestly
are
probably
playing
the wildest
again.
game of the tournament.
Yep. So we'll see whether it is going to be a repeat of a draft very similar to that. Of course, the Kasante Sejuani Yone topside that we have seen find success in not only their hands, although things were difficult for Humble Life eSports as well, that also just tried to run back the same composition. So maybe it's just a difficult one, as I've got the hiccups. I apologize for that.
0-3 T1, no Guma, no owner. Do they still hit 80% on the Preds?
No, I think it's 73.
Wow, you're very close again.
Kind of close. I'm getting there. This is actually crazy, though. That shouldn't have been 73. Now that I'm actually thinking, I should have said, no, it's 90.
Well, I mean, it should be like 30, right? Like reasonably our expectations for this T1 roster against Nongshim.
Oh, reasonably, I'd say Nongshim should be like 55.
You only feel 55% confident Nongshim win this.
Oh, are you saying that? Oh, okay.
I'm saying
like
what I'm saying. Like what I'm saying, like what people should likely predict is like that Nongshim will win this game.
Yeah.
I feel like obviously this is just like a number of people who voted for one team or the other, but I'm like feeling 70%-ish likely that Nongshim win this.
I would say that going in there with an idea that Nongshim should be the stronger team is very valid. Because if Nongshim's LCK team cannot beat the T1 Challenger team that is only just put together, then I'd be asking some questions. However, we were already started asking some questions about Nongshim earlier in the day. So tidying up the gameplay, I think, is the main thing. And I think we've already seen that in the laning phase, things like this, everything is looking pretty good for Nongshim as we dive into the draft. It's just about tidying up the team play afterwards, making sure that they're on the map with some communication down so that Lehens isn't dying, just clearing wards randomly nowhere. That is what I'm looking for here. Is Yone already taken away from Fisher, and there is the Poby Azir ban. Poby Azir looked phenomenal, even though they didn't win any games. He still looked very, very good on the champion, so understandable ban there.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you. The Azir just really strong in general right now. Rumble and Yone banned means that Mbessa, I think, probably needs a look here on the Nongshim side, although they didn't ban Aurora, and they banned Kalista for some reason, so...
Yeah, the Smash Kalista is definitely a danger, but Kalista on this patch just does not feel nearly as powerful as a lot of the other options. Looking at you, Mr. Varus. But yeah, Aurora, do not give that away. Like, let's not do that. Everyone's been banning it. I think we continue to ban it. Come on, Nongshim. Come on, guys.
I think they will. Oh, they did not.
God, really?
They're like, aha, we got Varus. And you get Aurora, but T1 are like, we got Aurora.
Well, I mean, it's the Aurora-Skarner trade. That's what we're looking for here.
Well, Red Side gets 2 of them, so I suppose, you know, they get Aurora, you get Skarner and Varus, so you're feeling decent about that.
Yeah, and I guess maybe they felt priced into throwing away a ban towards the end, although Ashe isn't a throwaway ban by any means, but it's not banning one of the ultra OPs in order to make sure that you get your hands on as much good stuff as possible. I don't know why we're taking so long to find the Skarner button, but I guess Sylvie's just going to pick his own champion here.
I mean, they could just go Corki and Varus, I guess,
yeah,
if that's what they want to do.
You need to pick Skarner, though, right?
I actually almost feel like Varus is more of a strong pick here, especially because we have so many 80 carries taken away. Like, the Ashe is gone. The Kalista is gone. Corki... and I'm assuming this is because it's Fisher, right? Like, Fisher is the Corki guy, so this is a comp where I'm like, yeah, Fisher probably plays it here.
Oh, what the heck is this?
Maokai it's still a flex, right? It has been rising in priority a lot and has been played top a lot today, so I can be okay with it.
I can't. You don't give a team Aurora and Skarner? This is like the most banned champions in the tournament, and they've just been winning all the time. And I guess Team 1 doesn't want to play Skarner anyway, so maybe there's like something that I just don't know.
I think Skarner is very strong, but you don't necessarily want it in every type of composition. And T1 look like they want to draft around something different here. Skarner also really weak into Maokai because he could just get locked in place before the fight even happens, so doesn't get to use his charge or get close to using Impale. So I think that's a reasonable take here by T1.
Guess so.
The Mbessa, though, I would have liked to see banned. They didn't ban it because they banned Kalista and Ashe for some reason. That's a really strong pick here for T1 in this draft. They've got 2 incredibly strong solo lanes.
Oh, God, Kingen, what are we doing?
We're not doing this, that's for sure.
Unless they are. No, I assume they're not. We'll see what Kingen does decide to do. We know that he does like to play around with some
Just
counter
play a
picks.
Mundo if you're gonna try to do some wacky counter pick.
Mundo, not exactly good into physical, but the Renekton we've seen a million times and also hasn't been good. So I don't know. See how this one's going to work. Of course, it's Kingen, and maybe he can just out-muscle Hate.
This lineup just doesn't inspire confidence in any way here. Like, when you get Quirky Maokai, you're like, okay, there could be something here, but let's see. And then they slam the Renekton down after leaving the Ambessa over, leaving the Aurora over, and I'm like, I don't know if this works, Atlas, you know? They banned the Varus, even though they have pick priority in R4.
Yeah.
So maybe they're just putting the Quirky in bottom and they're saving counter pick for Fisher here. Well, I mean, it's not even, he already knows what he's up against, but they're going to keep that flex and keep that a secret from T1 is really what I mean.
Yep, Sylvie can also pick something else if they'd like to flex that Maokai, like you're talking about. The Nautilus is going to be taken away from Cloud here. I think Kai'Sa ban makes a lot of sense. Jiwoo has already played it. And so could allow, you know, some forcing of this Corki into the bottom lane, just so that they can get some magic damage into this composition that isn't just Maokai. That would make some sense to me.
Final ban is going to be... Okay, will be a Xayah, because they have a lot of really strong engage on the 80 carry.
So then the Kai'Sa is picked for free. This draft has been so strange, Wolf.
Yeah, I just don't... It doesn't make any sense to me. Where's the other elements of the dive for this Kai'Sa? Like, as T1, you can play any scaling 80 carry here. You can play Zeri, you can play Jinx, you can play Aphelios for all I care, and you're going to feel really good about your chances, because you have a front line, you have engage, you have zoning, and with Jinx Vi, you have pick potential to set up those resets for the Jinx. This just makes sense to me.
Yeah, the Jinx is good. I think they're going to need something very tanky. And this'll do it. Like, Eclipse just by itself should be enough here. But Cloud will have to make sure that his positioning is good, because otherwise it's pretty squishy
I just
on the side of T1.
I don't even think they like necessarily need a tank because they're playing into Kai'Sa. Like, I mean, yes, I'm not saying they shouldn't pick Leona here, but like Leona and Ambessa, I think, will be enough in this composition for T1.
Yeah, we'll see what Jiwoo is going to be able to do, because I think one of the big things is avoiding just getting locked down by Ambessa and dying. So it's about repositioning with the Killer Instinct away from the Ambessa to really be that assassin in the backline. The Kai'Sa honestly helps me like this Nongshim composition better than I did before. And I feel like that 100% should have been banned. So at the beginning, everything was looking good for T1. Now I'm thinking that maybe there's an opportunity here, but we'll just have to see, because Skarner just went through an entire draft, and it's very, very odd. But Hate has been really good. So the Ambessa and the fact that this Aurora got through, and it's Poby that has his hands on it. I don't know, man. It's a gauntlet thrown here by Nongshim, who do seem to be in higher spirits than we've seen prior. Maybe just because I'm looking at Kingen's screen, and Kingen actually had a bit of a grin, which is weird. Normally he's so stoic.
I think Nongshim are the stronger team. I don't think anyone would really dispute that right now, even though there's a lot of T1 fans who want to support them and predict them in the online prediction. But I feel like this draft does nothing for me. It does not have great synergy. The Maokai ultimate sets up maybe, you know, some quirky damage, maybe a Kai'Sa all in, but there's not a lot of great setup for the Kai'Sa dive. You're running an Alistar, which can help you set up, you know, big team fights and sometimes big AoE abilities, but isn't necessarily going to set up anything this draft is trying to do. Whereas T1 have a draft that has a theme. It's dive. They have an Aurora. They can zone incredibly well. Anyone dies, Jinx gets excited. They have a real hyper carry in the late game that is just going to do big damage in front to back. Whereas the Kai'Sa is never going to be able to do that. And I think the paltry poke that she can offer from behind, if she does end up getting that AP finish to evolve her W, just isn't going to save this one for Nongshim. I don't think Nongshim are like down and out. Like, I don't think they auto lose. But I'm curious to see how they make this one work, if they make it work.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see them really play towards some of these 2-item spikes. Because, of course, Jinx, more of that hyper carry, wants to get to 3 or 4 items, so maybe there's a window there. But even then, I think Ambessa and Aurora are probably going to be enough to get them over that particular hurdle, and Smash can just remain some insurance. And do you know what my insurance is? Dubstep, baby. Let's do it. Hey! All right, here we are. Onto the Rift for T1's last gasp. Their last chance at surviving here at the KeSPA Cup. They will be able to tie things up with Vietnam and Nongshim with a victory here. And if they lose, they are likely just straight up eliminated. And in fact, they are. Because Nongshim will make it to 2 wins, and T1 will only have 1 game remaining. It will be doomed.
Yeah, they could only hope for Vietnam to lose, and then they'd both be out. If Vietnam win, then they're still out. So,
yeah. It's just not so great. So Fisher taking a little bit of damage here from Poby to start this one off. We have seen this matchup a few times. I believe it was Zeka that really did put the screws in this matchup and managed to win out quite nicely. This time around, we'll see what Fisher's going to be able to do here. As it is a bit of lane swap territory.
Yeah, it's Kai'Sa going to the top lane, which... this was your counter pick, by the way. But anyway, it's a swap.
I mean, counter pick, but also more just like insurance pick so that we have magic damage.
Yeah. Well, don't worry, Maokai's got that in spades.
Hey, there we go.
Don't tell Chronicler I said that. Chronicler's clinching.
We have seen a bit of the like first tank item, then still build Leandri's, type situation.
Yeah, no, that's been popular this tournament, especially for jungle. Top lane hasn't been doing that as much, but jungle definitely has been pretty relevant. Vincenzo is going to start taking away some of this jungle here. Will be followed by Kingen though, so when you consider that he's got some backup here on the bottom side, that's going to feel pretty nice. So even though Kingen wants to stop this, he's just going to have to head over to his turret. Sylvie will collide with Vincenzo here though.
Yeah, Sylvie actually trying to sneak into this brush so that Vincenzo is forced to get himself out of here. As there's the Bramble Smash back. Kingen trying to come in here. The flash is going to come through. Sylvie, he had the flash, but now everyone's collapsing. Lehen's trying to get them out of there as Vincenzo goes down. The punch from the cow will do it. It's a 1-for-1 though, as now Fisher is trying to get in on this action. And Cloud, he's got double buffs, guys. Go and chase after the Leona, but Smash is going to get flashed on, and Kingen will take him down. And the Leona's getting pinged. She was backing on a ward and manages to keep those double buffs alive.
I don't think this is really about the draft, but I will say, I was wondering how Nongshim's going to end up taking the W on this one if they do. It's a good start here in this clash as Vincenzo goes back in with the Leona here, but Sylvie is just tanky enough to where he eats all that extra damage. Leona's sticking on top of him and actually, helping to take him out here, but that's not really who you want the kill to be on. Smash as well here. Tries to get his way out here. Will force the flash trade, but is not going to be able to survive. And him not having flash feels pretty rough, considering he's the more vulnerable one than a Renekton here. If they try to dive the Renekton in a little bit, then Kingen not having flash could be impactful down here on the bottom side as he's lane swap. But I think he's heading top. I think we're done with the lane swap. So I don't think that will actually bother Kingen all too much.
Yeah.
If at all.
Having a look at all of the farm numbers as well, I mean, T1 kind of doing all right when it comes to that, not really suffering from that skirmish, as Cloud doesn't quite find the Zenith Blade. Jiwoo coming down will be able to continue farming somewhat.
So really bad wave state for Jiwoo.
Yeah, it is going to be pushing back, but you're right. Not looking very good as Fisher, also wasting all of his mana on a Valkyrie that didn't actually help him.
No, sadly. It's okay, he could still auto-attack.
Yep. Going to be able to clear out his
minions. Potion, so he's okay for the time being. Not ideal, but we'll be able to get most of these minions.
Speaking of which, Kingen with a very large wave to play with.
Yeah, he's very happy about that because he is significantly behind since he spent so much time in the jungle trying to support that play earlier and was otherwise just the top laner who had to patch the holes in the lane swap. But not too far behind, also grabbing that kill onto Smash earlier means he's got 300 extra gold. So as this second wave crashes through, he's basically going to even up the CS. Nongshim in a really nice spot here, I feel overall. Yes, Gio ended up taking the short end of the stick, but you look at the lineups here across the board, and like this early game is gone pretty smooth with the lane swap.
Yep. Speaking of lane swaps, Hate going to be moving back towards that bottom side, spotted on a ward, as you can see, pinged out immediately. So Nongshim get that early heads up as another teleport to bring Fisher back towards his outer turret in mid lane. So Nongshim, after, like you say, earlier on, putting themselves together a decent advantage, that skirmish helping them out, and now Kingen evening up that farm. And you can see Smash making his way back up towards this top lane. And I think he was going to miss the cannon. That cannon will allow, the rest of the minions to probably go over to Smash pretty comfortably. But I don't think he actually gets that cannon minion.
Nope, don't think so. See what Cloud can do here to try to deter this dive, but there are just so many people here. I don't...
Yeah, everyone.
Hate also doesn't have ult. He doesn't have level 6.
And look at this. It's so completely face up as well. As they're diving in, they get the pulverize onto Hate. They want to take him down, and they do so very comfortably. Kill goes over to Jiwoo as he somehow picks up turret aggro and takes 2 shots. So a 1-for-1 is not really what Nongshim were looking for there.
And the Cloud didn't get the kill, actually. It went over to Hate, so... That's pretty massive that the Ambessa picks that one up. This is kind of a disaster here for Nongshim, considering how many resources they committed. Look at the top side. This is what I really want to show you guys. Is Smash is going to be able to pick up 2 plates here at least. I think 2 will probably be all he walks away with on this, but it's still pretty massive. He might try to stick for 3.
Yeah, no cannon.
Can at least get
as well.
2.5, I guess. And I mean, it's a really long walk back for Jiu. If he actually gets 3, this is crazy. But yeah, 3 plates on the 1-for-1. T1 very happy with how this did all end up.
Yeah, so Nongshim, as you can see, the gold all but evened back out again, and with so much of it going over to Smash. Oh dear, Nongshim just not quite making the right macro decision here as Kingen going aggressive, finds that Dominus as the ulti comes on through. Kingen still with a lot of fury available will be able to stand toe-to-toe with this Ambessa. But still, I mean, it's a 1-0-2 Crocodile. He's pretty scary. But I think the Ambessa release date situation is going to be a problem.
I think Kingen just has enough with the Fury Bar after that ult to be able to continue to put this pressure on and walk away. He's not in danger. But if you wanted to try to force something under the turret, there was no way that was going to happen. But yeah, that ultimate was forced there. Hete had to use it to try to be able to stave off that pressure and be okay. Otherwise, Kingen just gets too good of a trade on him. So well played there by Hete. And it will just kind of end up being nothing happening down there as Fisher is once again just going to eat the weirding.
Yeah.
Buff damage recently is really hurting.
And Poby staying aggressive as this wave is going to dissipate. And Fisher is not going to be able to get much of that experience or gold.
They changed Aurora a lot. And I think, I don't remember the exact numbers, but they basically budgeted her power away from her ult and put it more into her Q and her W.
Yep.
Or her Q and her E, that is to say. And that actually makes her such a lane bully. Whereas before she was, she was decent in lane, but now she really hits super hard, especially when she has Comet. I'm just seeing that kind of on display here once again. And why probably should have been banned, Nongshim.
Well, Lehens is also in trouble. He does have the Unbreakable Will, able to knock Cloud away here as Jiwoo fighting against Smash, supercharges his way out. I think that T1 did understand that Lehens is going to be probably a little bit too tanky, but overloading the top side of the map, and Nongshim can now make their way into the bottom side
timing,
jungle.
Though, not great for trying to make a play on the turret, but at least maybe Sylvie can get this red buff, which would be a nice little pickup.
Yeah, it's at least something, as now Kingen once again starting off the trade on the negative side of things. Slice and dice and an Actinol cool, though, as a Ruthless Predator needs to come back up. Not quite going to happen, as now Sylvie, he'll be able to twist it advance over, and there is the smash down. No public execution for Sylvie. That one actually belongs to Hate this time.
Remember last time when I talked about how Hate needed to ult to be okay? This time I think he was hoping he was going to get the ult into the turret and actually then have kill pressure on a Kingen, but he just never ulted, and so therefore died like I was saying he would if he didn't ult last time. And he was trying to be really, really greedy with that, and Kingen just spaced it out really well. Didn't give him an opportunity to ult him under turret, and then once we did see Sylvie rotate over, that was the end of poor Hete. So much plate gold going over to Smash. Remember, he has a Cull as well in his inventory. This game is super close. Nongshim have a gold lead, but when you look at where the gold is, 200 gold lead here for this Jinx right now at 0-1, and we'll have that Cull cashing in relatively soon here.
Yeah, that's going to be the big thing, is the fact that it's more of an investment build here for Smash. And it's just about being on a decent clip, getting to those items as quickly as possible here for this Jinx. Is now a potential fight happening once again. Vault Breaker gets Vincenzo close, but they get the flash out from Sylvie as Lehens still sticking around. Okay, Nature's Grasp going to start this fight off as now Jiwoo looking for an angle to get amongst it. Decent target selection is now Kobe dancing around the fight. Vincenzo goes down to the Incaptian, rains down, and Cloud looking to try and flash his way out of there. He will be able to escape, but Vincenzo not going to be so lucky. That should mean that Grubs are going to go over now to Nongshim. They can even that count out.
Yeah, and unfortunately, T1 just tossing everything into a level 6 Alistair with ult and sums available. Those are going to be a big waste of cooldowns. Let's see. Hayte doesn't have ult still.
Exactly. Kingen now with that Dominus running, but is lit on fire as Hayte does have that ignite. So the Cull the Meek not as powerful in these engages. So Kingen will be able to pick up that Summoner spell at least, still has his flash. And Hayte not so lucky on that front. So we haven't actually spoken about this, but it is a little bit aggressive to go for the ignite. Helps in lane a lot, but does mean that that extra layer of survivability isn't there.
Yeah, that might be a big issue later on, and was kind of an issue in that last death for him. Does have his ult back on. Now look at everything going into Lehens here, including Smash's damage. Then Smash gets rooted here, even though he kited back, so he lost a lot of damage. Lehens then headbutts Smash out, so he's really just not offering a whole lot in this fight. He's sitting on a BF sword in the Cull, right? I mean, he's got some stats here to fight, but he's just completely outplayed and outzoned by Lehens there, who kind of baited and outsmarted them in that exchange. Looked like
a
he
siren,
was, yeah, I mean, just literally looked like he was in danger. He's like, look, I'm out here. Oh no, an Alistair. It's just a support. But the rest of the team was ready to pounce and punish.
Another interesting thing here is the fact that we've got Jiwoo going for a Kraken Slayer, so it's going to be more of a physical build here for the Kai'Sa, when that's not what we were thinking. So, to go back to Chronicler's favorite thing, as you were talking about before, it's likely that we're going to get Sylvie putting together a Leandri's Maokai.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, he might, for sure. I do think that I feel like I'm the only person in the world who says this in terms of like the League of Legends casting community, but I do think that having both damage profiles as being a necessity in League is often somewhat overrated, especially in metas like this, because who's really building, you know, massive armor here, like on the side of T1? Nobody really. So like,
headbutt Pulverize as Cloud. He's got his Eclipse working out for him, but now maybe Lehens has overstepped. Does still have the ultimate, of course. Can get out of that CC if he would like to. Was thinking about a turnaround. Does press the button, and T1 then just immediately back away.
This game is, you know, really, like, if this was a two LCK teams, yeah, I mean, like, I know Nongshim is, but, like, I mean two, like, LCK teams with experience together and stuff. Like, Nongshim is still trying to figure this out. Like, Lehens is a new player on the squad. Kingen just came in. But if this was like, I don't know, let's just say last year, DRX versus like Bro, for example, I'd be looking at this going and say, like, let's say Nongshim is DRX. Like, oh, this is looking really good for Nongshim, right? They have a significant gold lead, 2 kills on this Kai'Sa. You know, they've weathered the storm of the Sembesa. Like, the Renekton is significantly ahead. But this is basically a Challengers game, actually. This is KeSPA Cup. And we've seen crazier comebacks than this in this tournament, even with Nongshim in the very recently. So I really want to keep our eyes on these objectives and how we're going to see these fights break out. The first Dragon still hasn't been taken. 14 minutes into this game, both these teams have been so timid, so not confident about starting these objectives off and actually grouping for them. See a lot of vision there for Nongshim now. Maybe finally this is the time where we'll see that taken. But when we see the group here towards said Dragon, I think, you know, this Dragon alone isn't going to be what changes the game, especially now that we've waited so long that the Herald is up. As hold that thought.
Yeah, let's see whether Hayte can survive this one. Remember, just doesn't have flash. Does have the ultimate, as he does ult to get on top of Sylvie. No twisted advance, and he just has to use that big button. And that is going to at least get him out. Yeah, so it should be a turret. Should also be a Dragon if Nongshim would like it, although Dragons really have been ignored. 15 minutes into the game and 0 Dragons taken.
That's what I'm saying. Like, we still haven't seen that Dragon. And it's a Chemtech Dragon, so I think that's a part of it. But I think both these teams are so nervous about what this means for the standings right now as well. They weren't confident enough, even though there were moments where control was there. I would argue the Herald is more valuable, as they really want Hayte, and they're going to get him.
Yep, the Nature's Grasp is going to come down, and look at that burst damage from Fisher. He's not even in turret range. Does take a cheeky shot there, but oh no. This Ignite teleport is just not working out.
It makes sense for the Renekton matchup, but what you lose, especially when you're behind and now having to kind of weak side catch waves is so heavy. You just become the perfect dive target, especially when Maokai can just lock you in place. And if you can't pull him deeper under the turret, he just doesn't care about you. So finally, Sylvia's starting the dragon solo here. And the question becomes, what is Nongshim going to do while he's doing that? Because there's not a whole lot they can do except defend this turret, but I think they're already unsuccessful at doing so. So they don't really get anything.
Yep. By the way, this is the first time I've seen the Yuntal Wild Arrows picked up, as Smash does have that one. Gonna have to hold that thought as Vincenzo's just dead. Fish are gonna flash on top of him. Damn, this guy's corkies are looking real nice. Outside of the laning phase, he is looking real good. However, Poby is wanting to take him down a peg or two as in goes Hate, out goes Hate. As Lehen's is just gonna pick that one up. Does have the aftershock and just walks forward. He's an angry cow. He's feeling really good. Triumphantly roaring all over the place. And that is just a pickoff. And 2-0-1 now for Fisher on this Corki.
Very large, very in charge. Also got a lot of turret gold. So he's quite big. He might actually be looking to buy second item here pretty soon. Or at least the second part of that second item, that is to say. He won't be able to finish the Muramana yet. But okay, only has a longsword worth of gold. But basically all you need, he's got the Warhammer.
Yep.
But he's going to hit that 2-item spike here, sub 20 minutes, and that's a big problem for T1.
The 22 rule, he's going to eclipse it.
I mean, the 22 rule is like, if you don't have it by 22, you're in trouble. But he's going to have it sub 20, I think, based on how much gold he's going to pick up. I haven't seen the full total number of how much gold he's holding, but the Yuntal arrows is pretty good for Jinx because you're going to stack that speed. She already is so good with resets when she gets her pick. So it's, I don't want to say it's a Jinx exclusive, but I think she uses it more than the most 80 carries. So
yeah, you scale with attack speed really, really effectively.
So
with
very
the
good
AoE of your rockets. So definitely good. As Vincenzo looking for an angle here as Sylvie not going to get hit by the stun, but does get slowed down there, but still going to try and turn this into an engage of their own. In goes King, and he does get chomped, but he just doesn't care about it. It's Chiwi that's able to lock down the kill as well. I think that's a killing spree now for this Kai'Sa. And Chiwi, a big benefactor of the early game at the same time. So this Kai'Sa, when we thought wasn't going to be as relevant, certainly has been. As Hate, he just can't stop getting targeted here as Fisher is able to pick up that kill, doesn't have turret aggro. That's going to be a tower falling down. And Nongshim, they are clapping here in this game.
They're just playing the map way better than T1, and they have better setups here. I mean, Smash could set up the Chompers to deny Kingan's teleport from instantly getting him into the fight, but once they fade away, he's still going to be relevant. They were cut off, so they couldn't actually help out. Like, Smash can't get down to help his teammates out after Nongshim have the better group there. And see it again here. Like, they're looking for the engage here onto this tanky Maokai. And Lehen's, again, also the other person who could be targeted here. He just doesn't care about damage. They just go instantly long range in onto Vincenzo. Fisher's here to pick up the kills. Like, what was the plan here? Like, Jinx can't get anywhere near this. And Hete, he thinks he's... Oh, okay. Poby may also be dead.
Yeah, we are back to live now. Headbutt Pulverize, and he might be dead, but he actually just really is dead. Lehen's makes sure of that one with a Headbutt Pulverize.
I mean, this game is just off. It's just so... Like, they don't have a top laner. They basically don't have an AD carry. I think it's done.
Yeah. I think it is pretty sorted out here. I think that's the Arcane Vi skin, by the way. Don't you think she looks like a Team Rocket grunt?
Let me look closer. Look, kind of
like Team Rocket grunt from like any of the sort of henchmen's from the teams, you know, like be it Team Aqua, Team Magma.
Sure, yeah, I see what you're saying.
From the Pokemon games.
Yeah, I mean,
let me know in chat if you guys agree. That's what I sort of feel.
I think she could be working for Giovanni. Yeah,
it's a bit of a Giovanni thing. Anyway, King is going to be taking it in a turret here towards the bottom side of the map, and it's 5,500 gold lead for Nongshim, just cruising at this point in time. You mentioned sub 20. It is well and truly sub 20, as Fisher also has Merc Treads and a dagger on top of that immediate power spike that is so incredibly scary.
I just think that when you see Runins locked in here for Smash, you're like, okay, that's good. Jinx 2 items. But then you look at when is she going to be free to auto attack the enemy team when they're this far behind? The Renekton is so massive. The Maokai is so massive, you know. He is just full tank here. Didn't go for AP because, like I said, he doesn't really need it in this game. I mean, against this composition, he doesn't need it. But with the game state, he just wants to be as beefy as possible. and just lock out any sort of aggression here. The Vi, if it goes in, is not going out. You know, Vincenzo is just like, there's so much peel here. It's crazy. Kobe's going to get some alone time with his turret, which is a small win here, but a win nonetheless for T1.
That's something. A little bit of extra gold back, perhaps, but that's on the bottom side of the map. Teleport is available. They do get some vision here as the Baron has just been started. With both Jiwoo and Fischer, with the amount of damage that they have, it is going to go down pretty quickly. Fischer just playing defense, as we can see, as Lahens has found Hate. Fischer turns up, and oh god, the Ambessa was there for a second and then immediately leaves. Now a 4 versus 5 with Baron in the mix. Down to 4,000. Vincenzo could possibly try and save this, but instead, it's the turn. Headbutt Pulverize comes down. Cloud just flashing to get away, but the Killer Instinct from Jiwoo is going to get in there. Vincenzo in so much trouble, and Poby's ultimate just not really doing anything at all, except for maybe killing him. As he does bounce his way out. Smash with a zap. Does get some damage onto Fischer, but Nongshim just rolling over the top right now.
Smash, his positioning hasn't been an issue. You know, he's only died once this game. He's always in the right place, but there's just not enough of a front line for him, with Ambessa being 1 in 5 and constantly hard focused in the side lane. There's no setup here for him with Poby. I feel like they have a good draft here, but at this game state and this far behind, like with Hete just constantly dying, it's kind of crazy. There's just nothing you can do. I guarantee you guys in the post game, the damage numbers here for Smash will be laughable because they're just so small, because he just can't do anything. Again, it's not his fault.
Really his fault.
Like, look at him. He's like, I autoed twice, 3 times in this fight, maybe 4, and his positioning is good, and they're trying to go in, and if this is an even game state, this absolutely works out, right? You have Poby going in, Smash gets that first kill, he gets a reset, he's got his 2 items, he's got his runins, he's ripping through those health bars, but no, just this far behind,
it's a lot of arrows. He's got a quiver. He definitely does. Outside of that, not a lot of hope here in this game. 0-5-1 for Vincenzo, though. He is really not having the day.
I mean, Hete and Vincenzo have been having the rough end of the stick, because Vincenzo's been going all in and super aggressive on like Lahens and getting punished for it several times, going on to Sylvie and getting punished for it, and then Hete's just been left alone and constantly focused.
And he's also Hete's gone for the Cyclo Sword build again. I think if there's ever a game where you'd kind of like a little bit of survivability with the Eclipse, like this is the one. But instead wants to just be able to blow something up, I guess. And this could be an option, as Kingen is so tanky. My god! He's still alive! Getting all that health back with the Triumph as well. He's still up there. They are not going to lose anyone except for Fischer, and now it's the flash forward from Jiwoo. Takes down Smash. Cloud the next on the menu. This guy's Kai'Sa is going completely ballistic in this fight. That's an ace, and they trade it for 1. As Nongshim, I think they're kind of done with this game.
I think they are. Should be able to get this inner as well. Kingen's going to get the top side inner.
Yeah, inner happening here. The inhibitor turret going down in the bottom lane.
Mid inner should go down, and this inhibitor in the bottom lane, like you say, goes down. Kingen might actually be able to get the inhibitor top side here too if they want to try to link up with him, but I think there's just a little bit too little death timer here, so he's probably just going to be happy with the inhibitor turret. So going on to Kingen here, look at the block as well that happens. It's so ironic with the teleport here. Smash looks for the ult, blocked by Fischer. Goes straight in the middle of the fight, which is not ideal for a Corki. You know, he probably doesn't want to be right in the middle of that fight and does end up dying here. By the time Smash gets excited, Jiwoo has already Void Secret him and is just going to Killer Instinct up and one-shot him. So close to greatness again. Poor Smash, man. Again, this is not his fault.
No, it's not his day.
But he's living in the reality that is his team being now 11,000 gold behind.
Yeah, Poby also having a bit of a terror of a game on this Aurora, unfortunately. Everything just kind of going wrong, one on top of the other. And at this stage, T1 can't do anything. It's 11,000 gold. It's under 25 minutes. And, I mean, you just kind of have to keep throwing things at the wall and seeing if anything sticks. But it's the walls are pretty slick over here, you know? Like, I don't think it's happening.
I don't think so.
Kingen clearing out some vision. Nongshim just staying in between these 2 turrets, keeping the pressure up. As Baron, unfortunately, not back up and available again just yet. Gonna have to wait 2.5 minutes for that one. Might need that in order to get a siege happening, as their carries are relatively low range.
This game ended up being, you know, depressingly one-sided. I really thought this was going to be a much more interesting one, especially we knew Nongshim was the better team, right? I mean, on paper they should be. Like
100%. Like this is, we have to, I guess, remind everyone, it's LCK versus Challenger.
Yeah.
Like that's what's happening.
That's what's happening. But I felt like T1 had such a good draft here that I thought maybe they'd make this one a lot closer, but they just can't hit the benchmarks. You know, Smash can't actually be set up for success.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting because T1, they just won Worlds, but Nongshim are the team with the world champion on it, as it turns out.
Yeah.
Because, you know, this is not the T1 that a lot of people do associate with that.
Or even the part world champion T1 roster that we saw on Sunday.
Yeah, earlier on. And that was only for one game up against Vietnam. Didn't quite work out, but this is also KeSPA Cup. So if people are drawing conclusions, that is silly. However, this is really important for Nongshim because building synergy is a really important thing. For T1, I think time off is a very important thing. But for Nongshim, this is about getting back on the horse. You know, Lahens and Kingen trying to fit in with these young guns of Sylvie, Fisher, and Jiwoo who were playing together throughout this 2024 season.
And I think the conclusion that we will be able to draw here for T1 is that they're not getting out of this group stage. They are not going to be advancing to the next round. They are going to go down 0-4. And
Nongshim are holding on as well. We have to remember they're going up to 2-2.
Yeah, exactly. And I was going to say, Nongshim really needed this win to have a good chance of getting out, and they have absolutely earned it.
This is looking much, much better. Ulti going to go entirely wide here as the Twisted Advance does pull Sylvie in there. Jiwoo now fighting him in melee range, but the Headbutt Pulverize is there. Super Mega Death Rocket is just going to sail by wistfully. And unfortunately, it's not going to find too much. There's a Killer Instinct. That gets them on top of Cloud. Smashed back with the Brambles. And now the Flash Headbutt Pole from Lahens closes the gap as Poby going to get hit by the last couple of rain droplets that were hitting him Cathianly. The inhibitor going to go down, and Nongshim, I think, are going to stop playing with their food here and put T1 out of their KeSPA misery.
Another wave is coming through, so even though they sniped that cannon, it's just going to be short-lived celebration here. Or not even celebration, but like hanging on by the last bit of wave clear. This should be the end of it, and a pretty good time for Nongshim as well.
Absolutely. Beautifully done. Remember, win times are actually important, especially if you're going to get to 3-2, as Lahens going to try and headbutt his way out, and the Nexus falls down before he does. Congratulations to Nongshim. They are looking ruthless today.
And T1 are eliminated from going to the next round.
Yeah.
Nongshim tying things up 2-2 here in the group stage, keeping their chances well and truly alive here. They have their final match against Gen.G. But even if they lose that, there's still a really good chance for them to get through, because that would rely, them not making it through would rely on Vietnam winning their next matchup and then having a better average game time. The fact that they were able to do this sub 30 at like 27-40 or so is actually really huge for their average win time.
Yeah, and who is Vietnam up against next?
Vietnam's next is Hanwha Life eSports.
Right, so now either Vietnam goes to 2-3 by winning, or by losing, right? Because Nongshim now at 2-2 are in control of their own destiny. Because if they can win,
actually,
one of Hanwha Life eSports or Vietnam are going to be their opposition there.
If Nongshim have the better average win time right now, they're actually already through, because Vietnam can only go to 2-3, and if Nongshim go to 2-3 as well. Here. Look, so like if Nongshim lose and Vietnam win, if Nongshim have the better game time, they're automatically through, because they're the same scoreline, and that's the only thing that can happen. Hanwha Life as well could lose and then be tied with them, and then we might have a 3-way tie, but game time would also decide that. So it's looking really good for Nongshim off of this win. Now, game time aside, obviously, if they win their next matchup and go 3-2, then they're definitely through no matter what. But based on the fact that they won that one pretty quickly, it's interesting. Now, they also won their last one very slowly. So, you know, I'm not 100% sure because we don't have the game times in front of us, but I think they're feeling pretty optimistic about the chances because, again, Vietnam has to beat Hanwha Life eSports for Nongshim to even have to worry about that. And that's also assuming that Nongshim lose their next matchup to Gen.G, which they might not.
Yeah, and Gen.G are probably going to win that one. But Hanwha Life are almost like guaranteed to win theirs against Vietnam as well. I mean, Hanwha just had a pretty close one against Gen.G, probably our most competitive game that we've had so far this tournament. I think, like, looking back at that one, it was a whole lot of fun, right? Like, we got the Kog'Maw out from Viper. It was looking like it could potentially happen. And then, you know, Canyon got like 11 stacks on his Kindred, and sometimes you get too many Kindred marks to lose. And the compositions were beautiful. The way that it was played was great. And what I'm saying is that Humble Life Esports are a good team. It's going to be tough for Vietnam to be able to take them down. And that's coming up next.
Yeah, I think this group stage might be all but locked up. We've got to play it out, Atlas.
We absolutely do, and I just want to see some fun League of Legends. When teams are down and out, that is their time to try some weird stuff. So let's go to a short break. When we get back, Humble Life Esports in Vietnam. Vietnam fighting for their lives. We'll see you there. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the KeSPA Cup, where we have 3 more matches for you this evening. And unfortunately, they don't mean anything other than seeding. Seeding is very important, and it means that in the Swiss, you don't need to win quite as many games if you are placed higher. But we are going to be saying goodbye to Vietnam and T1, unfortunately, at the end of the day.
That's right. And the reason why, if you're wondering, even though these games haven't finished yet, is because Vietnam's best case scenario is to go 2-3 and Nongshim to lose, so they're also 2-3, but Nongshim defeated Vietnam at the beginning of the day, so have the head-to-head advantage over them, so they win that tiebreaker. So right now we do know who is going to the group stage. It's Gen.G, D+, Hanwha Life eSports, and Nongshim, and then Team Vietnam and T1 will be eliminated. But we don't know how it all goes down in order, and we also don't know what a crazy strategical team like Team Vietnam might do now that they're technically eliminated in a game like this.
Yeah, this could be all sorts of crazy. They're playing spoiler right now, as Hanwha Life eSports could still tie with Nongshim, of course. They could be behind Nongshim as well.
Well, actually, you know what? There's one thing I hadn't considered.
What's that?
Atlas. Is if Vietnam beats Hanwha Life, they also go to 2-3, and then Vietnam actually is in because they have the head-to-head with Team Hanwha Life.
Oh, God. So they are actually... So never mind. It's not actually decided. It's not decided.
No, actually, I didn't. I just... In my head, I was like, well, it's kind of a done deal, right?
Yeah. No, me
but
too.
It's not because Hanwha can actually technically lose.
Right. So Vietnam are actually just playing for their tournament lives. That is how this one goes. Either it's Vietnam in or it's Hanwha Life eSports in. Outside of that, everything is cut and dry. We were so focused on Nongshim and if Nongshim,
Team Vietnam,
yeah. So Nongshim are definitely in. DK and Gen.G are definitely in, but Hanwha Life eSports still on the ropes a little bit here. So our last match with contention is now upon us. This is really fun. Okay, so Vietnam, if they do it again, if they find the upset, then they could knock out Zeka, Viper, and Delight with Grizzly and Rooster alongside them from the tournament. That would be absolutely insane.
It really would be. It is really crazy how the format kind of works that way. Now, if Team Vietnam win, and then Hanwha Life eSports, and then Nongshim also lose their final match to Gen.G, then it's going to be based on game time between the 3 of them, which 2 of those teams get in, of course. But in terms of the Hanwha versus Vietnam head-to-head, if Nongshim win, for example, and then it's just a 2-way tie between Hanwha Life and the Vietnamese esports team, then it's just cut and dry. So, yeah, we're kind of updating you guys on a lot of stuff really fast here because I kind of thought I solved it, and then I was looking in and realized that
it requires this match to happen in order to solve it. If Hanwha Life eSports wins, it's very clear as to what's going on, but it's only going to be cleared up after this game right here. So the grins on the faces of Vietnam as they look to try and take down the LCK champions of Summer 2024. We'll see whether they can do so. Of course, you know, missing the top side of the map. Peanut and Zayas now was, of course, Doran when they did manage to win that. But Zayas and Peanut not going to be playing in this one. And we'll see exactly how this one is going to go down. Because so, Pun, Drakthar, Ares, Puddin, and Taki.
Ares has got his headset hair going on.
I'm liking
Puddin's
it.
got
He's liking it as well, as we can see.
The one headset hair that's sticking up. See that?
I like it. I feel like they're all talking about their hair right now. You see Puddin like making sure that his fringe is perfectly aligned. And he's having a lot of fun doing it as well, as we can see.
Yeah.
Drakthar he's fed up with all of these shenanigans.
Draktar's like, guys, let's focus. Like, I want to move into the Swiss stage.
Yeah. And with a victory here, they can certainly do that. I wonder whether this, like, is it now time for, like, some of these Scion strategies, you know? Is, like, Pun going to bring out something a little bit more weird? Because we know this guy, like, he tried the Udyr, it didn't quite work. Rooster is someone that isn't as experienced as the rest of the roster. It might be somewhere that they can play through, perhaps.
I mean, the Scion keeps getting banned against them, so that's an extra ban that you have. You know, you're like, cool, I got a free ban out of it. Maybe they have something else planned and or prepared here now that they're really on the ropes here at the end.
Maybe.
As Viper is still very much underwater.
Yeah, and Zeka is very much missing a shoulder. Currently missing an eye as well. As we can see there. You can see his humidifier in the background as well, making everything look like it's a like a concert, which is kind of cool.
It's just so bizarre that like Viper and Zeka's cameras are like so off.
Yeah.
Like it's one thing to be like Rooster's camera right now where it's like slightly off center. There's another thing entirely to just be like basically you have a player cam but you're not on camera.
Yeah. So yeah, Viper's got to work that one out. We'll see how this one does go. So Rooster Grizzly, of course, not actual members of this team. This is not what we're going to be seeing for the LCK, but Zeka, Viper, and Delight, of course, are going to be there.
Technically could if, Zayas and Peanut are feeling ill or...
Yeah, that's true.
You know,
Rooster did
like
go to Worlds as the sub for Hammerlife.
But it's not the mainstay roster. It's just challenger players subbing in as they could in the LCK, but Peanut and Zayas are not participating in KeSPA Cup 2024. They're not on the official roster in any capacity.
Indeed. And so now, just waiting on pick and ban to see whether Vietnam are going to be able to get in.
And Preds.
Oh, that's true. Let's get the Preds happening.
96-4.
99-1.
I got it right for once.
Nailed it. We're both one perfect score. 1-1. Absolutely gorgeous. But yeah, this is it makes a fair bit of sense, as of course, Hammerlife eSports, our LCK champions, should be able to take down Vietnam. And I actually think that this is actually relatively close to what our expectation is moving into this game. Yeah. But that was also, I was expecting that T1 were going to be able to take down Vietnam as well, and they were unable to do so. So we'll just have to see. Of course, very different story.
KT was also like 90-10 on Bro and then lost to Bro.
Yeah, and then Bro came first in the group.
Yeah.
So who knows?
You never know. You never know. In KeSPA Cup, anything can happen.
Yep.
That's the unofficial tagline.
Yeah. They also predicted KT, and then 2 KT players won. Because, of course, on Bro, there's Hype and there's Humbug. So I guess maybe they could argue that they won. But let's jump into pick and ban and see what happens here. Is finally Skarner goes back onto the ban list. Jira is not going to be playing that one. And Drakthar getting the respect he deserves with that Viego being taken away. UNA, of course, a good ban against Zeka.
Also, Taki's Renata has been banned every single game since he played it in the first game against T1.
Yep.
We'll see Aurora actually banned on blue side.
We'll find this interesting. So maybe vying for a Varus first pick here for Puddin. They did first pick Varus last time around as well, I'm pretty sure.
At least one of their games. I think they really like to play Varus in the lane rotations that they do. So I think they will first pick it again.
All right. Well, Corky going to be banned.
Or
first pick Renekton. I mean, that's the thing you can do.
That's a thing you don't normally do, though.
Might mean that they're just saying that they like that pick into the Ambessa, but instead it's just going to be Ash locked away. Definitely, as far as tier list is concerned, feeling pretty high up that list.
Viper did play one game of Varus, and he did do all of the damage that you could imagine a Varus can do that game.
He did also win Worlds playing Varus.
Yes.
So he's pretty good at that one. Ambessa is going to be picked up, even though the Renekton was hovered. Pun was threatening the Crocodile.
Well,
don't seem too worried about it.
It did go very well in our previous game. We're just locking Jhin.
Sometimes you just want to play Jhin.
Not me, personally.
No, neither.
I don't really understand the feeling, but I guess Viper's just a different beast.
Jhin players do find Jhin very satisfying.
Viper did absolutely dismantle T1 in the lower bracket finals with Jhin.
That is true.
Into Guma's Ziggs. So, we're not seeing Ziggs in this game because they've already locked the Ashe, but man, they're running it back, Atlas, but they're pushing the Udyr into B2 to run it back.
They're really prioritizing the power of this Udyr.
And by power, we mean what they think it has. I thought that the way they played out their last draft was really good, but the problem is that showing this... First of all, they've already shown it once. And second of all, trying to do this early in this draft, whereas last time was a lot more reactionary to what we saw out of D+. Out of Nongshim. I just think that Hammerlife eSports won't draft a draft that gets totally clocked by this. Although if they lock this Swain, it does kind of get totally clocked by this. I
mean, Silas just kind of works, right? You get an Encore, you get an Arrow. You don't get much from the Udyr. amazing champion into Silas, assuming you don't have any teammates. I think you can turn into a Phoenix, though, if you do press the R button, but I'm not entirely sure.
You get the little spinny stuff.
Yeah, you get the spinny stuff, which is pretty fun.
I think just kind of looking at this draft here, Silas is very strong with the arrow, with the encore, and potentially some of the other ultimates we have coming online. But he is somewhat vulnerable as a melee, just like Ambessa is going to be relatively vulnerable as a melee here. They don't have a very strong tanky front lane. They need the Silas to actually connect with targets and not be running towards them and hoping to, because the arrow can stop him, the root can stop him. So it's a fairly risky pick, but it does have a lot of power in the ultimates it can steal.
Yep. Also, I think that Life are kind of predicting that Arrest is going to go back towards an Ari again, and then Silas feels kind of okay stealing away the Foxfire and having an all right time in the laning matchup up against it. So probably well aware of where this one is going, because one of the reasons why this Vietnamese comp actually worked was because it was rounded out with the Viego and the Ari, both of which are not going to be able to be paired together because the Viego was the very first ban here by Life. So a bit of an adaptation necessary, as it's not going to be Xin, not going to be Wukong, and we'll see what Drakthar is going to head towards. Maybe a Nocturne could work, similar vein, but we'll just have to see. There's now likely to be a jungle pick, but you could just take away the support, as they do know exactly what's heading towards the bottom lane or the top lane or the mid lane or wherever the hell they're going to go.
Yeah. We will see some movement for sure.
Oh, unless it's Arrest taking Seraphine mid.
I don't think so, though.
No, I don't think so either. And that's Delight's Rakan. That's kind of scary.
If they lock Maokai now, this becomes pretty difficult to play for Hanwha Life. And it could be played either support or as jungle.
True.
And it's really strong either way. I'm a little bit surprised that wasn't banned, because it really fits the bill in every regard here.
What about Kindred?
Really doesn't for me.
Zed. Taki is just hovering some stuff. We'll see what is actually going to be locked in, because of course could be picking for.
Okay, that's good. I'm good with that. I'm good with that. With
that's
the
a Galio.
Kindred.
That's more tankiness.
Yeah, no, but this saves the Kindred pick for me.
All right, Jiriz going to be taking the Lee Sin. So this is one of those pickups into the Kindred. Of course, when Gragas was a really popular jungler, certainly very good into Lamb's Respite. You just knock everyone off it. This is just knock someone off it, and that's going to help out.
It's also pretty decent into the Kindred early on. If you just interact with the Kindred, you find her, you can just start punishing her there, and they have a really strong rotational mid and top to come over. It's going to be hard for Drakthar to try to lane swap his way into getting a lot of power into Hanwha Life eSports' jungle. Might be able to get an early mark or something like that, but this draft, I feel like when you compare it to Vietnam against Nongshim, where Nongshim had only one source of damage in that Ziggs, I think this is a little bit more multifaceted here for Hanwha Life. They have a lot of threats, like the Ambessa is a damage threat, the Silas is a really big threat, and the Jhin is going to support those aggressive melee threats, plus add in the engage power of the Rakan, the Lee Sin, and how much power he has trying to get into that back line and how much mobility he has. I do think this is a lot better than what Nongshim put together. And if Hanwha Life live up to their players' names, right, and the 3/5 of the LCK defending championship team, I feel like they can snowball this game to a certain point quickly enough to where the Team Vietnam roster just never really comes online. And that's what I'm worried about most for the squad that's fighting for their tournament life here.
Exactly. Vietnam, of course, we need to remind everyone, as we are poised on getting into the game, the Vietnam, with a victory here, will be able to keep themselves alive in the tournament, and then we'll have to go through a whole bunch of tiebreakers, likely, depending on what does happen, as it is now time for some dubstep. Let's do it. All right, we're dropping the beat as, Delight just grandly exits and everything is going to be A-OK. Sorry, I missed the haze because I was distracted.
Same. It's okay.
We'll get him next time, don't you worry. If anyone was missing it, it'll happen. I promise. As all right, Drakthar going to be currently tracking the Lee Sin, wanting to Make sure that the amount of pressure is up as high as possible. And now the big thing is working out where the lanes are going to be going. Are we going to have regular lanes? Are we going to have a Vietnam swap? Or is it just going to be a regular swap?
Regular Vietnamese lanes.
So
which means we don't know.
The good old mid lane duo is likely to be happening here, as Arrest is going to, I believe, spot out the Ambassador, as we do see that by the ping.
Okay, well, I said that it was going to be tough for Drakthar to get in here and actually steal these camps away, but if we just four-man the Raptors, then that will allow him that freedom. Yeah. He's also been seen, of course, and Grizzly can just head straight over to his jungle to set up the vertical jungling, not virtual jungling.
Virtual jungling? It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I put my VR headset on, and I'm like running through the...
Ow.
Yeah, wow. Udyr, not the greatest at taking damage early by ranged champions. In the melee ones, he's like, okay, we trade this out.
Yeah, this time, not so much. And I also think that, like, you don't really want to be lane swapping if you have an Udyr. One of the most powerful things about him is the amount of wave
really
play
well
you
into
can
melees. Yeah,
you can control the wave states so well. Just not wanting to lane Ashe Seraphine into this Jhin, like, I find it so strange that we do have Vietnam going for this swap once again, but it seems to be just their thing.
I don't think they think that this is like a matchup problem. I think they just think that like they're going to catch enough people off guard and ruin a lot of melee mids day by 2v1ing them that it's going to be worth it in almost every scenario. But I think teams are kind of starting to get wary of this. Pun is in trouble.
Yep, Grand Entrance going to come down there as, yep, First Blood going to be picked up by the G-Riz. Drakthar coming on over as Viper doing a fair bit of damage back. Gets underneath the turret for now, but Taki comes down. It's almost... Oh, the Q is going to connect as Jira is trying to get out of there. Picks up the turret as now the Grand Entrance for the kill. And it's already 2-0 in favor of HLE. Maybe a trade back, though, as Viper going down incredibly low. Pun actually coming in. And, oh, dear, is this a double kill for the Udyr? Is this going to be the gigantic Udyr in this game?
That's the question, and we may get our answer soon. He doesn't have a lot of minion kills, but he does have, obviously, big damage picking up that assist and that kill there. As at the beginning of this, like, unfortunately, Drakthar just isn't here yet, so there's nothing he can do. Grizzly flashes, and then it gets a little bit weird here when Drakthar decides to come in. Initially, from Hanwha, they're like, oh, he's crazy, and then they see Taki, and they're like, ooh, this is kind of rough. Grizzly ends up coming in here, but doesn't have enough damage to get the kill, so has to safeguard out, and then Delight comes over, secures that kill. So not exactly where you wanted the kill to be, but Viper was always going to be in trouble because there's just no way for him to get away without flash of that route. And then Delight will be the last to fall here. So Taki picks up a kill, I believe, right? Yeah, Taki has the first kill, and then Pun will get the second one there.
Oh, I actually thought that it was 2 for Pun. It's, I think, a little bit less bad for HLE that both of the kills don't go into the Udyr, because if he had have been able to just lock both of them down, he could have been a big problem if they go back into just a 1v1 lane. Don't know whether Rooster would have been able to stand toe-to-toe. Does instead just, okay, we're going aggressive onto Drakthar. He's going to get knocked up once more, and he's just dead. It's now a 2-0-1 Lee Sin situation, and perhaps the good news for Vietnam is ending.
Unfortunately, like I said, the speed at which this team can rotate, how much mobility they have is kind of crazy. So if Arrest isn't up there, you really need to kind of check your corners, so to speak, when you're trying to secure a scuttle like that. And they did not, and they just got caught with their pants down a little bit there. Really nice rotation from Zeka. And Taki and Pun here.
Oh. Okay.
Well, damage back.
It's going to be a fair bit here as Colossal Smash doing some work. Zeka, of course, will have that Kingslayer back up pretty soon, and so therefore wasn't under too much threat. Still, it's going to be a CS advantage for Arrest before it is all said and done. 3 in the lead. So, like, you know, that's pseudo-decent news there.
Sure. Delight gonna get his back stopped here. Not that he was really planning on fully channeling it there, but that's not Azaya, so...
Yeah, not going to be able to...
It's going to be a swap here for Viper up to the top side.
Hawkshot spots out 2. That is high value. The information given. Rooster, of course, just went back home, so they knew that he was going to be there. 41-23, though. So even though the kill and assist did come through for Pun, I think the farm will be able to keep Rooster pretty happy in this matchup, as the Voidlings are going to spawn. And Void Grub's going to be important this game as well, as a 1-3-1 is very possible here for HLE. So Drekthar coming on over to try and deny that as best he can. At least takes one of them down. Very important for getting experience in this matchup.
Did it without Smite, so he's likely to get 2 here if they can actually hold control, which is not going to be the case. So, I mean, they're trying to come back over and juggle for it.
Taki and Puddin moving in, but they're only
Maybe
at 50%. Q is going to land. Drekthar does need to be a little bit careful. Doesn't have level 6 just yet, but neither does Grizzly, as we have a little bit of a screen problem. Still, it is going to be that 2 grubs
Grizzly
picked up for Vietnam. Nice.
So close to getting his Smite back in time. Bought a lot of time there to try to look for the Smite fight, but still ultimately loses it. Drekthar will take the second one. And when you do have you know, the ability to like if you get the first one without using Smite, you usually have the ability to challenge that last one at least if the Smite has to be used for the second one. So I think that's why Team Vietnam indexed so hard into trying to set that up. And it ends up being relatively successful for them. You mentioned the Ambessa getting played, or you kind of hummed at the Ambessa getting played bottom side. That's a bit of an issue as she is massively ahead in farm.
Oh, Grizzly, not quite level 6. They do get the flash out of Taki here as Drektar's making his way in. Good arrow, and Delight tanking up the turret is just going to go down. Great defensive play here by Vietnam, evening out the kill score.
Yeah, it's been so common to see Ashe players set up stuns under turret, especially in the top side, but it's usually not when the Ashe is actually there. You often see it, you know, end up being like somebody's trying to dive that top turret, and then the Ashe arrow makes that dive backfire. But this time, just kind of right in his face, adds some extra damage there as well with his Q and the volley. And Delight does get taken out for the second time here. And now, Putin's on the board. Putin, not really on the board himself, though.
Yeah, I mean, technically he's on the board. But it's whether that's going to continue looking good here in this game, it's going to be the real thing to worry about. As you can see, that CS margin is not really getting better for the Udyr.
Yeah, he's on the scoreboard, but he's not really on the board of relevant top laners. You know, the CEO's not really listening to his. He's not really listening to his thoughts on the matter.
Let's just say that he's still looking for that stapler. I don't know whether an Office Space reference is going to be got by anyone, but there it is. As Grizzly going to be taking a blue buff. Should have been able to deny that mark quite a while ago. So Drekthar not going to be getting towards that anytime soon. As now Arrest going to be joined by Taki, pushing in another wave. Zekka has had a bit of a quiet one so far, but things just very even. Rod of Ages for Zekka as well, as the first item is not what we see most commonly. Often it's Dash Cannon into Cosmic Drive. But he's got that Catalyst. So just wanting to brawl as much as possible. I kind of understand it in the melee matchup.
And also the fact that it allows him to get to level 16 faster, which allows him to steal more ultimates, which is, I think, the main reason why they really chose the Sylas in this composition is for the value of all the ultimates he can steal. And versus a Galio, this is going to be really impactful as well, as we've seen already at the World Championship. Sylas versus Galio, so common there.
Yep.
In the World Finals especially, but...
I mean, it was the double Galio ults that was in the semifinal that he was in fact in.
Yeah, that as well.
Was it quarterfinal? Quarterfinal.
Yeah, we saw a lot of it, and we'll see if that Rod of Ages helps out. And I think the answer will be yes, but it's obviously going to be a ways away from now.
Yep. Quite putting that one together just yet. Clears out that wave quite nicely. Is now Rooster dashing around. Who would have thought? As him and Punja seem to be on relatively low health bars for the majority of the time.
Yeah. Relatively low CS numbers going to kind of remain that way here for Pun. Unfortunately, took too much damage. Rooster has ult, so he's just going to crash this in.
Oh, really nice deadly flourish there from Viper. Grand Entrance going to knock him up. Fourth bullet not really doing that much here. As Serrated Dirk completed here. So Viper going for the Collector start. Kind of like this 2-item spike of Collector Infinity Edge is a lot of damage.
It's also insanely strong when your comp is starting to come online in the mid-game with Zekka on this Sylas. And the front line that they have to guarantee that he gets those flourishes through, they can hit the ults. Drekthar going to come try to clean up this mess in the mid lane. But isn't really finding much joy with it.
Yep, wanting to be set up for these grubs already. You've got Grizzly in this pit, starting this one up. Taki having a bit of a sing, but really you want to be getting over here so you can lock these down. 2 apiece now for the grubs as Rooster diving on top of Aris, and you can see the teleport flank angle for Zekka is going to get him right behind them. Delight dives in, the quickness is going to come down, and Drekthar Gets the ult off in the end. The heroic entrance comes down from Aris, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough because they've taken down the jungler already. Rooster still just dashing about in this fight. The grand entrance, so good here from Delight. There's another deadly flourish. This one's not going to work, but Grizzly just snipes down the Ashe, and how is no one dead?
This is just hands on display, man. It's 10 Hanwha Life eSports hands in a trophy chest.
Oh my!
I mean, this is
how
actually
did they
crazy.
even do that?
So like, Delight actually does so much in this fight. Sets up the initial pick onto Drakthar, and then peels the entire time for his backline here, as it looks like maybe Team Vietnam can get some of these low health bars. Just watch Delight keep Puna at bay here as Rooster tries to escape, gets the wall, flash over the wall, then Delight's chasing here, and then they collapse onto Pudden, and then Taki on the other side is just left out to dry. Crazy plays from Delight, though, in this one to help set up all that follow-up CC. Now Zeka buys Rod of Ages outright here at 12 minutes. It's actually almost like sad about it. He's like, damn, I'm not going to get that much experience when I get that level up because it's way too early in the game. Still going to feel great, though, to have those stats right now.
Absolutely, and you can see Pun, the one fighting against him, able to go into what isn't turtle stance, but I'll always call turtle stance, try and help him stay alive. But in a side lane, I don't think you're winning against either Rooster or Zeka in this game. You are the Udyr. And HLE finding themselves in a really good spot. Vietnam have found some comebacks before, though, so let's not count them out just yet.
Zeka wants blood here.
It's an angry Silas.
Yeah, he wants to get that turtle before he gets to level 9. Which is one past level 8 Atlas.
Oh, yes. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
You told me about that in Dragon Quest, so I'm really glad that I also now know that 9 follows 8 in this game as well.
Let's just say he's not a level 4 alligator, and
he's a turtle, isn't he?
Yeah. I mean, you would have thought he was a man, but...
No. He's a turtle. We like turtles.
At this point, that's a whole extra turret worth of gold for Zeka. Like, we're sitting here memeing on the Udyr, but the truth is, like, he's really making an extremely low impact in this game.
Hey, he's Orndeer now.
Yeah.
Not anymore. Grizzly is waiting for him to go back underneath his turret, and he's going to be able to kick him back. There it goes. There's the quickness, and there goes the Udyr. Man, Bear, Pig, unfortunately just going to fall down. Delight happily tanking the turret, and yeah, that should just be the turret, because there's no one else here. Yes, I think a mark was just picked up by Drakthar, but I don't think Hanwha Life eSports really care about that one right now. As we see 2 marks now done.
I kind of wish he just went for, like, Luden's Companion first. It's just insane the damage that Zeka's doing in this game, and once again we're seeing the Udyr abused, and in a way that Nongshim couldn't quite do. Like they were able to get a massive lead, but they weren't able to actually then kind of constantly dive him and take his turrets away.
Yeah. And G-Riz just having a real showing here as well. I think it's really cool when it's the young players, the challenger players that are the ones getting the limelight. And right now, 5-0-2 on the Lee Sin, looking like that classic Korean solo queue Lee Sin experience, where the guy comes in and you're like, why are you this ELO? And then he starts typing and you're like, oh, that's why. But they're really, really good. Their hands are really good. Even if they shouldn't type.
They shouldn't type. Also happy that we're keeping our Chemtech to 1 so far today. Another non-Chemtech Soul game here.
The only way we get out of Chemtech Soul, though, is if it's in one of the first 2 dragons. Like, the amount of games that haven't had a Chemtech Drake in them has been very low.
Is that the bug, where if it just isn't the first 2 dragons, it's always Chemtech Soul?
Maybe. That might just be it. As now it's going to be a Mountain Soul. Not that that's all that relevant. I don't even know whether there's going to be 2 more dragons this game, but we will see whether something can be found here by Vietnam. They're vying for this. I think the way to do it is to just fight if you can. Not like this, really. Although he does get a shield.
They have to try for something, right? Otherwise, they're going to lose their mid-turret, maybe even more, with how far behind they are. Zeka has teleport, so he can come up here and join at any moment. He also has his hijack available at level 11. It's hard to fight here, though, frankly. And, I mean, they're Ashe sitting on Kraken Slayer only, which is kind of like only 2 longswords behind in terms of, 1 item versus 1 item. But the Ashe isn't going to be able to carry this. The Udyr isn't a champion.
Yeah.
And look at the items here for Arrest. Like, he's not going to be the guy who's going to shape this team fight necessarily. He could support the rest of the team that are relatively far behind, but that's about all he could do.
And they still have these combos in these team fights, but as you can see here, the Herald goes down, Pun's teleporting back when there's absolutely nothing here to actually fight for. Feeling a little bit like desperation, as it is a 5,000 gold lead 16 minutes into this game. HLE now turning their attention towards the top side. Only 3 minions here. Winds of War should be able to deal with that. But still, not even able to stand under your turret, as this collector Jhin is really doing some work against the RS, who does not have any armor built just yet.
Pun is going to come down to the bottom lane and try to collect some farm and maybe put some damage on the turret, but Zeka's going to say no. Arrow?
Okay, piercing the heavens. See whether it actually lands onto anyone. The answer is no, as that is going to spell the demise of the outer turret in the top lane.
That's 3 turrets here for Hanwha Life eSports. 2 in the bottom lane. They still have the Rift Herald to take out the final outer there in the mid lane, which is, I imagine, where they're going to be grouping for next. Because it's still 3 minutes away from Dragon. They don't want to save it for Dragon prior or anything like that. They just want to knock that one down, pick up some additional gold. 5 minutes until Zeka probably goes from 13 to 14.
Yeah.
Could be 14 to 15, but given the game state, probably 13 to 14.
5 stacks, not too bad here. It's 17 minutes
yeah,
into
that's
the
what
game.
I'm saying. It's a fast buy.
Yeah. And so, yeah, you're right. I think it'll probably be like 13, 14, 14, 15, something like that. And so still will be getting closer and closer to that level 16 mark that he is looking for. Already has 2 ranks in the hijack and steal away these heroic entrances. Hopefully he does, so that we do get the double gargoyle, which is very, very fun to watch.
I think we'll get it at least once, right?
Hopefully.
I mean, Vietnam is hoping for it, because if we don't, it means this game is ending real quick.
Yeah. Well, Zeker's now chasing him down. Remember, there is no outer turret here. Delight's moving in. Viper can follow up from a really long way away with this Deadly Flourish. See whether they do manage to get the stuns. And yep, that is a Deadly Flourish from under the ground. Always very frustrating. You can see Arrest, he's annoyed by it as well, as he's taking a while to die, but I think he's still going to go down. There it goes. Zeka locks that one up, and there was no real hope for him there. The first death, though, for the Gargoyle. Still 8-3 now, the kill score. And HLE really just kind of rolling over the top. 6,000 at 18 minutes.
I mean, they just kind of do whatever they want. They're like, oh, we want to kill topside. Let's get it. They have so much vision control they can just send Delight over there and grab it.
Delight's charge is too good, dude.
It's too good. They get this charge of the Herald into the mid lane that they almost didn't even need, because they have this massive wave here. They probably could have saved it, but it's probably, in their minds, they're like, well, let's just hard commit it and get some additional space on the map, because Dragon's up in 75. Viper's like taking Raptors off the map. Grizzly's like, I don't need gold. I got 5 kills.
Yep. He already has his Eclipse built up. First item Eclipse on the Lee Sin feels real nice.
With that extra kill going over to Zeka, maybe he does go 14-15 here with 3 minutes away on that rod.
Yeah, maybe.
Got some extra experience on that side as well.
Just have to keep our eyes peeled. Drakthar moving towards his top side. Is Zeka not going to be able to find him with a Chain Lash? That's going to keep the ward alive at least.
The truth is, there's no one really that Team Vietnam can catch. Like right now, they're grouped as 3 on this top side, but Hanwha Life eSports know this, so everyone's rotating over. So even if you catch Zeka, he lives long enough to where the rest of the team comes over, and then Zeka's like, I'm Silas, I can steal ults. He could take Taki's ult right now and look for an engage with Delight. Because on this ward, they know he's there, but now they're kind of stuck on the wrong side of the map.
Yep, you can see Zeka already engaging as another Deadly Flourish, this time going to be avoided by Pun, who's now just trying to play defense. Speaking of defense, Rooster going to need some as he misses the ultimate, but the Encore also goes entirely wide. That's now the curtains being called, as Drakthar might need to ult here, as Grizzly just taking matters into his own hands. The Udyr not going to be able to run away from the blind man this time, as Baron's spawning just to make things look dramatic, as in goes Delight, charms them all up, and there's that kick flash back. One of the grand entrances, heroic entrances is going to come on through, but it's a double kill, almost a triple for Viper. And Arrest, yes, he crashed down from the sky, but unfortunately, he's also just going to go straight to the death chamber. That's going to be an ace, and now at 20 minutes and 20 seconds, HLE are looking for a Baron.
Hanwha Life making it look just so easy, so simple there. They turn Vietnam's aggression into a huge overextension. Double TPs come through here. Unfortunately for the Ambassador, the ult misses, but she's tanking enough to get out here. We already had Zeka steal the ultimate there away from the Seraphine. It's not the highest value one, but it doesn't matter. He goes in, flashes out here, helps buy space for Viper to slow them all down, and then we see this wraparound from the G-Riz. Safeguards through the wall here to get around and set up for a really nice Q into kick here. It's beautifully played. And unfortunately, the The ult here from Draxar is just going to buy time, delay the inevitable, but it's an ace here at 20 minutes.
That's nutty. That was a beautiful bit of play. The Q kick flash there to make sure that not only Taki just dies, but then Putin is by himself. And so the Fed Lee Sin just kills the Ashe in the 1v1 in melee range. Really nicely played. 10,000 gold now the lead as they do take their Baron and look to try and clear up the rest of these turrets. HLE had only taken 4 of them, so this is likely to be like a 23-minute, 15,000 gold lead. That's enough, I'd say.
It's pretty large. It's pretty substantial. Zeka goes 14-15 on the Rod. I don't know how deep into 15 that is, but probably about like halfway there. So he's about to have 16. Not that he really needs it to win these fights. 'Cause it's not really about his hijack speed that's really impacting this game.
It's about the speed in which he buys his Magi's, just so that he's not wasting stacks. That's what he's got to do.
Soon. Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that.
Maybe he likes having 2 10s. Because also his score adds up to 10.
He does have they just clicked on him a second ago. He has about 90% of his experience bar to 16, and he's 4 levels up once that hits.
Oh, good lord. Circles happening all over the place here as Zeka is
16.
Pretty tanky, to be honest, but the beat is going to drop. Let's see whether they can actually take him down here. He's got an arm guard. He can buy so much space as Taki is almost just dead. Is there going to be another Kingslayer? There was, and he actually gets the kill back.
Look at his
In the
face.
meantime, Hanwha are just taking down inhibitors, and yeah, sorry, I can only see the top of Viper's face.
I saw Zeka's face, and
Is he
was
just
like,
having a giggle?
You know, he just kind of looked like he had like a little snort, and then because he knows he's really just buying time for his team to take out the base.
Yeah.
We might have a new game time record here if they can get a pick.
Well, we do have the ulti coming in from Rooster. Taki not going to be encoring for any meaningful reason here as the curtains have been called already. In goes Grizzly, just hopping around. The last bullet doing a lot of work towards Putin here, and the Lamb's Respite is not going to get any.
I think it's a new record.
Yeah, 23 minutes and 22 seconds. We have had, some quick games, bro. We're pretty fast, but now actually Arrest looking for a bit of a taunt up. First Nexus turret going to go down as Grizzly
Zeka's
just
back.
trying to dance his way out, and yeah, this will spell the end of it. Zeka's revenge coming down as he doesn't find the chains, but he finds the kills. And Arrest, I think, probably just going to have to chill on that fountain and watch as his Nexus goes down and Life eSports keep themselves in it here at the KeSPA Cup. And unfortunately, that will mean Vietnam are also out of the tournament.
Yeah, 2 and 3. And due to the lack of a win, or their loss, whichever you want to put it, their loss to Nongshim means that in a head-to-head situation, if Nongshim is going to get eliminated in that last game, which is what we expect, it's still them behind because they lost it. So,
and the last match will still be somewhat important, right? Because D+ and Life eSports, now that this is such a fast win, the victory speed will probably put Life eSports ahead of DK if they do tie in scoreline. So if DK lose to T1, then HLE will possibly get ahead of them as far as seeding is concerned. So still something to fight for here as we head towards our last match of the day. Of course, one in between that as well as Nongshim look to try and do what is seemingly impossible by taking down Gen.G.
I did misspeak earlier when I said, because it's the head-to-head with Nongshim. That was assuming Vietnam won, and that was a Hanwha Life situation. Yeah. This is actually now Vietnam on 1-4. I was looking at the wrong stats on this paper that I've drawn like 17 different numbers on. So Vietnam is 1-4, T1 0-4, and potentially 0-5, depending on how that last match of the night goes. But like you said, Gen.G looking for the undefeated 5-0 here, and Nongshim still trying to determine their place via seeding here, because they could actually jump up 1 in the standings depending on what goes on. Like if T1 upsets D+, Nongshim win this match, then things look a little bit different. So here's the standings. You can see Team Vietnam 1-4, 0-4 here for T1. No other team can reach 4 losses, so it's just over for them.
As HLE and Vietnam have played their last games of the day, we can see set 5, that is going to be the final scoreline here. Vietnam 1-4. Best T1 can do is 1-4, and so therefore they are both just out of there. As Nongshim possibly able to get to 3-2. DK could also get to 3-2, and so we'll have to possibly break a tie there. But also in first place, DK, if they're able to pick up a win in the last game of the day, and Gen.G lose here, then we could be breaking some ties between both DK and Gen.G as well.
Very good for the side of HLE that they were able to win so quickly, depending on what happens, because if T1 do beat D+, and then they have to go head-to-head there. Well, actually, hold on. What's the head-to-head record between these two? I think Hanwha Life won that one, so that won't actually necessarily be relevant. There's a lot of numbers on the screen.
Wait, if there's a three-way tie, though,
if there is
a
three-way tie,
speed,
yeah,
right?
if there is a three-way tie, that's right.
So Nongshim kind of has to win. So if Nongshim wins, then HLE can possibly get second.
Yes, that's right.
Which is super nutty. That'll also involve T1 needing to win. Getting a win in the tournament would also be absolutely fantastic for T1. So let's cheer them on so that the T1 Challenger team can actually find some victory.
So maybe T1 can do it as well.
Yeah, Kwangdong did it. And, you know, we saw that Nongshim came into today with a 0-2 record. They're about to go undefeated if they're able to take down Gen.G. So who knows? Keeping themselves alive, and things can certainly turn around. But it is going to be now that time. Gen.G taking on Nongshim will be our next one. I will actually say the correct names of the teams this time. 2 more matches to go. Gen.G versus Nongshim, and then afterwards T1 are going to be trying to take down DK in their final match of the tournament. And DK wanting to vie for that top spot, or also just make sure that they can secure second. So we're going to go to a short break. When we get back, our second last game of the night. We'll see you there.
경기 시작됐습니다. 차이니스 타이페이와 BNK PRX의 그룹 스테이지 마지막 경기입니다.
개인적으로 안배사가 이렇게 미드에 섰을 때도 성능이 괜찮다면은 뭐 캐스파컵뿐만 아니라 2025년도는 계속 볼 것 같아요.
네. 네, 애초에 성능 자체가 정말 좋은 챔피언이다 보니까요. 그리고 뭐 리그 오브 레전드에서 출시가 된 지 얼마 안 된 챔피언들은 전멸 소보로 환경 돌리면서 한번
우리는 폭탄 목걸이를
하지만 이렇게 마무리됩니다. 카스퍼블이 나옵니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the KeSPA Cup, proudly brought to you by SK Telecom, Logitech, CAS, Chizizik, and Powerful X. We're back.
Oh, spoilers on the pred.
Hey, there we go. Wait, there were spoilers on. I didn't see it. I didn't see the spoilers. All right, now I guess.
Either, yeah.
Yeah, you can tell me whether I'm super wrong or not. As we are going to get into Nongshim taking on Gen.G. This looking pretty one-sided, but Nongshim does have their entire LCK roster, and they look to have leveled up a bit today in compared to a couple of days ago.
Yeah, looking a little bit better. Still some rocky decision-making at times. They didn't really know how to play the Ziggs comp.
Yeah, that was not great.
But they eventually won.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did eventually win. Lehens has been really incredibly strong mechanically, but then also a little bit playing fast and loose, a little bit greedy, a little bit risky, a little bit confused.
Lehens has been very Lehens so far today. Because that Nautilus play where he absorbed the arrow and then buffered the hook, it was just gorgeous. Had some amazing headbutt pulverizers as well. Things were fantastic. But then also just randomly died all over the place. Let's have a look at the lineups here. Gen.G, Keen Canyon, Chemish, About, and Duro. Not going to be Chovy making his way back in for the last game of Gen.G's day. And King and Sylvie, Fisher, Jiwoo, and Lehens, so no change there. This is, of course, what's to be expected when we head over to the LCK next year.
Yep, that's going to be Nongshim's finalized roster. So, you know, it's not impossible for them to win.
No.
It's just that Chemish and Duro also look like they might be LCK level. At least, you know, they could be bottom 3 LCK team material.
And About's been really good too. So honestly, like, Gen.G just kind of looks like Gen.G. With maybe like, I don't know, Chemish doesn't look as good as Chovy or anything like that. I don't think that About is better than Ruler. But the thing is, this is still a Keen Canyon team, and it's working really well.
Yeah, I mean, straight up, this team is looking like they haven't really missed a beat in terms of, like, just, I don't know, just replacing the bottom duo. Chemish is obviously no Chovy, but he's strong enough, and he seems really well prepared in this meta. Like, he's played all the meta picks really well. You know, the Azir has been looking good. He's played the Aurora. I can't remember if he's played Sylas yet or not, but would be curious to see how he performs on that champion if he does want to play it. Helper having a bit of a giggle behind them right now. Coach Kim has been having a good tournament as well. And over here on the Nongshim Red Force side, everybody knows this is going to be a bit of a tough one. But they are at least already guaranteed to move on to the Swiss stage. Just a matter of what the seeding will be.
Yeah, exactly right. I think that Nongshim Red Force are going to be still feeling pretty good about today because, like you say, they have managed to qualify, even if they don't necessarily make it into the best seeding group. I think any team that came out of Group B is going to be very happy with their first match because as far as Group A is concerned, I don't think that they're necessarily as strong as the caliber of player here.
Do you have sound in your ears, or is it?
Yeah, I've got a little bit of an echo situation going on, but that's all right.
I don't have any sound, so that's maybe that's why.
So you've been turned off, and I've got like
double
echo
sound, maybe.
This is kind of cool. Is it that something has gone wrong with your thing? Is not plugged in. It looks like it's fine.
Everything seems normal.
Seems okay. Hopefully, we'll sort you out as we're back on screen.
Now I was like about to like panic, tell people that it's not coming out, but now I can't.
Yep.
But it's okay.
I made a little bit of eye contact, so I think we've got something going on here. Yeah. We're having a look. Oh, do you have no ability to hear yourself?
It says
me.
No, I can hear you. I just can't hear the background music.
Oh yeah, neither.
And he said that's normal.
Ah, okay. Well, that's totally fine. Hopefully, you guys got a little bit of background music, but we do not have it either.
All right, so guess the pred.
Oh yeah. Gen.G 85.
95.
Oh god. I did look up to the sky when I said that, but I should have probably been a little bit more on the ball there. I should have been thinking about it a little bit more. But 95, that's honestly makes some sense. I'd probably give that as the odds as well.
I'd probably go 98.
98?
Yeah.
Not going to give them the extra 3. I'm happy to give them a good old 5.
Okay.
You know? I'm hearing some paper doing some moving.
Okay. So he said he held up a sign in Korean, which is like, you know, scary for Atlas sometimes
Yeah,
when
it
we
is.
get the
I was
high
a
level
bit
words. But he
frightened.
just said that the stream can hear the music. It's just that we can't hear the music. It's weird because I used to be able to hear the music for the last 4 days, but now I can't.
Yeah, I can. It's just my own invented music that I've put into my brain.
Oh, okay, so you
myself.
actually can't hear music either.
No, I can't hear anything. And you and I think we're on the same track. Don't you worry. As now it is time to get into pick and ban. Let's have a look.
I
See
can
who's
hear it
going to be
now.
able to take it. Yep, got some pick ban music. We just don't have the no pick ban music. As Corky and Yone going to be taken away. Of course, Fisher having a decent game, I guess, on the Yone, but I'd prefer not to think about it. Some Canyon bans to come through from Nongshim do make a lot of sense.
Final ban here for Nongshim should be the Aurora.
You'd hope so. Don't give it to Kemish. The guy is
seems
a
pretty
little bit good. Okay, never mind. We're gonna give it to Kemish.
Renata has been performing so poorly at this tournament.
Yeah.
And they would choose to ban that.
Yeah.
And it's on red side, so there's no like 1-2 punch where you lock the Renata up with a strong duo.
And Duro hasn't played the Renata once.
Yeah.
So we
But
are
they got
going to
Ambessa.
have, yeah, we're gonna have Aurora once again.
And maybe Skarner. No, Skarner's banned. They banned the Nidalee and the Skarner. They're gonna just blind Kaisa. Wild.
Yeah, I mean, Jiwoo did have a really good game on it, so that is understandable there. But I think that there are a lot of pieces that they also required. And so let's see what Gen.G are going to answer with. Certainly a lot of flexibility available here. As we have the Ashe being locked away, very Freljordian. Not going to be a Sejuani because, of course, they banned that one away themselves. They wanted to stick to the theme. They could lock in Braum. 3 Freljordian champions. Sounds pretty good.
That would be pretty good, especially into Kaisa, to be honest. Not that we're necessarily going to see the Kaisa matchup into Ashe, but if we saw Braum, we definitely wouldn't see it because they'd be heading top lane for sure. They'd be running for the hills. It's going to be Keen locking in Keen Sante, which we've seen a lot throughout this year.
Yeah.
Feels pretty good into the Ambessa too. Like it's a finesse matchup. I don't think we're going to see this.
Yeah, this is
Next Nongshim have just like given up. They're like, let's just have fun.
I mean, Syndra's kind of cool. I mean, maybe this is their tech into the Aurora. Maybe they thought that that's going to be the way that they could make it work, but maybe it's also not, and they're just going to lock away Vi for Sylvie. Does that mean that we're going to get an Ahri picked up by Fisher?
Well, maybe, but it's probably going to be banned.
Yeah,
by
you'd
Gen.G.
hope so.
It's also not easy to play Ahri into Aurora, so they might be thinking we might just want to let them have it and then destroy it. But I'd ban it here. You just don't want to leave anything to chance. You want to go for your 5-0. You want to lock that #1 spot against Bro and then go straight to semifinals. Orianna, also a very strong ban here. Azir could be okay with Nongshim's composition. I'm not a huge fan of it with how Kaisa operates. I'd rather see something like an Ahri because it fits their dive theme, where like literally all 4 of those champions, if they play Ahri, go in and dive.
I am also like not a huge fan of Vi Azir. I feel like you want something with a little bit more of a single target focus, like pick oriented. So maybe they don't really care about it.
Got to be the Ahri ban. Like it's just so on theme with Nongshim's comp.
Yeah, and Fisher is pretty good at playing these more assassin-y style champions. Maybe they just go Nefiri, though. Maybe Nongshim just want to have fun, you know?
I mean, that also fits their theme.
Yeah, it would be super awesome if they do decide to do it. There's the Ahri ban that we were expecting, and so now, Nefiri time. Maybe Lehens is going to lock away the Rakan first or something. Oh, swing.
I think it's a troll, because they're just hovering it for fun, because Showmaker had a good game on it earlier. Because there's no way this actually makes any sense with this composition. It will also get completely blasted by Aurora.
Yeah, so they're going to lock Nautilus. This is certainly one of Lehens' better champions, and they are going to take that one away. Yeah, I don't know whether
By the way, the Braum didn't get banned.
Hey, there we go.
Like I was saying it was going to, so let's see how quickly they can run to the top lane and get away from that matchup. Graves.
See already, Canyon thinking about
Canyon
going back
who played
to the
it,
Graves.
yeah, last time.
Xin Zhao, he has not played yet. And so he is going to be locking in the graves. So never mind. We're going to have another round of that.
Play Braum. Just play Braum.
Nah, play Rel. It's way more fun.
No, play Braum.
Don't give him the door. Give him the horse pants.
Honestly, all of the champions are viable here until a Nongshim run.
Yeah. Oh, you getting your door. Okay, there we go. We've got two burly men being locked in.
The draft music
last
goes
couple of
reacting
picks.
like...
Yeah. Okay, what rounds this out? What makes this the best? Maybe it is Annie. And it is. They're just going to lock it in.
Yesterday, we had a similar situation where the Aria was gone. They had the Vi. And I did think for a moment, like, I'm not going to say it because I'll sound silly, but I think Annie kind of works here. It's tough into Aurora because, while Annie usually kind of has a decent matchup into anybody because she just stuns them and then trades up. We'll see if he goes for Electrocute or what he's going to go for here. Maybe he goes Comet. The problem is that once like level 3 is hit for Chemish, he kind of just keeps you too far away to actually be able to set up stun combos. It's really strong with the Vi, though, and it does fit the single target blow up that Nongshim are going for.
Yeah, I think, like, I understand how it would work, but I also do really get what you're saying, because the combo that Chemish uses, I think he just gets to use outside of
outside of Tiber's
range.
Outside of Q range, yeah.
Yeah. Which isn't the best. However, we'll just have to see how Fish is going to do, because it's been a while since I've seen some Annie. Always reminds me of LS, you know? Does really like to tell people that they should just play Annie, and Fisher is going to listen. Also, the fact that, like, Fisher was the guy that debuted Neferi as well in the LCK, one of, like, the most basic, straightforward champions. Very binary, of course.
Yeah.
And also had a great game on it then. Is now locking in the Annie to show us this one. Teaching you fundamentals. You know, you love to see it. We'll see whether it is going to be able to stand up against this Aurora, though, because I could imagine...
Basic or based?
Basic.
Don't say that anymore.
Okay. I won't say that
I think that's the last time we're going to say that. Dubstep!
Yeah, let's do it. Hey! Hey! Hey, stop hitting Sylvie. Hey. Hey. That's mean. Hey. He just wants to go back to the Team Rocket base and talk to Giovanni. Jiwoo is behind enemy lines. Well and truly trying to get in here. But they know that Gen.G are all grouped up. Moving back down towards the bottom side now as Jiwoo will be going back home. And no harm, no foul. Dura actually spots that ward immediately. Sad.
Is Jiwoo going top? I imagine yes, because playing into Braum Ashe.
Yeah.
Like, as we saw there at level 1 before we even got into lane, just at the neutral was not playable. It gets even worse if you actually do show up and clash in the lane, so he's just going to avoid that. And Kai'Sa can do quite well into Cassante. Cassante knows this and will just not be going there.
Yeah, Fisher actually taking the shield first, which is kind of interesting. Of course, you can just trade by pressing shield and then throwing autos out. Shields are actually pretty good in lane, especially early on because of minion damage and stuff like that.
Well, he also knows that he'll have Kingin with him in the lane, so I think that might be a part of this as well.
Yeah, true.
So Kingin can get some value out of that potentially when he goes in. I didn't actually see what Kingin started. I think he started Q, but if he had his own shield...
Oh, man, shields for days. Everyone's shielding.
He did start Q, though, so he doesn't have his own shield yet. But
yeah, you probably want the double buttons button.
I would like to see him clicked on again so we can see if he has the shield now, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't.
Well,
anyway, he's leaving.
Chemish has made it to level 2. Fisher is continuing to take some damage. You can see Chemish, though, has been somewhat harassed out. We'll just have to see how this Annie is going to work as the dust is settling.
Kingin hasn't...
Yep, sorry.
I was just saying, he hasn't actually skilled his second ability yet.
Oh, my goodness.
He's keeping it a secret because he might need that shield.
That's a very good point. About also.
There it is, the shield!
Hasn't done it as, yeah, like you were talking about taking a fair bit of damage. Talking about, I see what I did there. As that's a stun, and Kingin is almost dead. The flash does come in. Lehens just misses entirely. About gives him a good old thumbs up, and Kingin's just dead. I don't know.
No,
I don't know.
No. Lens was so close to turn that one around. It was all calculated. Kingion's like, listen, I'll bait him.
Yep.
Lens is like, I'm the shot caller. You don't tell me what to do. He's like, no, just flash hook. Lens is like, sounds risky, but I'll go for it. We'll watch this again.
Oh no,
So,
why are we replaying this?
so he locks the shield, right, which allows him to actually get an extra dash and then come in here and wants to get that extra damage. Then he sees, oh wait, Duro's here. Oh wait, he's Braum and he has exhaust. Lens is like, hold up! Oh. I'll catch this
He
wave.
really didn't want to hit the Braum. He really wanted to hit the Ashe. So I guess maybe overcompensated. Still pretty depressing if you are Kingin, because then he just unceremoniously dies.
Yeah, so both flashes down as well. Only Duro flashing on the side of Gen.G to set that up. Also used his exhaust, but I think at the end of the day he's going to be feeling pretty good about that. And exhaust just empowers this already oppressive Ashe Braum lane, regardless of who's coming into it. If it was going to be the KeSPA, it would have been a miserable time. It was initially the Ambessa, which was a miserable time.
All right, Keen just wandering past the lane here. Canyon spotting Sylvie. But this is just Keen farming behind the turret, trying to make sure that Kingan's life is as frustrating as possible. As Keen will be able to get the greatest recall of all time. As another wave is going to stack up. Sylvie spotting out exactly where everyone is or
Kingen
isn't.
Has like no money.
Yeah.
He also like missed this. He was like trying to wait till the last possible second to hit one of those ranged minions and then just like missed it for some reason. He's not having a great start. I think he's not feeling too good. Like I think he's starting to have a little frustration in this game.
I mean, I would too. Honestly, like that was not the greatest of starts. Still a little bit, you know, overexcited to go for a 1v1 with a champion that's probably got some backup on the way.
It's frustrating dealing with Braum in the early game as any champion, but if you're the even the dashy quick champion, you're like, I think I'll be okay. Didn't know where Braum was exactly, and then just ends up getting you know, concussed and also slowed by Ashe and also exhausted.
She was having a good time though, as we can see.
Yeah.
So there's some positive. Duro misses that one. Things should be all right. Currently, about 1,000 gold the lead here for Gen.G, and the real worry about that is that Canyon kind of hasn't done anything, right? He's just been farming, as the Graves wants to do. And when he gets out on the map and really starts affecting things, that's when it's going to potentially go even worse. As Keen winning on this top side, understandably, and Canyon well and truly ready for these grubs to spawn. Sylvie spotted on a control ward at exactly the same time as well, so Canyon very capable of just taking these away.
Yeah, and I don't know if Sylvie can actually take this dragon right now.
Oh god, yeah, and also the fact that Nongshim trying to zone Gen.G away from this wave as well.
I think, okay, they're not going to actually, they're going to go up and try to secure the grubs, even though Kingen is literally under turret. I thought perhaps we'd see a rotation over from Chemish to this dragon to try to deny it. Not going to happen.
Well, there is going to be a big old bear that pops down on top of Chemish. He's going to throw his ulti in as well as Canyon turns up. Fish are going to have to flash, wanting to avoid all of that extra damage as the collateral version of said damage is going to come in. Not able to do nearly enough just yet, but still sending a message.
They did secure the dragon on the other side. Canyon's trying to push this advantage even further. Will be seen by Lehens, who knows he is unspotted. Jiu flashing for it.
Yeah, he's going to land that one. The killer instinct working out here as Jiu has hit level 6, and Lehens is going to collect the kill with the last tick of Ignite, or one of the last ticks of the Ignite as well. And Nongshim able to grab themselves a Brambleback on top of this.
This type of play... Okay, hold up. I'll talk about it in a minute.
Wait. Yeah, this could be a little bit rough here as Lehens already a couple of stacks on those concussive blows. One more, and Lehens will be in a lot of trouble. Jiwoo exhausted, and it's looking like he's probably going to go... Never mind! Jiwoo now supercharging to try and get himself out of the way. Duro wants to try and kill him. Finally, a Winter's Bite comes in, but about dead as well. And so it's 1-1-1 for this KeSPA, feeling pretty good, even though he's in the death chamber.
These are the types of plays from Lehens and Jiwoo that made me believe that this duo is just going to be great, right? Like, this is the kind of play you see where you're like, oh, yeah, that's exactly what I expected when I saw the nameplates. Just a flash forward here to get into range.
Yeah, he flashed into range of Killer Instinct.
Yeah,
It's
exactly. He was like, oh, maybe we can pull him into range. Canyon didn't go in, so he had to flash to actually Killer Instinct. And then here, he's trying to get these plasma stacks up. It's a really close fight. About is low on mana, but he's still Ashe, so he doesn't really care that much. Lehens goes in on him. He gets rooted. They change targets. The barrier comes out. Gio's exhausted, but he's still stacking up all that plasma here. Ends up getting the kill just before Duro flashes in. He actually almost is able to take a double.
Yeah.
Lehens is setting up as many roots as he can, but he's running out of mana. That was really well played, though, for Nongshim. They're still massively behind, and this is just one small victory that they're going to need to get back into this game, but you like to see proactive plays like that.
100%. I also think that their composition just kind of works pretty easily as well. You know, you got an Annie, Flash Bear, that's what you want to get done. Sylvie, targeted CC. Lehens, targeted CC. No one can really be tricksy on the side of Gen.G if Nongshim get any sort of lead, and they are holding on, right? They're still 1,000 gold behind. Unfortunately, that sort of shenanigans that they're able to pick up, being able to grab the kill into Canyon, is not really going to do too much as far as affecting the game state. But if this just continues to happen, if they continue to find a few of these little things and keep the game pretty simple, then you just press your buttons and you're going to be able to kill someone, right? It's just going to happen.
It doesn't get much easier than this. Chain CC onto a target and kill them. So, you know, Kingen was... almost like 20 CS behind. He's still like 12 behind, but he's kind of caught up a little bit. This Arrow.
Yeah, Arrow going to connect onto the Annie. Sylvia actually sidestepping it, and oh dear. The end of the line is indeed named well, but you are now going to turn up. The hook is going to land this time. Brilliant double knockup does come through, but now Kemish, he's still alive. How did they not finish him off? As he just walks his way out, Duro tanking up a whole lot, and thanks to the door, sometimes your Freljordian brethren just wander away.
Yeah, Lehens flashed for that hook as well. He's going to feel super frustrated with the fact that it's not able to lead to that elimination. And that is really annoying. We'll watch it one more time. So, similarly to the CC concept we were talking about before, if you can hit an arrow and then just follow up massive burst damage, the same rules can apply here. Sylvie gets hit by the arrow.
He was
story.
trying to tank the arrow, actually.
Yeah.
Just couldn't get in range.
And then we'll see this here one more time. Lehens flashes for this hook. Depth charge comes through, but the door and the ult
Duro.
here. Duro is playing such good Braum today, man. It's a second back-to-back amazing Braum game.
Yeah. That was exceptional. The fact that Kemish lived is absurd, even with a Braum there. But it's all about how Duro played that.
Have we had, maybe before my time, had a support player who's known to be like the Braum? Like, because we've had a few players that carry. He never showed up.
Yeah, he was. But he was my guy back in OCE because there was like a big time Braum meta, and then Braum just kind of was more of a niche pick for many years. So
I just mean in terms of LCK, you know, you think about.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, let's watch this team fight first.
Yeah, it's going to be keen. Lehens is really dead, but is anything else going to go well? That's the question. Fisher going to get exhausted and pushed away, and it's the Vi going down. It's one after the other. Nongshim just lying on the floor, and yeah.
Because like when you say like the word blitzcrank, someone comes to mind, right?
Yeah, right.
When you say Thresh, someone comes to mind.
Yeah, when you say Braum,
you're like, ooh, maybe not Carrier at the moment, but he's had some good Braum games in the past. But I feel like maybe Duro could be our Braum legend.
Yeah.
I'm setting the story up early.
I'm ready for it.
I said, like, let's watch this team fight. It wasn't really much of a team fight. Really good play from Keen here. His all-out just crushes them, and they split the team fight in half, and they're just stronger on both sides of it. End up wiping the floor with Nongshim. They're 4,000 gold ahead. But yeah, back to the Braum discussion. Maybe someone in chat or somebody else like thinks of a player that's more iconic for Braum, but no one really comes to mind for me. I just think about Ox's strong opinions on Braum and where the points are going and stuff like that, but this is some of the best Braum play I've seen from a Challengers player, at least. I mean, ex-Challengers, of course, but
yeah,
he's looking
100%.
really good at this pick right now.
Really clean. It's been a long time since we've had, like, the Braum is the guy type meta, right? Like, the era of player would be like when Marta was playing.
Yeah,
you know,
right?
Well and truly back in the day. But he's the Thresh guy, obviously, so that's not going to be him. Interesting. I'll have to continue having a think about it.
Yeah, because I don't know. I just never really thought about it before.
Oh, there's actually someone in chat who also said Marta Braum, so I guess we're a little bit mind-locked. But I mean, people say Thresh guy is Mad Life. Mad Life's the Blitzcrank guy. Come on, guys.
But also, I feel like Carry is the Thresh guy now in modern times.
No. Mata will always be the Thresh guy.
Well,
even
Mata
though he
Thresh
was also kind of the Janna guy.
But was he Thresh in an LCK opening?
Ooh, that's true.
But the
but
LCK
he's
openings
Mata.
don't always tell the truth.
Kingin.
They took Faker out of the Bone Watch here once.
That's true. Crazy things have happened. It will always be Mata. Mata's always the Thresh guy in my mind.
We do see the Yuntal picked up here again for Ashe.
Huh. Haven't seen that one before.
Lehens?
The arrow is going to hit Lehens in the back of the head. Ulti flies through from Duro. Wanted to try and pick up Jiwoo. Just going to get his flash. He's happy about that. Lehens dead once again. And I don't think Jiwoo is going to be able to do anything about all these plates falling down. 5 grubs worth being slammed into this outer turret in the mid lane. And Gen.G, yeah, we should talk about Braum more.
I kind of just want to talk about other things in this game.
Yeah.
I mean, we could have a conversation about the Yuntal on Ashe.
Yeah, how do you feel about that?
I feel like it's just unnecessary.
Oh, God, wait, no, this is Crit Ashe. We're back to a Crit Ashe build.
Yeah.
I'm kind of keen on this, man.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily going to be the best, but in this scenario when there's not like a huge front line here. There's the Nautilus, there's kind of the Ambessa. You're going to feel pretty good about dealing with those health bars with this, but
I mean, I like it just because I feel like it scales to higher damage. You get way better, like, 2-item spikes when you go for, like, the Kraken Trinity Force or Trinity Force Kraken that we've been seeing. But, I mean, he's 1,000 gold ahead by himself. You may as well build whether the heck he wants. It's going to be Phantom Dancer and the Yuntal or
Yuntal, I think.
Yuntal.
I mean, that's how I say it. I could be wrong. I've never heard anyone officially say it out loud before, so I think we kind of decide.
I just call it arrowheads.
Yeah, that's
really
fair.
mind. Sometimes the names of the items are not really what associate you with the item.
Sure.
But there we go.
It does feel like this, like on the Jinx earlier, it made a ton of sense. This feels like it snowballs super hard. Nongsum are going to try to do a thing, and Gen.G are going to say that's illegal. This is my rift. This is my territory.
It seems to be what's going on here. As Fisher is
can't get
on vision, knows it though. As Kingin takes a bit of a combo here from Chemish. Duro's making his way up. Man, he is a brick wall. Walking towards them. The arrow is going to sail through. It looks beautiful. That is going to be some bounty gold picked up though, but can they win the fight? That's the real question as Lehens going down so incredibly low. Collateral damage. They dive on top of Canyon. They take him out. And now About is really making that Yuntal work. As everyone's dead. Yeah, congrats, you got Canyon, and now you're on the floor.
Hey, they got a bounty of the.
Oh, that's true. They got Shelly and
Sylvie
Canyon.
Did pick up the eye.
Yeah. Okay.
You could just see. I mean, if you just freeze frame like right here, you're like, oh, well, this is never going to be a winnable fight. Like Fisher cannot get in. If Fisher can get on top of this and drop a big Tibbers, then it's a different story. He, in fact, drops the Tibbers, unfortunately, right in between people and doesn't get anything out of it.
Oh dear.
And yeah, he shoots really fast with the Yuntal arrows.
It's actually really cool, especially when you've got like the Q stacked up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he was really zooming.
That's fun. I just like new builds, right? I especially like attack speed and crit.
I mean,
I'll
I'll go home and mess around with it. You know,
yeah.
Because like reading about it and then watching it in the game where Gen.G is like 10,000 gold lead up at 17 minutes is kind of like I'm not sure, but I kind of want to get a feel for it myself.
This is exactly the same build, actually, that we saw Smash go earlier on. So he's going the Hurricane afterwards instead. And so it could be, as we can see, like he wants to go Wit's End afterwards. So actually it's more just massive amounts of attack speed and not crit, but just going to go for more on hit, which does make a lot of sense, I guess.
It's a lot of AoE, it's a lot of utility in this as well. Like you shoot really fast, you do a lot of damage because of that. But then you also end up like applying slows really effectively, and I don't know. I do like this conceptually.
Yeah, no,
but
I think it's pretty
a
cool.
stomp game where it's hard to actually judge it properly.
Yep, and it's almost 10,000 gold lead at 17 and a half minutes. So
and to refresh everyone who maybe tuned in a little bit late, this is a seeding game. Basically, this is not actually determining win-loss here, or rather advancement for either of these teams. Gen.G is looking for first place guaranteed 5-0. Nongsum is looking for a better placement for the Swiss tournament, which starts tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
So That's what this is about right now.
Oh god, Kinga takes half of his health bar here as Kemish could still be in trouble as he throws down the ulti, bounces into the other side of the wall, and he's going to flash out of the way. There is the cease and desist, but Sylvie is likely to still die in the 1v3. And in the meantime, here on the top side of the map, Duro is just pushing Fisher away from this inner turret. Oh god, what a trade down here for Nongshim.
Obviously, you know, Kemish and About are playing with some of the most famous players of all time here.
Yeah.
But also Duro, who isn't. And, like,
I thought you were talking about Duro.
I mean, to be fair, like, I feel like Gen.G's roster right now, the fact that this isn't the main roster with Chovy and Ruler, and they're playing this well, and each individual player, like Kemish playing this so incredibly well, buys some space here, almost avoids the ultimate, by the way. Actually, if he flashes there, he does.
Oh my god, this
and
is
then
so sick.
Ults further to the right so he can actually get through on the other side, like Pac-Man his way to the turret, on the inner part of the turret, and then still trades the damage back with the next rotation of spells to get a kill. It's beautifully played, but I mean, you look at this situation, and I'm not even talking about the game state because this game's been over for a while. Just like the fact that suddenly we have Kemish and About as two really strong prospects who kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah, and
Gen.G's eating well right now.
They really are. And Gen.G hasn't been like one of our challenger dominant teams. It's been, you know, largely DK, KT, and DRX that have been really, really powerful in the challenger scene. Gen.G has been middling at best over the last couple of years.
Yeah, and rarely middling as well.
Yeah. And so even when Pays was on their challenger team, they still weren't that great. Pays was really good, but everyone else was really struggling. This is like a great look for even Gen.G when they are competing in the challenger tournament next year as well.
Yeah, it's really great for them. And if they want to sell these players, for example, or loan them, you know, there's some potential money to be made there, and then maybe we see these players faster in LCK than we even expected because they're not on the main Gen.G roster, but perhaps they get loaned at some point. It's just really good all around. And for Kemish and About, it's probably like some of the happiest days of their life that they're just getting to dominate and have great individual performances alongside such legends. And even players like Canyon probably telling them after the game, like in the team house, like, hey, man, you guys are playing well. Like, good job.
No, exactly. And I actually think that, like, mixing your rosters like this for these sort of tournaments are so good for the young players that haven't had as much exposure, because if you put Kemish and About with Canyon and Keen, obviously things are going to look a bunch better because the top side of the map is going to be so much more reliable, but it gives them the opportunity to play games like this where they can really showcase their skills.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, the Kemish
cool.
went from, for most people, most fans watching KeSPA Cup went from, oh, I'm sad it's not Chovy, why isn't it Chovy, to I can't wait to watch this guy play again.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's like more praise than you could ever ask for.
Yep.
It's really exciting. And for Nongshim, this is a bit of a tragedy of a game, but at the same time, the stakes here just aren't as high as every other game they've played up until this moment in this tournament.
Yeah, and they've proven themselves, right? Like they've already qualified, and they were looking down and out coming into today. So congratulations to Nongshim. Being able to still make it into our top 4 is really important, but this game ain't it. Inner turret going to be falling down here. The reason we're talking about everything other than the game is that it's 10,000 gold at 21.5 minutes, and it is likely to be just over. We will definitely check in on what's going on if there are some potential comebacks looming here, but I don't know whether there will be.
I don't know if they're looming. I don't know if they're lurking.
Well, Canyon wants to kill Kingen. He's not going to.
Coward, Ghostblade in a way. Supposed to Ghostblade in.
Oh, it's Mercurial Scimitar, actually, his third item here for About.
Yeah, just going to ensure some extra safety.
It's kind of cool.
I do like it. We did see a needlessly large rod be picked up here for Kemish, who went Shadow Flame second, which is part of why he is demolishing anyone he interacts with. Both of the Merc Treads champs, Kingen and Sylvie, also like losing a third of their health bar every time he QWQs them. And he is close to a death cap, you have to imagine.
Yeah, he's now going to see Sylvie starting off this Gromp. I don't know whether he's going to actually look to kill him. Yeah, he might actually just do so. Does find half of his health bar there as Duro. Not going to be able to stop him from getting out. Vault Breaker a little bit too effective. Some vision available.
Yeah, it is Cloud Soul, so I thought maybe they were going to wrap around and chase him, but it's a bit risky, so they decide not to.
Yep. Canyon going to, speaking of which, move them towards Soul Point. And Sylvie, in the meantime, at least gets a control ward. The game has slowed down, but that's mainly because, like, sieging inhibitor turrets is kind of tough right now.
Yeah, I mean, they got ahead so fast that it feels like we're 32 minutes in and they should just walk down and win, but we're only 23 minutes in, so
yeah,
like you say, it will take a little bit longer.
I think they can kind of just walk over to the Baron and take it, though.
They're also playing into that really simple chain CC, like stun single target composition that we've been talking about a lot here for Nongshim, so it's kind of easy to overextend and get punished, especially if you have these big bounties that, you know, the support's sitting on, the AD carry's sitting on. Kasante, we're not killing him. Let's be honest. James Bond Sante keen up here at 007, 200 gold bounty. Not killing that guy, but the other ones, you know, don't want to be giving that gold away.
We got Binary Braum here as well, as Lahan's looking for a bit of an angle here. Nongshim feeling frisky, but not actually going to pull the trigger. Thinking that maybe they had an angle, but not a lot of vision is available. Okay, Lahan's really wants to get in there. They might be able to blow up Canyon, but he flashes, gets himself out of the way. Kingin now getting amongst it, cease and desist. They blow up the Ashe, but can they keep themselves alive? As Kemish, he comes in, finds the ulti. It's a lot of burst damage, and you can see that Keen going all out in this fight, trying to pull it back as Fisher gets over the wall, but the flash in from Keen!
I told you ain't killing this guy.
Oh, God, they're not. They're definitely not. As now Sylvie not going to get hit by that Q, as now Kemish looking to try and clean this one up. No killer instinct, so it's going to be hard for Jiwoo to try and stay in this one, as Kingin going to be able to finally take down Keen. So,
okay, so they
this was almost, was this even? This was actually a win for Nongshim. They do find it.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, basically exactly what I was talking about is the one way this goes wrong is the easy single target blow up. Canyon is not that tanky. Even with the Locket coming through and his lifeline coming through, he's very, very squishy when you look at the damage output here when he does get CC'd away. So he ends up going super low, and then Kemish just once again juking his way out of this team fight,
yeah, that was
basically cheating. And then Keen flashes for the kill and gets out and almost is able to escape due to the Cloud Rift and just how tanky he is, but does ultimately go down. As you know, taking stock here, we're still looking at a 7,000 gold lead, but hey, they put a big dent.
Yeah, that's a 3,000 gold swing.
Yeah.
That's pretty big. So Nongshim not out of it yet. Maybe we do have to have those conversations about what are these comeback mechanics and how is it going to work. Because
I just think when you see that the assaults are coming back online for Gen.G and they have been able to reset and get more items, I think that you were right. They probably do just do Baron here, but Nongshim need to somehow find that punish because they have their ults and their engages back online as well. Just need to be careful about lack of vision here.
Yep. The big problem is that it was Kingin that got that shutdown.
Yeah.
And so 850 gold just from that one kill. He's now got Death's Dance. 3 items are now completed. He has item parity with Keen, which is kind of nutty. And he's Zambesa. And the champion is tuned relatively high. So we'll see whether he can make things work.
He needs to go in when there's, you know, a Sylvie ult or a Fisher stun. Because he can get it done. He just needs a little bit of time to get it done. And there's a lot of peel here on the side of Gen.G with the Braum, the Ashe. So it's tricky, but if he gets the space to do so.
Flanks on flanks on flanks, ladies and gentlemen. Duro gonna get in there. Lahens misses the hook, though. Canyon gets over the wall. Cease and desist comes in, and Duro, he's there. And now About is just free hitting. Nongshim thought they might have been able to find it one more time, but it is not going to work. In the meantime, though, Kemish is just bouncing around this fight. Does manage to take down the Annie just gorgeously before he dies. And Duro gets a Flash Winter's Bite, but unfortunately there's no one there. The Acathian Rain eaten by the door. And Canyon gets over the wall. Smoke screen goes down. Jiwoo is a scary, scary Kai'Sa, but not when he's by himself.
No. He's got kind of a wild build here, too, with the late Nashor's Tooth Edition, giving him some poke potentially, but...
Yeah, actually, like... It's kind of cool. It's like the early AD, and then you just go into the normal build.
Yeah. It is also probably the most satisfying Braum door when he blocks the Acathian Rain.
Ping, 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 ping.
Yeah, it's very cool to watch, but perhaps not if you're Jiwoo in this case. Really nice flash as well from Duro to actually get that slow off on him. So again, you know, Kingin, we talked about how powerful he is. Canyon is the target here. But he just kites his way back, utilizes his ultimate to buy some more space here, and now he's just another damage threat in this Gen.G team. And then the slow gets onto Jiwoo, so he's like, I gotta get out of here, I can't offer any damage back. And then Duro flashes to guarantee that he's not gonna get out with his Cloud Rift. He's like, Blast Cone, oh, it hasn't quite grown back yet.
Yeah. And Duro misses that Winter's Bite, but that was a stealth Kai'Sa. So we'll give him that one. I think Duro is 100% MVP of this game, though, by like a massive
I feel like
margin.
he's 100% the MVP for Gen.G for the day.
Yeah, I agree. And he's been playing Braum. It was the classic champion that like just had zero skill expression back in the day, but this is really looking phenomenal.
He's at 19 of 21 KP. I
Yeah.
mean, he is really... He controlled the early game. He controlled the level 1. He controlled Kingin. You know, like he's basically done it all.
It's really, really impressive from this young guy. And when he was in Challenger, I think so many of us were really excited about him as a prospect, but then was kind of muted after he made his way into the LCK. But I don't know, man.
You put him on a good team, and he's just completely unlocked.
Yeah, that's what I'm feeling.
That's the Gen.G key, man. They see the talent. They're like, I'm going to make you a star with our other star players.
Yep.
They did it to Pays. They're doing it with Duro now, it looks like.
Well, Gen.G are going to take down inhibitor after inhibitor. The top one doesn't have a turret because they took that one earlier. And now with this Baron, they're going to push through. Can Nongshim actually hold on? I think we have a bit of an idea as to the answer of that question, but we'll see what it is in reality as Kingin dashing forward, Keen dashing back, the arrow going wide, but who really cares? Triple knockup is going to get in there, but the Nautilus just immediately evaporates. Kemish going into stealth over and over again, and there is at least a kill there from Jiwoo. But I think Gen.G might be able to do it. Never mind. The comeback is real.
About is doing so much damage.
Yeah, About is just trying to kite this one out, but it's not quite working now. It's 2 versus 2, but the triple comes in at the end. And it's Kemish able to dash about the fight and pick up the win in the end. And him and Duro, the 2 non-LCK players, are the ones that will finish off the Nexus here at 29 minutes into the game. Gen.G, I mean, that last team fight was a little bit too close for comfort, but still a very impressive game, and they are undefeated here in KeSPA Cup.
And About didn't live well to see the Nexus fall, but he was also the other really important part of those final moments.
Oh, yeah.
So the 3 new players here for Gen.G really being the difference makers in that final fight after what was somewhat of a haphazard end by them and a good punish attempt from Nongshim. Nongshim putting up a good fight despite the massive deficit with a composition that allows for it. But Gen.G in a sub-30-minute game will secure their 5th and final win, going undefeated here in the group stage.
Really impressive stuff. We'll have to see whether, you know, they are going to be able to take down Bro in their first match. That one is already confirmed, has been confirmed actually for a while, as Gen.G will be the ones up there. So really, really exciting. So Gen.G Bro, our first matchup, absolutely confirmed, because if Nongshim had beaten Gen.G and then DK had beaten T1, then we would have had to work out exactly how quickly the teams had won games.
Also, Gen.G has the head-to-head against DK. So.
Oh, okay, so never mind. So they were definitely always going to be in there. So ignore me.
No, it's all right. I made the same mistake multiple times today. So
yeah, sometimes it's a little bit difficult. I forgot the easiest part of it, but sometimes these things happen.
D+ versus T1 is going to be the final match of the day.
Yeah,
and
for all of the marbles, Wolf.
Because of the scoreline for Hanwha Life eSports, where they sit at 3-2, if I'm not mistaken. And
yes.
If DK win, they get second place. If they lose, it goes to head-to-head, which is
DK, right?
A lot of things on my paper, but I believe you're correct.
I think they managed to take down Hanwha Life
Yes,
eSports.
they did. Yes, they did. So if DK win, they get second place. Assuming my numbers are correct, which I think they are. And we'll get you confirmation after
I think
this.
they also get second place regardless, right? Because they beat Hanwha Life eSports, so they break the head-to-head, even if their scoreline's tied. And I don't even know. Let's just go to a short break. When we get back, the final game of the day. We'll see you there. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the KeSPA Cup. It is time for the final game of the day. This one, not deciding too much, but a battle of pride, you could say, between DK and T1. Of course, not a classic. You know, this used to be finals all the time, circa, 2020 to 2021. Not really like that is this match, because it's an LCK team versus a challenger team. T1 not bringing the world champions to this one, and DK with their brand new roster trying it out, seeing whether it works. And so far, a mixed bag, but mainly good.
The main things here are the fact that Gen.G does have the win over Hanwha Life eSports in the head-to-head.
Yep.
So if they win, they get second place. And then also for T1, just fighting for their only win of the tournament. So if they lose here, they become the only team to go 0-5. And as you guys could see here, 3-2 for Hanwha Life. D+ is actually listed in second place here. They have that one less loss, which is why they have technically one additional point.
Yep.
That could, of course, change if T1 is able to take the win.
Exactly right. So T1, it's a battle of pride, right? Seeing whether they can tie with Vietnam, but still not going to be able to qualify for the Swiss stage. Unfortunately, as you can see here, it's impossible to get 2 wins out of 1 remaining game. So DK wanting to get themselves into solo second place, which makes, the top side of the standings look very, very clean. We actually just get the 5-4-3-2-1-0. Which feels pretty good as far as getting all of our teams in the right order. We had some tiebreakers in the previous group. This time, not going to be such a problem.
Nope.
If DK can actually take down T1, which is kind of what we're expecting, especially if DK keep playing the way that they were. Because that Swain game from Showmaker, absolutely fantastic. And we'll see whether that continues, right?
That is the big question, and we will see T1 are going to keep their challengers roster here.
Yep.
Hete, Vincenzo, Poby, Smash, and Cloud. D+ just LCK all the way. The question you and I were wondering about during the break is Showmaker just going to play like LeBlanc here? Is he going to be allowed to? Because it's been banned against him a lot this tournament. Will he play Akali? Will he play Silas? What sort of fun game might we see here from D+? Important, of course, for them to win this to get second place. But given their roaring success today, maybe they're feeling really confident. They want to kind of have some fun here in this final match.
Yeah, we'll see whether they do that. Of course, probably not going to want to, although it doesn't really mean too much. They will be second place regardless. So maybe they do. Just try to hide strats or whatever it is.
They do go to 4 wins and separate themselves by extra 1 point if they do end up winning this match instead of just winning by head-to-head.
Yep.
But it's, probably going to be just them having fun.
Yeah.
I hope.
Right now, Showmaker has taken out his contact lenses and it is once again wearing his glasses. So that is the biggest change that we can see here.
Beryl looking a little bit more dark.
Yeah.
Than before. I feel like he was a little bit more well lit earlier. Maybe there's like a window on the other side.
Maybe his screen has something darker.
His
maybe
flux
there's
activated, so now it went a little bit less blue lights in his eyes.
Or maybe there's a nighttime cutscene in Genshin Impact that he's playing right now, full screen on his monitor, which is not giving too much brightness to his face.
Aiming is not wearing over the ear headset like everyone else.
Yeah, it makes his head look small, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's a bit weird when you see gamers without the headset.
His earbuds are really big.
Oh, they're like the clip-over ones, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so they don't have to wrap around your ear or sit in your ear and be uncomfortable. Much like the ones that I am wearing right now. That's not to complain about earbuds that are here. These are actually my own. They still just hurt after about 10 hours.
Yeah.
So how it goes.
Vincenzo and Smash in for this one.
Yep.
Hete had a really good start to this tournament, but I feel like he's kind of fallen into the same vein as Cloud, Slayer, some of our young players in this tournament, being a little bit more timid at times and then sometimes overextending and making mistakes. He looks exhausted. It's been a rough tournament for these guys, obviously being the only winless team. They could change that, and that's what they're here to look to do.
Yeah, and this one's for pride, right? You don't want to go fully defeated, all right? Undefeated, totally fine. Defeated, doesn't feel fantastic. And no other team has done that so far in this tournament. So T1 just trying to get that 1 win back. And we did see this, right? Like, Kwangdong Freaks looked hopeless and then they were able to topple a KT that were actually on a bit of a tear in day one. So it's possible. We'll just have to see whether DK are going to throw it, because unfortunately, like, this is against a really tough opposition, right? Like, this is an actual LCK team that are building synergy moving into 2025. Like, that's what we expect out of this.
Yeah, they're hoping to be a playoff team, you know?
Yeah.
And
a Legends team, not a Rise team.
Yes.
If we're talking formats for next year. So we'll see whether DK can actually do that. Of course, our hopes aren't too high. Let's have a look at the Preds.
70 T1? 70-30 T1?
62 T1.
What?
Oh
Did
my
you see
God.
it?
No, I didn't. That was just a guess. What the hell? Oh my God. Well, that's 2 for me, 1 for you. You'll have another opportunity to bring one back, but that is actually silly that I predicted that.
That's crazy.
Okay.
But the crazier thing is that you and I both know that, like, there's so many T1 fans that even though you and I would probably put the chances at like 1 or 2%.
99-1, yeah.
T1 still ends up getting 62% of the vote.
That's silly. Well, this is like, you have to work out how far you need to go back, and I'm like, I'll go back 60% on this one. Okay, turns out that is what's going to work. So we'll see whether the fans are going to get their wish. I have a feeling that DK might be able to bring this one in, but only the band pick will tell us more information. So let's bring that one up onto your screen right now and get this one a-going. I hope you guys are ready also for some sweet, sweet dubstep that is going to be happening for the last time here
Last
today.
one of the group stage.
I know. Swiss is going to be starting tomorrow, of course, so plenty of dubstep there as we've got more and more games to come. But Azir and the Kalista both band away to start this one off on the side of DK, and there's the Aurora and the Ashe for Yordian bands. And Bessa, no more of this Ignite teleport shenanigans from Hate. As T1, what's the final one? It's going to be the Corki. DK can take a Skarner if they would like it.
They certainly could, and they certainly look to be doing so.
Yep, don't blame him. It's been pretty good.
This does give over the Varus, though.
True.
I do like that there's no Renata ban on the other side. We're starting to learn.
Please. I think she's won 1 game.
Yeah,
so
she's
far.
like 1-7 or something like that.
Yep. Was it Woody or Taki that managed to win? Someone
I
won
think it
one.
was Taki.
Yeah. It was looking okay. We understood why it was being picked, and then the teams would always lose. So I guess maybe it's results-based analysis or outcome-focused assessment, as it were.
Hete going to be looking for the Cassante blind here, which is, with Ambessa gone, I think a wise choice. Rumble is still available, so Shiu might pull that one out here in the top side as a response. We'll have to wait and see. Doesn't work that well with the Skarner. It's hard to lock people in place. Sometimes you can impale and drag them over the equalizer. We've seen that.
Can like get over here and bring them back. As Vincenzo actually going to be considering the Zyra
First
at least.
Zyra
We'll lock
of
that
the
one in,
tournament. It's been banned a lot, but oh baby, this is what I wanted to see. Don't tease me, Showmaker. He's laughing.
Well, normally when Showmaker's just toying with us, he goes back to something relatively boring, but these aren't boring necessarily.
The Varus makes the most sense to lock in this position.
I would agree.
And then after you have that, then you can have fun.
Yeah. So maybe we lock Varus and a top laner that is very happy to go into a Cassante, much like a Poppy, perhaps, that could also be going to Beryl.
Could be top Skarner, jungle Poppy.
Hey, true. Skarner did start off as a top laner after the rework.
With his old max damage Q, he was like having his best life in the top lane. He was like topping damage for no reason.
Yeah, that champion was very silly on release. It's still pretty silly now. As Yone going to be locked in, well, at least considered for now. T1 actually with a very balanced composition, but a lot of damage represented here in the mid jungle.
Yeah, I was wondering, like, is it going to be Yone? Is it going to be... I thought potentially maybe they were considering even a Tristana here, which is very outdated, but when we saw the Zyra lock-in, it was pretty
yeah, you
likely
want some
to be
physical
an AD.
damage somewhere.
Exactly. So things get, for T1, I think a little bit tricky because you could, like, ban Showmaker's LeBlanc, but... You know, he has so many so many things he can play. You're still scared of it, and
yeah,
they still
I guess they're
ban it.
still going to do that. I think banning Swain does make some sense because they're not representing a massive amount of range. Even though Stranglethorns does deter you from sort of playing that circular game, it's still probably something that's on their mind.
Swain feels really good into Yone too, like basically good into any melee.
Yep.
And they're also banning range as we speak. So they took away the Jhin, the Akali.
Okay. I don't know about the Akali ban.
I don't think Showmaker really was interested in playing Akali into this.
He's already hovered it, but yeah, no, not actually deciding on it just yet. So Nautilus is going to be taken away as well as Jhin. See whether Smash is going to be playing something a little bit more risky into this Varus. Can just be a Caitlyn if you'd like to. Sivir is fine, you know. Well, it's not fine. It's not really going to be able to stand toe-to-toe, but still it's kind of good into poke, yeah.
I think they're trying to think about wave clear. Like, I think Ziggs, Sivir, and Caitlyn are probably the best picks here if you want to just try to push in.
I'd really like the Caitlyn
I feel like
personally. I think Ezreal's okay.
I don't know about this one.
I mean, you have self-peel, right? Like,
Yeah.
that's, I think, an important thing.
I think he might just be sent top lane, and then we'll see what happens after that. But I'm hoping Showmaker plays Malzahar.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that has nothing to do with my analysis of this draft. I'm just like, that's what I would like.
That's the one that you're feeling voidlings.
Oh,
He's thinking about. Oh my God! Do it! Oh no, Beryl's the biggest troll. I mean, Twisted Fate. That's an iconic one. Katarina is the original iconic pick for Showmaker.
Point and click stun is really good here into T1. All of it. Be it Twisted Fate, be it... Okay, well, this is almost point and click. For Showmaker, it basically is.
And it's Showmaker Syndra. So one of his big picks.
2021, he was Syndra.
Indeed. And very purple as far as the damage dealers on this team as well. She going to be heading towards the Gnar, which is pretty fun. Counter matchup into the Cassante as there is Ezreal, Leona locked in.
So D+ have 3 winning lanes. Now, one of them will be like warped and Smash will go topside probably. If he doesn't, I think he will regret it. And then you have Showmaker. Like, Syndra doesn't necessarily hard win lane against Yone, but should be able to win lane if played correctly. And Showmaker versus Pobu, when you put the nameplates on, you're like, okay, I think we know what's going to happen here.
Unless it's Chovy versus BDD, in which case this is about an 98-2 winning lane for Yone.
I think it's a 1-0 for Chovy on the Yone versus BDD's Syndra of all time.
Yeah.
But the Gnar also should be able to get some pretty nice advantages in the top lane. So Vincenzo, this boat, this life boat that T1 are on, where they're trying to get their first win, has 3 holes. We'll see where he can patch it up. Because I feel like the ship is sinking before we even get on the Rift Atlas.
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of what happens when you haven't won a game so far at the tournament. Does make some sense. I think Vincenzo on the Zyra, like you mentioned, is going to be super important. Regardless of whether or not these lanes somehow manage to figure themselves out, I think Vincenzo needs to be in the right places at the right times, because otherwise Lucid Skarner is just going to be more valuable. That's just how it works. Like, Skarner, you barely even need to farm. You just need to, like, get experience and then exist as a champion with his ridiculously overloaded toolkit.
Have you noticed?
Take things down.
Oh, never mind. We don't have time to notice. Time for dubstep. Last time. Hey. Hey. Hey.
Hey! Hey!
Hey.
Hey. Hey, here we are. On to Summoner's Rift for the final game of the day. Showmaker with his surprise Teemo all ready. As Beryl just throws a fry pan at the back of Smash's head. Or at least that's what the sound tells me. And Showmaker going to be littering the ground with orbs as they make their way in.
They're opting into Ezreal and Varus.
Yep.
And that means also Cassante and Gnar. Although, hold on, maybe not. A back here, a ping. We don't know who it's from, but a topside ping, so probably it's Smash. He's like, wait, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't do this.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, Tay, you picking up what I'm putting down? Let's get out of these bad lanes.
Well, right now we can see Showmaker getting as much information as he possibly can. There are a bunch of seeds littering the ground here. Vincenzo not really getting them into the places that he really wants them, to be perfectly honest. As we do
our
have
first pause of the tournament.
Yeah, of course, it is in a T1 game. Last time we had a delay, it was also in a T1 game. So I guess the theme is still there. We'll get some information as soon as we possibly can as to why this game has been paused. So we are going to wait a little bit of a minute here. And we'll report back about exactly what has happened. Do you have any ideas, any guesses, Wolf?
Not really. Like, it was just a level 1, but that was like a delayed lane swap. Nothing out of the ordinary seemed to happen. My guess is like a peripheral issue that suddenly cropped up, or maybe a rune issue, but I didn't see the runes, so I'm not going to assume
Maybe
that.
Vincenzo thinks that a seed should have spawned and it didn't spawn.
Yeah, he put those there, I guess, to help kind of protect the level 1, but I don't know.
I think he was roaming around, like, because they were setting up position. Of course, you don't have control of your early seeds, so I guess just not getting onto his camps quickly enough. But I don't think... are they about to spawn now? I'm trying to, like, catch up on exactly what time we're at. But
I think they should
normally
be about to.
You do mill about where you want to start so that you get your seeds in the right position.
That's how you do it the most efficient way.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a sound issue. So that is what has happened. So we're going to go back into the game. Let's do it. Come on. I wanted to do more dubstep.
Hey, you got damage to barrel.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
He's still going to start wolves.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
okay.
Also, the wolves took the damage from the plant, so it was fine. Able to line up the queue. No worries.
So Cloud is going to try to stave off the pressure here in mid lane that Nara is going to be applying there with Showmaker at level 1. Showmaker went first strike, which is actually pretty smart into the melee matchup here. So he can just generate some additional gold and some additional damage.
Yep.
So they avoid one tough matchup because Cassante is like still going to get pushed in here, obviously. It's not going to be having fun.
Ooh, speaking of maybe not having fun, Lucid is going to look to come over here and try and steal away this blue buff. Vincenzo doesn't have smite, or did he actually smite that?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, we're fine.
Looks like it just came back up. Well, actually, no, I think he had it because he wouldn't have smote anything else, right?
Yeah, I looked over and I thought I saw that it was on cooldown, which is weird because he shouldn't have used it. So.
Yeah, I think it was. I think it was up actually. You know, we didn't see Barrel actually up there yet, so Vincenzo could have tried to more aggressively position there, but it doesn't matter because, I mean, he didn't know that, but we knew that. But anyway, still gets the smite.
Yeah,
Showmaker's tossing things out.
Yeah, nicely played though by Poby, able to get up close and personal with Showmaker.
Vincenzo going straight cross map here to the blue buff, which is smart to prevent any more snowball of this early attempted advantage by D+.
Oh, yeah, DK know what's going on here, but they're not
They're
fast enough.
slow.
This
And Zyra.
Zyra just does things way too quickly. This could be overly aggressive, though, as Vincenzo may need to flash to get himself out of here. Lucid turning up, doesn't actually get in there. Good flash to get Vincenzo out, and he gets the Gromp. Oh, God, that level of outplay was absurd. As DK now underneath their turret, not going to be dying or anything like that, but man, Vincenzo is running them around the rift.
Yeah, I think he just confused them a little bit there. They was pretty slow, and then Barrel also committing the flash there, but coming up completely empty. They get the flash out of Vincenzo, but he gets everything he wanted, also gets the scuttle, and now, you know, Lucid has to reset, come over here. He's not going to be able to...
Whoa.
Yeah,
That was a gimme.
that was a gimme. Vincenzo's not going to be able to take away the red buff of Lucid or anything like that. Won't be able to cross between those two turrets, but he'll feel pretty good about his start here, because look at the Skarner farm. It's basically non-existent, and Zyra's clear is already so good. This is going to maybe even compile upon itself over the next 5 minutes of time.
Yeah, I mean, Vincenzo's competing with Showmaker, who's farming very, very well here in this lane, and that is a real worry for DK, because it'll just mean that there's basically two, or, I mean, I guess he's basically a mid lane mage.
Yeah,
Just
I mean,
having that level of resources.
It's crazy when you consider he's basically on the clock, you know, or he was, obviously.
Yeah.
It's hard to match that consistently as a jungler, but do see that the Ezreal poke here is starting to land a little bit, but not able to really pick up plate gold just yet. And Hete is actually holding his own against aiming in the bottom lane.
Yeah, not too bad.
Which is like surprising, but also not surprising because it's Cassante.
Yeah, he is still Cassante regardless. Not a lot of information over to aiming as well, so he's just playing very respectfully. As Lucid finally going to be able to get a few camps, but it's going to get him nowhere near to parity. As Poby doesn't quite find the Q.
Showmaker might be able to strike back, not quite able to set that one up.
Yeah. Still, fair bit of money. Lost chapter now completed here for the Syndra. Needs to land a few of these orbs if Showmaker is going to be having a good time, whereas at least he has farmed very well.
Yeah. Can be very easy to set up a scatter on the returning Yone if you have an orb on the ground, just because you know where he will return to and he has no choice in the matter. Or you can just do it vanilla by just dropping it on him in lane.
Yep, that'll sort it out. The Showmaker level 6 does have that unleashed power, so gameplay button operational. Vincenzo moving in, control vision of this. Beryl could be face checking, that'd be scary. And the Grub's coming up very, very soon.
Cloud here, very aggressively positioned, already used his Eclipse.
I thought you were talking about the Drake. And that is going to be the first
Yes.
dragon of the game, so that was pretty confusing.
Could have been talking about Cloud Strife, but would have been a little bit off topic.
Yeah. That's going to be a steadfast presence from Beryl. That will counteract the Leona quite nicely. But T1 with so much tempo, they are going to be moving over towards this Grub. And DK, can they actually contest? That's the question. I
look at
imagine
aiming.
Lucid wants to at least get one.
Aiming has ult, and he's very nearby. T1 need to be very careful about how they approach
Oh,
this.
that's a flash in from Cloud. Ulti comes forward there as well as Beryl looking to make his way out. Lucid as well, picking up some rocks, throwing things around.
Oh my God,
the
the angle
focus will,
framing.
yeah, the ulti comes down. There's Vincenzo falling. Takes some gameplay to the back of the head as Showmaker picks that one up. Oh my God, the value of that piercing arrow. As another one comes in, Poby almost flashes out of it and then back into it again. Literally threading the needle, but it's not actually going to be what comes to pass. So 2 kills going over to DK and 2 grubs as well.
I mean, I was tracking it. Obviously, I'm not trying to set up on grubs and doing everything at the same time, but I think T1 just really underestimating how much power is in this level 6 Varus.
Oh my God.
Oh God.
Okay. Scatter, literally
Get the
weak.
plate. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, and they got the plate. Oh dear. Well, it was going super well for T1, I want to say, in the early game.
Look at
and
where,
that was not as
Look at where
good.
aiming is when Cloud flashes in for this. Trying to ult and single out a Poppy. The whiff here for Vincenzo is also not ideal. Poppy has to go back, and then aiming's like, oh my God, has there ever been a better Chains of Corruption in the history of League of Legends?
But
and then
look
watch
at this piercing arrow.
Watch
Isn't this better?
Fully charged. Damn!
Oh, God. Oh, that's ridiculous. It's before any sort of fight really even well, I guess it's after the fight
get the
attempted to
flash.
happen, and then he just kills everyone.
Yeah, they get the flash out of Poby before he then also dies moments later. But we can't watch replays forever. But,
No. And all right,
Hete?
flash all out. Going to come on through here. Is Shiu going to dodge at least a little bit of this?
He needs
Could
the
be the
flash.
solo kill. There's the flash out as Beryl finds a heroic charge, and Shiu is going to be able to lock that one down. I believe that was a hyperproc setup. And so,
yeah.
Ate going for the 1v1. Does get the flash out, but has to trade his own. So it is just, honestly, not a great situation here for the top laner of T1. Beryl just right place, right time.
He's very aware of the pressure point and like how Shiu is trying to force some advantages there. And then Hete is like, okay, I'm going to flash. I've got the all out. You can see Hete on the player cam. If you go back, you scroll back on YouTube or whatever, you could see it. As soon as he died, he put his hand on his head. He was kind of like, bit of a misplay, bit of a misread on where Beryl could have been. You know, why would Shiu play like this if he didn't have somebody nearby? And it's just the experience that Beryl has to know where people are going to be making those types of plays on the map. You know, where Hete might actually look for it all in, and where there's a vulnerability that he can patch. And he and Shiu are communicating so incredibly well. Shiu having a whole year of Challengers experience over Hete, who is, of course, coming from Academy at the moment.
And Shiu also just playing extraordinarily well down there. Like, remember, he's been playing against players like Casting, who on KT were performing extraordinarily well. The top laners to come out of Challenger, like, over the years, like Clear, Thanatos, like Dundun, although I guess he's not the greatest example, Mihail, like, these players are really, really good.
I mean, Illima was also one of those talents that never really came to fruition in the LCK, but was such a force to be reckoned with for a year. You know, just dominating Challengers. Even though, again, that didn't transition into a strong career for him outside of it. It's a tough pool.
It is. It is. And I feel
Mihail.
like top lane in Challenger was almost more impressive, as now you've got aiming for Vincenzo, and does take away half of his health bar. What is so he doesn't have an item yet. Does have a lot of money, does aiming, which is just a general thing that you can often say about him.
I mean, he still has Rectrix and a... Oh, God.
Yeah, okay. Well, there's an Impale. Special delivery as the Unleashed Power comes in. Lucid able to stop the ulti, and so Poby is just
And he gets the
dead.
kill again. Stop stealing the kills.
I think it's fine.
It's
2-0.
okay.
He needs a third belt.
He wants his heart steal.
Yeah.
That was like you know when you have like a boa constrictor and you're like, here comes
No,
the
Wolf,
food.
I haven't had a boa constrictor.
Okay, but you've seen like a snake be fed, right?
Yes, I have.
Or like a lizard, you drop the cricket in there.
Yeah.
That was lucid. He just dropped the cricket into the cage. Shemeka's like, it's feeding time.
Yeah. He's like, oh, delicious. Oh no.
I've never had a boa constrictor either, just for the record.
I have been to a like reptile park and like watched them be fed, though. It is pretty cool.
Okay, Vincenzo has an angle here.
Yeah, he's going to go all out. Vincenzo comes down, and Heite not going to be able to lock in Shiu. So good game sense here. And Shiu also knows that going for all-in 1v1s against Cassante is always a little bit of a gamble.
He has teleport too, so he's comfortable enough to walk super far away and say like, oh, you guys can dive me you want. Sees that they're not, and then he goes back and gets the wave, doesn't waste his teleport. So,
So, Wolf,
yes.
there's a problem, right? So there is still a big lead for Vincenzo as far as the jungle farm is concerned, but I think that DK is still going to get 5 grubs. And then have this pretty ludicrous siege composition. We'll see whether Vincenzo can actually lock down this dive onto Shiu. They're getting underneath this turret. The grasping roots has to land.
His Narbar is
It
almost
doesn't.
ready.
And Shiu is now going to be able to kite into this brush. Steps on the plant as well as now Cloud could be in trouble. Oh dear, the scatter is certainly going to kill him. And there
he
it
solo
goes. He
kill
actually
somebody?
just goes straight in there, gets a Nara into the wall. Oh, Vincenzo is so close to death. The stun does come down. Shiu is going to die. I understand why he went for that. It was optimistic. It's going to be the first kill here for T1. That Impale onto Smash is a bit sad, but he's able to flash away. Has to cleanse also. Of course, can't cleanse the Impale.
He heard about what
use
happened
it
to Poby, and he was like, I am not going to be fed.
Nope.
But it was actually just to barrel him. So I don't know if he 100% need to flash that, but better safe than sorry. Heartsteel on the board here. That's another plate going over here. So you said the siege is great, and that's true. And they have a ton of plate gold. Aiming already has his Ghost Blade, and he's going to get more plate gold here. Top side, Showmaker picked up some. Shiu almost with the solo kill bottom. I actually thought he was going to get it, but it's not quite enough damage. He's going to go for it again.
Yeah. Vincenzo only just making it back to lane as another Grasping Roots does go wide. Shiu actually just kind of playing an amazing game down here. Of course, overextended a little towards that bottom side the other time around, but he's not going to get dove 1v2.
Also,
Might need to bring more people as Cloud is here.
This is first brick for aiming topside with full plates.
Oh, God. All right, the wallop does come on through there. Finally, a Grasping Roots will connect. The Wombo combo well and truly down as the hop comes in, and there goes the Gnar.
Takes 3 people to do that, though, and meanwhile, there are 3 people trying to get a second brick here in the mid lane full of 5 plates. 30 seconds to go until those plates fall, and I think they should be able to get it with 5 grubs here.
Yeah, because no one's going to be able to make it, so it's just Poby trying to defend. So, yep.
So 2 turrets plus some inner damage for a
and
Gnar.
all plates for it as well?
Yeah, exactly. 10 plates, 2 turrets for a Gnar, and like 2 extra plates for Smash down there.
Yeah, he's got 10 seconds in order to take down this turret here.
He just
Not
doesn't have
not doing a
items.
lot of damage to
Yeah.
it, as we can see.
He's not going to get the last plate, sadly.
I was trying to get there. Not quite able to do so. So ticks over. Finally, it does go down. And DK definitely coming out ahead when it comes to the plate money in this game. Close to 4,000 gold is now Smash. Trying to get out of the way of Shiu. Does want to get some revenge. Flashing over. Doesn't find the boomerang. But still, this one's going to be a difficulty. Another couple of autos are going to be needed. There it is. Shiu locks it down. Mega Gnar going to be coming through pretty soon. Stranglethorns is okay, but it's not going to be enough, especially with Mega impending. And so Shiu is going to be able to grab that solo kill, find some catharsis here as the Gnar really was getting targeted. And see Smash, a bit of a scratch to the neck, not having a good time.
Yeah, unfortunately, the T1 players are looking pretty tapped out, pretty frustrated. He and Hete both have had similar cam moments here.
Poby, we can hit this ult. I reckon we can hit this ult. He's waiting for him to be well and truly in the shop, and he is going to be there. Shiu is going to have like a few moments time. Sidesteps. Oh, God. Oh, God. No. No, Poby, no.
Get me the Poby player cam.
True Shot Barrage also misses. Oh, no.
Also, they're like dying topside, by the way.
Oh,
Potentially here.
I don't want to watch. I don't want to watch it anymore. It's too sad. Chains, why does that land? That's not supposed to land.
Well, Cloud is pretty tanky, so he's going to live. So, you know, they got their live. Like, bottom side Shiu lives, but Cloud also lives, so that's, you
And
know,
now
it's
the Brambleback goes
They're
on
even.
merry war.
Yeah, that's evil.
Yeah, Showmaker just trolling his teammates there just a little bit. Some hazing of Lucid,
Yeah.
who's been there a year, but still feels like the new guy.
Showmaker
as-
is coming up. Like, this is scary.
Yeah, Scat of the Week coming on through there as Lucid moved to the side. Now finds himself in a very uncomfortable position as Smash is going to show up. And so there he goes. And the Brambleback is still alive. You can imagine that Lucid is like, Showmaker, please don't ever do that again, because now I'm dead.
Yeah, and didn't pick up the money nor the red buff. And it's, that's a shutdown
Yeah. And
onto Poby.
this could be another kill as well. That is going to be a fair bit of damage. Beryl, of course, pretty tanky, but True Shot Barrage going to help out there, and so Vincenzo gets another one.
Okay.
DK cannot keep doing this, right? They are still very far ahead. Shu's going to be able to take another turret here on this bottom side. However...
And now Showmaker needs to just give this turret up, to be honest.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't want to, and they're bringing up Lucid, so maybe they think they can save this. It's going to be pretty hard. I think, yeah, just let it go.
Yeah, Heyte has a level advantage, by the way, and 10 more CS. So she does need to be a little bit careful, even though I know he really wants to take this turret down. Aiming, moving up towards his top side, as they do spot that the Leona was going home. Not able to get there in time. So you're going to be hitting Meganar, able to get Nara into the wall there. Nicely done, or at least a dead turret.
This is such a
Yeah, wet noodle
extended fight. Yeah, but it is going to be one that D+ will eventually win. We do see a rotation over of Cloud, but I don't know how much he can impact this.
There's another flash heroic charge. Flash out from Heyte, not messing around at all.
Aiming?
Oh, God. W empowered? No, not going to be able to kill him there. Able to dash his way out.
But still, I mean, so much power on the map here. Showmaker freely farming top side. He picked up Cosmic Drive like a million years ago, by the way. He's on 2 items. His Cloud is trying to change things.
Yep, Shiu going to get hit by that True Shot Barrage as well. Really nicely done by
Okay.
Smash. Grabbing the kill for himself as well. That's his first of the game as Lucid. Now going to finally take this dragon 17 and a half minutes into the game.
Yeah, it's so funny. Like 17 minutes in this game, D+ just been playing with their food. They lose somebody, and they're like taking the dragon at the same time. It's like 1 step forward, 3 steps back here for T1 in this game. It took so many resources to actually get that kill, and so many overextensions from Shiwu. And then eventually, they get the kill. Poby may be in trouble, though.
Yeah, Beryl coming on over that. Impale not actually going to land, as Poby did have to unbind his soul. Still avoids the ultimate, which is good news. Aiming not here quite in time
There's
to be able to
nobody
take
here.
down
It's
the
like,
Yone.
it's Lucid and Barrel. Like, it's the second time they've, like, it's an Impale into Barrel, and everyone else is like, oh, God, Smash flashed away last time, but they can't actually kill him. It's okay. Aiming was coming over, but he wasn't there fast enough. He's just gold kinging his way down the mid lane.
He is indeed. I think the Gold King might be Showmaker, though. As you can see, 2.5 items already done.
Yeah, I was
or at least 2
mentioning-
and a rod.
Yeah, I was mentioning his Cosmic Drive a moment ago, and then he just backs and gets a rod to upstage what we were already kind of honing in on a moment ago. And this is a Herald, and this is Inner.
Yeah, that's probably just dead as well. As we do have a
Demolish.
flanking teleport. Showmaker going to get slowed down, but Scat of the Week will connect onto Cloud in response. This turret going to go down, the slam into the wall. So the Leona is dead. As now a flash Gnar lands onto 2. Smash immediately cleanses it. As Heyte making his way in. Scat of the Week will land. Poby has to go back. And Showmaker still just throws the ultimate at him, and that'll follow you wherever you go. Lucid not going to be able to find Heyte with that one. They try to crash him in as Scat of the Week going to connect. Another Stranglethorns. This one fantastic as Smash gets a big old shield. Vincenzo gets the shutdown onto Showmaker as DK understand that they have to get out of here.
Really?
T1 actually finding something here in this fight.
Yeah, really big ult from Barrel as well to actually deny any sort of follow-up there. They might have ended up losing more. The all-out was pretty crazy there from Heyte. As we'll watch this again. There's not a ton of inherent risk here for D+, because they have this Herald crashing through. This turret just isn't going to last. TP is coming through as well on the Mega Gnar, and Shio sees his opportunity. He was planning this like 2 steps ahead. The rest of the team was kind of like, oh, right, whoa, I didn't quite realize you were going in that fast. Poby ends up getting the double knock up here, dies to the R button there of Showmaker. And this is where things get a little bit out of control with Heyte dropping down this ultimate, ends up taking the stun. Now he's like, okay, there's no one to stop me here. Stranglethorns come through, and Smash is helping to clean up. And then Barrel's ult keeps Heyte from actually chasing, getting anything further onto Shu or himself.
Yeah, that's nicely done. But Showmaker going down there is actually huge.
Big
With
money.
the fact that, yeah, a lot of money now going over. You can see 2 items now completed for Smash. 20 minutes in,
Showmaker
does manage to have them.
also got another needlessly large
Oh, God,
rod
his
after that.
Rabadon's is so
Yeah.
close.
He's probably you know, sitting on like 800 or 900 gold away from it to get that last 1100 for the completion. He's
I feel like Aiming and Showmaker are competing now. For
that's the real mini game.
Yeah, for Gold King. Because Aiming is farming a lot. Currently on 208, not too bad at all. And so, like, DK, I think that the well-structured and you know, cool calculated gameplay has kind of stopped. I feel like it is a fair bit of just doing their best to trying to get as many kills as possible, and it isn't necessarily leading to them finding bigger and bigger advantages.
I mean, I feel like at this stage, though, they're still getting turrets off the map. They still have deep vision control, and every time kills go over and shutdowns go over, they're still also trading kills, so it's not like T1 can capitalize on it or get an objective. The second dragon of the game is so late here, and it is going to be an Infernal up in just a moment. Hete wants to make something of this. I don't think he will be able to, sadly for him, and now he is a Cassante.
And the red buff just went over to Shiu as well. It's only going to make things a little bit worse here as he's looking to try and back his way out. But this is a very long lane. Remember, there's no inner turret here either.
He's just dead.
I think you might be right. I think he's realized that he has to try and go for a bit of an all-in or an all-out or an all-something. But that is just going to be Shiu hitting the Mega Gnar, missing a lot, but aiming. He doesn't. He aimed. So he's able to pick up the kill.
Shiu on the player cam didn't look too amused, but he didn't look too upset either. He was like, whatever, you can have it.
Yeah. You got to feel good about the
Cloud
Gold King getting more gold.
Gonna miss the solar flare too, so he's just gonna get out scot-free here. It was down flash, so I can understand why Cloud thought perhaps that would have been a nice move there and could have potentially led to Smash picking up a kill, but it doesn't happen. I mean, you look at the map, look at the wards here for T1. You know, they're all defensive. There's like a control ward in the mid lane. They're like, I just have to know what I can because this team is just coming at me all the time, non-stop aggression. 5,000 gold lead, you know, became a 4,000 gold lead with some mistakes, but it's still like 4.5k here that T+ are holding on to. The only you know, real thing left to ask is when do they start Baron with Avaris on 3 items here and Showmaker sitting on that death cap. It could be really at any time, especially with the vision control they have around this pit and how little T1 can see. This blue trinket is the only vision they almost have, but don't have.
Yeah, the controller sort of turning everything off. As another one comes in, they get a glimpse of the fact that this Baron is going down pretty slowly, of course, because Aiming and Showmaker are making sure they're playing deep defense. True Shot Barrage to continue checking. Below half health now as they have a bit of a timer as to what's going on. Teleport going to come in as now Beryl charging up that Keeper's Verdict. Just wants to get someone out of there, but Hate going to be able to absorb that CC. Still, the Baron's going to go down. I think that DK are happy to sacrifice Beryl, and they will do so. In fact, they are very happy to sacrifice Beryl. They did it for about 3 years, if I remember correctly. There is a scat of the week as, oh god, Aiming just taking pot shots as he stands in the back line. Shiu going to be able to get out of the way as Poby not quite hitting the ultimate there, but still should be able to take him down. Never mind. Back to his soul because that's where he needs to be. And Shiu just going to go back home. Scat of the week connecting one more time. There's an Unleash Power as Showmaker decides that it's Hate that's dead.
And Lucid on the chase here. He needs to be careful about going a little bit too far, but will actually just be fine. And that should be this inner going down. And then a straight push to the mid inhibitor turret is, I think, at this point warranted. True Shot Barrage is just going to delay the inevitable. They will just kite back with some low health bars here to this Dragon. Is Shiu,
what are we doing, buddy? There's an unbound soul, so Poby has to go back there, and he manages to get the solo kill in front of 4 people. An interesting maneuver. I do want to say, Wolf, that Showmaker killed Cassante.
Yeah.
So he, like, saved everything. He was in range of carries, but he hates Cassante so much that he saved the ult so he could kill Cassante.
Yeah,
beautiful.
Hate also ruined Barrel's ultimate, so it's time for some revenge, you know?
Yeah.
Barrel actually had that well placed and everything, and he's like, this damn Cassante, it's unstoppable. I hate it. He gets stunned, gets slowed. Showmaker, there's a lot of targets for him. Pushes Cloud back here. Cloud sniped by Aiming.
Oh, God, even the damage onto Smash incidentally while Aiming was getting that snipe.
Showmaker is mad. Look at that scatter actually hits both of them somehow. It was actually a crazy angle from Showmaker. And then Hete gonna bite the dust.
Yeah, actually flashing, but unfortunately Showmaker had pressed that button.
The second time Showmaker gets a kill on the flashing target and tries to get away.
Yep. It's one of those things. Once you've decided that you're going to kill someone, they're dead. As now DK sieging towards his top side, inner turret, the last one remaining on the map.
It does kind of feel like because aiming is also competing with Showmaker and is so relevant, it just can't be a Majai's game for Showmaker. He's like, nah, it's not just me this time, so it's not worth to buy.
Yeah, I guess
he just gets an arm guard and he's like, I'll play safe.
Yep, and wanted that as well because he fell down in that last fight. Well, not the last fight, but one of the ones. As that inner will be falling, and Shu now going to be pushing in this mid lane as well. Lucid wanting to do something here as, oh god, the biggest zoom of all time is Poby on a big old flank. Oh, okay, Lucid kind of trolling aiming there just a little bit. Doesn't seem to matter too much because Cloud's still dead. A little bit too early on that one. Keeper's Verdict gets rid of Smash, and now Poby's like, no, turn around. This is not what we want. Clearing out the minion wave as, oh god, Piercing Arrow is really hitting for a lot of damage. 406 on the Varus. As, yeah, Poby, you are not going to be hurting him. Aiming going to be getting his 5th kill here. Lucid doing God's work,
now, T1,
taking down some Bramblebacks.
They sacrificed a lot of their players, but you know what? They kept all their inhibitor turrets alive. They were able to wear out that Baron clock. They just gave some kills.
There you go.
Baron's down, though, so you know what? They get to live a little bit longer.
And they also get to possibly snack on some Scorpion, as there goes Lucid. All out, put into the mid lane, and taken down. So Smash gets his 3rd of the game.
You know, the... okay, we're not done here.
Vincenzo might just be dead. Chance of Corruption is going to make sure that he's going to fall down. Shiu also now finds himself in the front of 2 people, but he's got some items, and he'll be all right. Smash cannot take very many buttons from aiming, but Beryl is not able to just fight in front of 2 people without any problems.
Showmaker could have ulted Cloud, but he wants to save that for a more prio target.
Yeah, he wants to hit Hate with it. There it goes.
He hates Cassante.
He really does hate Cassante. That's a lot of orbs on the ground, as we can see here. Is aiming still just sitting out of vision range, looking to try and find as many kills as he can.
Remember earlier when I was talking about boa constrictors and feeding like this?
Yeah.
In this case, it's ironic. I should have realized that often you do feed the scorpion. But in this case, the scorpion feeds you.
Yeah, that's true. Scorpions are food for owls, I'm pretty sure. If you have a pet owl, you can sometimes give them scorpions.
Yeah, I didn't really think about that, but
yeah,
I guess
so
that
no
would make
owl
sense.
champions here. It's not very relevant, but I did remember that.
Yeah.
It's getting late. Smash also having a few problems here. Shu's just doing his very best to limit test. This time, Smash is going to get the better of him. And Smash has 3.5 items, so he's actually looking pretty strong. Aiming's almost finished all of his.
Yeah, the problem is that everyone is super fed here on D+, and they have so much map control, and there's an inhibitor turret down on the top side.
Chemtech Soul Wolf.
Yeah, that'll be our 13th out of, I believe we went up to
30 games?
28 games today?
Isn't this the 30th game? Or am I crazy?
We did 8, 8, 7, 7, so...
16 plus 14? 30?
Yeah, so 30. Yeah, you're right. So 12 or 13 out of 30. No, 13, yeah. 13 out of 30. So
that is way too close to 50% when it should be at 25%. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, earlier it was 12 out of 25. I was like, it's Christmas. Okay, Hete.
Do you want to take this? Okay, never mind.
Nah.
Lucid going to make his way in, throwing some boulders around. Smash getting slowed up as Sheer looking for a flank angle. He is Mini-Nar as Smash seems to be the target here. Stranglethorns comes down. Poppy already dead, but Beryl doesn't really represent very much of the damage. Omega Nar now sorted out for Sheer. Wanted to get on top of Hete if he can. DK not actually finding too much though. And with the fact that they got the kill back onto Beryl, T1 very happy with how this one's going.
Poby is trying to get some side lane pressure. He's been trying for a while, but now he's just going to find himself
caught.
He's
dead.
He has flash and ult, but I don't think it saves him here. He's just too far up in the lane.
Yeah, Scat of the Week is going to work out here as Poby not quite able to get too much done and has to go back because, of course, the Unbound Soul was already there. So very, very dead is the Yone. Still the GOAT, though, Poby. Don't you worry about that.
Of course.
Yeah.
He's got a really lit mic as well.
Heck yeah.
I mean, it's like, it's lit up.
Lit up, yeah,
It's kind of weird.
You weren't
cool.
You weren't trying to be like one of those people that still says lit, right?
No, of course not.
It was actually just a bright light.
Fire emoji.
Cloud goes in. I'm not sure about that one. There's
He goes out.
flanking Showmaker coming in here. Vincenzo, oh god, only a few spells and he's going to be dead. Beryl didn't want to steal away that kill, and that is going to be Vincenzo lying on the floor. The smite along with him. And now,
This is the kind of... Okay.
Huh?
This is the kind of game I expected Atlas, to be honest, with D plus Kia just limit testing and playing with their food. And it's a close game in kills, kind of. It's only a 7-kill difference between the two, but they've gotten so many structures. They're so far ahead. They're like winning a team fight and doing Baron at the same time. I'm pretty sure like Barrel's also like, I'm not touching the keyboard. Also, I'm doing it all by mouse.
He's a clicker.
Look at the timing of that ult as well. He's like, nice teleport now. Enjoy your ride back to the base.
Yep, and he did. Poby is now going to be spared this team fight. Zete going to try and buffer his way out of here. The boomerangs flying through as the chains of corruption are going to land. Shion not very much health, but Smash is in so much trouble. The double kill out of nowhere. Poby kept where he stands. And the Mega Gnar now going to make sure that Shiu has another health bar to use. He's tanking up the turret because of course he is. And now aiming, walking into T1's base. Is looking to finally put them out of their misery. Don't know about that one, Lucid. Trying to have a bit of fun here. Gives himself a thumbs up. And the first inhibitor of the game will be taken down. DK. Yes, I mean, it was looking after, you know, the early hiccups around the grubs for T1. DK really kind of just rolling over the top.
Certainly. Shiu's little hop there was pretty fun to watch as he went in, going crazy sicko mode.
Look at Showmaker's items. There couldn't be a more ham 6-item build. Outside of, I guess, the Zhonya's should have a Void Staff over the Zhonya's,
Yeah,
but otherwise
that's what
it's
I was
just
gonna
like
say.
as much damage as I can build.
The only thing that would give him more damage would be the Zhonya's, or rather the Void Staff over the Zhonya's. And if this game went any longer, which it won't, but if it did, he'd probably swap it, to be honest.
Yeah.
But he had the arm guard, and he's like, I spent a lot of money on that, so I might as well just upgrade it. Because Zhonya's has a decent amount of AP now.
Yep, it's a little bit better now.
But it's a Chemtech soul point here for D+ for a soul they'll never see, because this next fight and this next siege will likely end the game. Naturally, mid pushes with that super minion, but Shiu's going to push it even harder and try to look for a wraparound angle here. Doesn't have an R bar just yet, but D+ are looking to slam dunk this one and put a bookend on their 4-win second place victory here in Group B.
Yeah, T1 now just milling about underneath this inhibitor turret. I don't know whether they're going to be able to defend this. Not quite able to get towards this siege minion that's on like 0 health. It's so frustrating. And Shiu's now diving into 5 people. Will immediately get stunned. Does have hysterics. That gets the shield. What? Where did you go, Cloud? Okay, there goes Shiu. He is going to be taken out here as, oh god, the amount of damage. Finally, an Impale is going to land as Showmaker gets another kill. Chains of Corruption doesn't connect onto Smash, who's actually playing his little heart out right now, but just not able to hit enough Mystic shots onto enough people as Vincenzo trying to get those plants to do his bidding. One Dark Sphere is like half the health bar on Smash here, as the Force of Will not going to connect. Another Dark Sphere is going to come down, though, as, oh god. Okay, Vincenzo burning down, Hail of Arrows, positioned perfectly as Showmaker dives forward. He's going to allow Smash to live here, I think, as there goes the Nexus. And DK will be your victors, and that will now mean we get 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0 in the wins column for Group B.
That's correct. Wild to see, but it's the final scoreline. Smash really was trying. You got to feel for him there at the end.
Yeah.
It's like that lost solo queue game where you voted no like every time. And you're like, hold on. Maybe we can win this. Barrel's having a bit of a giggle.
Showmaker's very happy. So at least he got his Syndra game in.
Yeah.
You know, he's feeling good.
It was a fun game. You know, it's a game that doesn't mean anything for T1 except the pride of maybe winning that first game. It didn't happen. But for D+, it was kind of a similar story. Is like, well, we got to play this one out. We're going to have a fun game for the fans.
Yep.
And here's all of today's results.
Gen.G.
And by the way, just not to cut across you
No,
there.
you're
but,
all right.
We had 4 red side wins until we got to Gen.G and D+. There at the end. They were the only blue side wins of the day.
Huh.
Wild.
There you go. So I guess, you know, sometimes you can overcome a side advantage with something else. But I think blue side still is just fine. I don't really have a feeling for exactly which is the more powerful side based on just side itself. Just because I feel like these teams are so varied that it's not necessarily statistically correct to just say the side is good.
There's your 5-0.
Yeah.
From Gen.G to T1.
We can count down, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to very clearly set our seeds moving into the Swiss stage as well,
This
which
group
is
of-
very cool.
Group of Death ended up being, you know, it was a little bit like going into it, we weren't 100% sure who would end up on top just because of all the potential subs and these teams not playing with their full roster like Gen.G and Hanwha. But D+ looking very strong here. Hanwha Life also looking strong, but Gen.G just really looking like they ran away with this. All of their wins were one-sided as well. It was a pretty easy group stage for them. And now we have our Swiss interstage bracket completely set.
Yeah, and so these are going to be the first, the M stands for matches. So our first match tomorrow is going to be DRX taking on Nongshim, and then KT versus Hanwha Life eSports, DK versus Chinese Taipei, and then Gen.G versus Bro. And then we're going to be getting towards match 5, which is, of course, the loser of our 4th match and the winner of match number 3, as we will then go through. And you can see at the top there, M4 winner will be then promoted to the next portion of the event.
They get to choose their opponent in the semifinals as well. So,
yeah, that's true.
You could see from M1 to M5, I believe, all 5 of those matches will be played tomorrow, and then the next day will be from 6 to 10. So 2 5-day matches incoming, or 5 game days incoming, I should say, over the next 2. So will be a bit of a change up from the group stage where we're talking about stakes every single game.
Exactly. It's really fun. I actually really like this. The Swiss being a little bit weighted here, so you get a little bit of a difference, but you also see a lot of different matchups from what we've been seeing.
You can see
in
also,
our group stage.
Basically, at the bottom is where people are eliminated. So you can see that gray part there. Here's the order of the matches, like you already explained earlier.
Yep, and you can see match 4 loser versus match 3 winner will be the final one. Of course, we haven't figured out exactly who that's going to be just yet, and we'll find out tomorrow. So looking forward to it. I'm actually really interested in how strong Nongshim is compared to DRX, who is standing up to the majority of teams in Group A. Like, how much of a difference is there between Groups A and B as far as power level? And then we'll really have that drilled home with Hanwha Life eSports versus KT.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling like Nongshim, Hanwha, DK, Gen.G. Those would probably be my Preds. And then if that's the case, it would put Bro in the bottom against Chinese Taipei.
Yep.
Which would be Bro favorite, I'd say.
And
that's what I'm feeling.
There's a lot more, it's more deadly, of course, in our first match as well, because whoever loses out of DRX and Nongshim, they're just gone.
Yeah.
That's why the seeding is so important. It's either you just get straight into the semifinals in the case of Bro or Gen.G if you win, or if you lose and you're in one of these first matches, then you are immediately out. So kind of scary. It's a bit, cutthroat here in this particular Swiss draw. But it's kind of fun. I actually like it. Have this sort of middle ground before we get towards the knockouts.
Yeah. It was a pretty grueling group stage, I think, for everybody involved, us included. We were here starting early in the morning, late into the night. But I enjoyed casting it a lot with you, and I think the players did rise to the occasion. I was really happy to see some representatives internationally with Chinese Taipei and Team Vietnam. Team Vietnam knocked out, but Chinese Taipei advancing the next round. Maple keeping that flame alive.
Heck yeah, the career's not over yet.
And we'll see if Gen.G can continue that momentum, because right now they look like massive tournament favorites.
They certainly do. Them alongside Bro, Wolf. You love to see it. You're going to take a couple of days off. I'm going to have G-Clef alongside me tomorrow as we bring you the Swiss stage. But for now, that will do it. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more KeSPA Cup.